Welcome, welcome. Time to work on the game. I've been chomping at the bit for quite a while. I also need to do the usual tell everyone all about it. Maybe a moment to post things, tell faces, open all the things I'm supposed to. I started a few minutes early, so technically it's just bonus stream, but to be fair, I also they have a set end time anyway. Sometimes I just stream at time, and sometimes I don't. Yeah. Yes, indeed. Sometimes I don't. Discord, main source of my graphic power. That's true. Let me open Discord. Surprised that's not open. Whatever. Hey, be soon. So, talking, blah, blah, I don't care. The one that I'm streaming, post the both of them. Place to cover everything. Okay, that should get everything going. Get all the chats together. Usually gives people time to get here. Much as I'd love to believe they're chomping at the bit, waiting for that when I stream. It takes a little bit to filter in. Let's do this. I need to spawn stuff. I'm just gonna fight in here for now. You're fighting me battle. Me. I'll fight her so Tinker can watch. I need an nav manage. Sometimes you just feel like doing other things besides fighting in the same spot. Got to follow while I was offline. That's crazy to see. Just people following me when I'm not actually even online. It's just wild to me. The whole thing is just wild. Absolutely. 10 out of 10. Love it. All right. I want to make my. I did some changes to the Fool. It's getting more changes today because I realized I watched the thing on how to better improve combat, make it seem nicer. So I'm doing a bunch of tweak things to make it better. All right, so um, going about this makes it larger, but I wanted to that so Um, how Twitch just jumped right into the ad breaks. You didn't even wait. It's just, oh my god, break. Well, get him out of the way, Twitch. Get him out of the way. The adpocalypse is just them sending ads my way. Is that what I'm hearing? I think that's what I'm hearing. So I think we just have a custom vendor. That's like super tagger, and then I can just call upon it over here, right? I can overwrite it. Yeah, and I can just call it from there. So what I do is I don't have to have a special thing for this. Hey, Lepus, how's it going? Yeah, they talk about the Twitch adpocalypse, but geez. Let me know when you're back, I guess. Actually, I guess you haven't left yet, because I haven't... There's another notification up, but yeah, the Twitch adpocalypse is coming for you. Oh. Making the fool crazy. Extra stuff. Because I want my, still there? Yeah, I guess you didn't get an ad break, huh? Well, it's also dependent upon the area. Like, if you're in an area where they don't have any ads to sell, they don't bother. Plus the adpocalypse, so, you know. I mean, for what it's worth, I actually made the most money I'd made ever on ads. I made, like, I think $5 on an 11-hour stream. Hey, $5 I was getting for something I was already doing, right? That's the most I've ever made, so, you know. Might sound sad, but I was kind of excited. Nice, nice. So I want to do this slightly different. Let's over here on the event tick, if it hits. Let's do extra stuff here. Actually, it'll be extra hit stuff, I think is what I want to call it instead. I don't want to tie it into, I might have additional extra things, extra hit stuff. Oh yeah, I mean, it's more than I'd ever made on anything else for this, you know, game dev, so it's not like I'm not sad, you know. The longer I stream, the more likely I get to a point where I make, you know, enough money to pay for all the assets I want for this game. I mean, subsidizing the game with these, you know, streaming stuff, that ain't bad. That just means I can get cooler stuff, like maybe that Wonderland bundle. What it's worth, that Wonderland bundle at 50% off would be literally everything I've made on Twitch up to this point. Still, free bundle. Actually, that's not true, because that guy did buy me the $30 bundle. Albedo9 bought it for me. Wonderful guy. Not used to people buying stuff, not used to people being excited about what I'm working on. That's so cool. So I'm just super excited. All right, so for this, I don't think I need anything special. What I want to do is I switched the Fool to, actually I'll show you what I switched it to. I mean, I showed you a picture, but and pull out weapon. There we go. Giant mallet. Making the combat feel better. Oops. These don't have a hit animation. So I want to put something with hit animation because it looks better with the hit animations, but yeah, I saw a video on things to make stuff better. Let me bring up the picture. I screenshotted all the stuff he recommended. Oh, yeah, it's a squeaky toy. I'm really running in with the full thing there. I'm giving all the things a glow up. You know, like I'm making them way nicer than they were. Before it was just like a stupid weapon, but now I'm gonna give her a funny hat. I'm gonna make all kinds of dumb noises. I might even make bonk things that appear like where it says the word bonk and stuff like that, like comedic stuff. It's the fool. It's supposed to be funny. So I'm gonna run with this. Like it's gonna be good. Let me see if I can find that thing I was talking about though. Not those, not those. Where in the world did I save this? Don't know. That's awful because I need it as a checklist for things I should do with my time. Oh, okay. Looked up where I saved it. Oh. This is what he said. Ah. Weapon sound makes sense, you know, when it's like, you know, when you swing it, it should make a noise. A trail behind the weapon so it looks like, you know, it's in motion, which I need to find a better one for that. This hit flash thing, so basically when you when it hits something, it changes their color. I haven't done that one yet. But like it's like a brief color change, which did kind of look nice. The feedback hit react, you know, when they actually I think that was actually where it was the character gets animated and moved like that. Some sort of VFX when you hit them. I already had that. An impact sound, I have it. That's a squeaky noise. Hit stop here is actually a weird thing where you actually briefly stop the game or actually slow time for a moment just so that the attack looks like it has more time to hit, which does improve a lot. A knockback I'm working on. It's not working right. This UI health bar animation I don't quite understand how to do yet, but that's like, you know, when you hit them and it shows like, you know, say they have a yellow health bar like that, and like, you know, the damage section turns red and then it slowly goes away, so you see how much damage you dealt. That's something I need. A camera shake when you hit. I have a camera shake when I get hit. And then hit the cinematic attack finisher. Don't think I'm doing that. That's bizarre for a Metroidvania. I don't think you want to stop them like mid combat or mid jump or whatever to do a cinematic finisher. That'd be kind of disorienting. So I'm gonna probably do a bunch of these, but there's some weird ones in there, like the time dilation, something I learned, so I could just, you know, slow time. I'll put a light in here. I'll be able to see. Light in this place sucks. Honestly, there's not even a protector light over here. Let's put some of these lamps on the ground. Honestly, these don't even work that great for seeing. I'll just put a protector. Yeah, I'm gonna make this the fool so when it hits something, it's gonna compress the end of it like it's, you know, a squeaky toy and not actually, you know, a solid, you know, super solid object. That's the first thing they're working on, so I need to adjust this stuff there. Um, do they? I mean, I know that when you kill the boss, they use a thing where, you know, it kind of slows stuff, but when you're just hitting regular enemies, at least all the like the 2D ones don't typically do that. I've seen. It's usually just when you kill a boss. And maybe I could send back for now. I recall it actually zooming in on regular enemies though. Like just really don't. I mean, maybe it did all along, but I'm just thinking all the 2D ones I played. I don't know. The only 3D one I played was like Lament of Innocence, and that was a very long time ago. My memory of that game isn't very good at all. But, huh. Well, I'll have to look because I don't recall it, but that doesn't mean it isn't true. That just means my memory is probably not great. That's true. But for regular enemies, the problem is that you know, cinematic finishers tend to move the camera around in a 3D game. Doing that to someone in the middle of, like, you know, say they're jumping around or doing any kind of platformable fighting is pretty rough. It's not like a 2D game where, you know, the slight zoom doesn't really adjust your vision very much. So I'd have to do something very specific to make it not be sickening to look at, I think. It'd be weird. pretty much. I'm just going to put a big light here so I can see what's going on. The big attenuation's this way. Oh, that's a huge attenuation though. That's way too big. I do want to be able to fight here. Can I have 1,000, please? That's fine. Yeah, well, I mean, pretty much, it's when, like, when you beat a boss in, like, the Castlevania games like that, too, like, they change color, it slows time, they, like, well, actually, that's like when Alucard dies, he changes white and will slowly, like, dissolve, and it slows time. So when the player dies, it does that. I'm pretty certain it slows them for the bosses, too. Because they want those deaths to mean a lot, and I'll probably do something like that for, I mean, I actually time dilate every attack that hits on either the player or not. So it's like takes a little bit longer intentionally so you can recognize what's going on. Yeah. Well, actually, do I put the time dilation in for Poppet being hit? Maybe not. Yeah. It's definitely something I didn't really actually didn't look into, but I probably should. Because, you know, kind of important. I don't want to fight these things because they're annoying to hear. Fight the bites or something like that. Get a brawl going. I should just put this in the battle arena. I don't know why I haven't put it in the battle arena. Guess I got tired of fighting in the battle arena, but I never fight in the battle arena, so I'm gonna be tired of it. Yeah, well, that's pretty much what today's thing is. Where I was watching this video of I watched the video of the game feel things, and he was suggesting all these things, and I can link the video in chat. I'm sure I can find it again. Do so real fast. I'll hope you is because it really was very. It's a very instructional video. The guy's very good. Most of these people don't really seem to know a whole lot, and like they tend to share really not very good advice, but everything this guy's shown is usually beyond anything I currently know, which is impressive. So that's the video. And you know, he'll he has like a project to demonstrate it too, I guess, on his Patreon, but I'm not paying money for those things. I already get what he's talking about. I don't need an explanation beyond, you know, I already understand. But you know, I'm gonna copy some code because I'm way too lazy to manually do this. Because I've done it a bunch of times and never do the code a second time if you can do that. I mean, I guess you can. Bye. It's just this code right here, the set relative transform. It's nothing special. The plan, when the extra stuff happens, is play this from the start. And I'm going to squeeze. What am I squeezing? I'm squeezing the skeletal mesh, I believe. Can you squeeze? Oh, you can squeeze the skeletal mesh. I don't see why you couldn't. It squeezes the whole thing, including the handle. That kind of sucks. But I don't really see what else I can do about that. So, yeah. We squeezing. Okay, so let's unlock the scale here real fast. I want to see which way we squeezing. We're squeezing that way. They're not squeezing that way. Why does that not squeeze? Can you not squeeze a skeletal mesh? That changes a lot because then I have to re-import this thing um as a static mesh, which I can do. I think I originally set this weapon up to use skeletal meshes. And because that's what Epic had him set up as. But there's no reason for a skeletal mesh. Like it does. Well, actually, the cloth physics. This doesn't use cloth physics, so I'd have to squeeze the scene root, right? I do like that. That'll work. At that point, it's scale actor. Well, then let's just scale this, I think. We'll test it out, right? What's the worst that happens? I blow it up. That's fine. Wouldn't be the first time. So we're not scaling this here. We're leaving this the same. This is fine. How far are we scaling? Probably not much. Probably to like 9. Yeah. We'll scale 9. It just has to look like it's a squeaky toy. You know? Here. Alright, so that should trigger because I added it into the weapon. Right here. Yeah, I did put the time dilation all the way over here. I'm still playing with the time dilation on how much I want it to dilate. It doesn't need to be a huge amount, but it does look nicer when you have time to see the blood go flying and everything like that. Something that just is now kind of important. So, that's right. Seeing the blood go flying, kind of important. Actually, while I'm at it, let me get the Discord link and put it there while I always forget. Until like an hour in. Sometimes 4 hours in. Just depends. Usually it's whenever I get to Tinka mention that she's like Discord's favorite. And then I'm like, oh yeah, by the way. Just a running gag. I mean, the Discord's more than doubled in size since I started streaming on Twitch. So I gotta admit, doing well. Not to the top. And it to the top over here too. I will respond to that in 1 second. Have to open. Thanks for the follow, EMS Infinity. How's it going? Or just in time to see me make squeaky toys that hit people. I'll hit other toys. Yes. Yes. I did that. I'm supposed to pin this to the other side. Sometimes when you're streaming on everything. Raising the bot in Streamlabs? Maybe I haven't really taken the time to look at it. There's so much stuff I should look at, but most of the time I focus on just making game stuff and don't pay too much attention to anything else. Squeaky toy. Well, it did change. I don't think in the way we were anticipating, though. Well, you know, that's how we roll here. You gotta, the first one's always the best one. After that, you never know, right? But the first one, that's good times right there. The 5 style stupid. Yes. All right, so, oh, I see. This should have just been 1. And this should have been... Actually, never mind. This needs to be reversed. This should be 1. This should be 0.9. Oh, that's fair. Yeah, most times it's just... It really is just so many things to look at that I just haven't done them all. But I do need to look into that. I need to look into everything. Bots and things like that. Eventually probably mods. Though. Not like there's enough, you know, things that I can't... there's not enough conversation going that I can't moderate it already. And I pretty much read all the stuff that's talked about, so... I should just put this in the battle arena. And everyone, we're going to the battle arena. Yeah, I should probably do that. I still gotta make this actually, you know, appear in existence like that. Yeah, the lighting in here still sucks. I can't wait to switch to Mega Lights. Emissive lights suck. They look terrible. Also, there's nothing for them to move around on. I can't even tell if it's actually squeezing. I mean, it clearly is. Because we saw what happened the other time when I had the numbers way off and it looked completely stupid. And it was glorious. So I'm going to make it like over the top. You know? I might need to extend the effect too for a full second, which could be a thing. Actually, I could do that. 2.5. It squeegees back after like a full second. Because, you know, I want it to look good. Look good. Feel good. It's so funny. I never thought adding more delays to combat would make it better, but here we are. The more delays, the merrier. Can't wait to get the other lights. It's such crap. I'm just going to put a point light up here, so with like a little bit of light, just so I can kind of get an idea of what's going on. Give it a huge attenuation radius. We're going to make the intensity not great. I think I'm just going to put it over by the battle arena thingy, so this way like you can see the light. At that point, the attenuation should probably be like this. Actually, that creates a shadow anyway. We'll do this. Let's make it 1,000 so I can see exactly how far it would be. I didn't realize how dark this map truly is. But I'm pretty close to being able to use 5.5. I think they released the plugin for the UI thingy. So now I just need screen fade, and then that should be all the plugins I need. I can't even remember all the enemies that are in the game, which is terrible, but there aren't as many as I want to have, though, that's for certain. I need to do a lot. Since I lost some since I can't be in the game due to the inability to get the license for them. Or to get that interactive license, it's like, No. It's reversed. I see. I get why it's reversed too. Because at the end of the day, they should just play from the front. Shouldn't play from the end because it makes no sense. Because I adjusted the numbers here. Like if I had just kept the same numbers, then I'd want to play it in reverse, but I didn't do that. In hindsight, I could have done that. I put a nav mesh down too. Probably a little slow, but it does bounce back if you notice. A little slow about it though. It's kind of funny though, I'll give it that. Why is there no music? I have questions. Because there's like an H load, right? There's a little thingy doing the music isn't there. Fix you. Don't H. I mean, you shouldn't be in the H load, but maybe I H loaded him anyway, like an idiot. No. Looks like it. Yep. Anyway, let's see. I don't like the timing on this. I don't know why the music's not playing. It's weird. Could be. It was. Allergic to squeaky toys, evidently. I think I have it recover faster. Like the initial thing can be a little slower, I think, but maybe I just recover faster. So it looks a little bit better. I could time dilate it a little more too, for that matter. That was music. I guess there's no battle music set, huh? That is. Hey, it does look like it's more of a squeaky toy. When it hits something. I think I'm just gonna have her give this out in here in the painting world, like have Tinker give it to you or something. Even though as a character she doesn't really represent the Fool, you know. It would make sense because, you know, most people will take one look at her and think she represents the Fool, so I should just lean into that. I don't know why I'm not leaning into that. So I just have that thing. Have her represent the Fool, and I can even be like, it's dangerous to go alone, take this, make that joke. I can just be that guy. Um, I need another actor for this. I has plans. I'm gonna make this silly. I just had weird ideas, and whenever I have weird ideas, I feel obligated to make them. Plus, I'm gonna give her a a gesture hat too. Technically, the Tinka's hat already exists, so I could actually have it change the colors of that, or just duplicate it and change the colors that way. I would use the dynamic material instance. Actually, I could do that pretty quickly, honestly. Oh, whatever. I'll get back to it. BP. Call it the BP bonk. It won't always bonk, but fine. It's funny. Actually, we'll just add a text. Guess we'll set it like this or something like that. Here. Okay. I mean, it's cool that you're looking anyway. You gotta, get that bag, yo. You gotta find a way to sell yourself, Not gonna, the world won't sell you, by yourself. You'll have to actually, come up with a way to do it yourself. You might as well watch my stream while you do it, find a way to market yourself. There we go, is the term we're looking for. My brain's caught up in squeaky toys and not the other thing. It's probably fine. And then, I guess kapow is also a thing here. Actually, bam. Sure. And dimension range. Your custom event, we'll call it cleanup. I do this so I don't got to put it at the end of all that crap. So we'll start with this and then clean up. Maybe like 3 seconds. I'll give it a starting text. All right. So we'll give it a starting text. We do this here. Oh, one more thing. Um, Out hit. Oh. Okay. The timing on this might be weird, but listen. We doing dumb stuff here. Do not question. Or do. You can question if you want. Stays too long. It definitely stays too long, and it should also be reversed in direction. But kind of funny. We start to get kind of funny. Jeez. Yes. Funny. Yeah, let's do minus 180, sure, whatever. I guess technically 180. Let's do 180. Same thing. And then we do this. And on Bonk, let's make Bonk go away faster. Also, hey Shackle, how's it going? Yes, the good work. Yes. I need to put a timeline on this too. I'm just gonna copy paste timelines because I'm being lazy. Yes. Important. So what we're doing here is we're making this weapon as comedically stupid as possible. Because it's the Fool. Right? Shouldn't it be comedically stupid? I mean, you'd think so. That's my theory anyway. Finished? Single desk product that would make like for me personally, something that I would, and well, it doesn't really make game dev easier. Or something that goes on my desk. The only thing I'm looking to even buy at this point are streamer lights. Right now I have like two crappy lights off to the side that are like house lights. So as far as improving my game dev, I mean there's like assets I need to buy for the game. That's true, but maybe someday I'll replace my chair. It still works. It's just getting old. It looks old. But as far as like, I can't think of anything else that actually, I mean, if someone could think of something that's I'm not thinking of. Some people are like, well, you get those little stream decks. I don't even know what to do with a stream deck. They do what they do. So I don't know. Thinking about what, yeah, it's pretty much about the only thing I'm specifically looking to buy that's going to go on my desk at some point. Well, I assume it goes on my desk at some point. I have a standing desk, so there is only so much space. I'll have to figure out one's like clamped to something. I should have got one of the like I have a phone stand thingy, and I should have got the one with like the ring light on it. Of course, then it wouldn't work for. Okay, it wouldn't work. Never mind. I could have got the OF model version. Yeah. I mean, those might prove useful for all I know. Yeah. I mean, I'm probably going to buy something not terribly expensive because I love streaming, I do, but most of my money goes towards, well, the game. Like the extra money I have just goes towards gaming, so, or investing because I have to basically buy products in order to sell them, so I tend to not spend money on anything if I don't have to. But I want the game to be a success, so I will be investing some ducats into this. Yeah, that's the next thing I need for streaming. Will just be that. I pretty much have everything else. I got a green screen. I mean, I might get a bigger green screen so I could turn the screen sideways. Because right now, actually, it doesn't even cover that down, does it? Right now, it's so limited in size. So limited that you can actually see slightly down at the bottom there. Um, yeah, it's so limited in size that if I had the camera sideways, it doesn't work. It's not wide enough. I didn't know that. I thought that, this thing that's basically as wide across as my arms would be enough, but not. It turns out it's not. Curse you, camera, for being so good on my phone. Actually, I think I could have just flip location. Actually, just or the lerps. Just like vector it. I don't even need the full thingy. I guess to be fair, it doesn't super matter. You know what? I'm gonna keep the whole thing. Oh yeah, it turned out that I'm renting a room for my friend like that because house and his grandmother owned it beforehand, right? And she had this thing about hanging lights, lots of them. And she put like one in each of the corners of this room so that she had chairs below them so she could actually, so they could sit and read on them. But there's no chairs in here anymore for that. However, they're both placed in such a way that I can turn them both on and it acts like streamer lights. So my ghetto streamer light setup is because some old lady decided to have some weird hanging lights. He used to curse because they're so low that, like, literally, if I walk forward, they'll hit me right about here in the face, like right on the chin. They're that low. I'm just like, why are they this low? And yet here they're being very useful. But still, I might get some actual streamer lights because I don't know. This kind of gives me a more healthy glow, doesn't it? Saying, look a little better, a little less pale from all that time doing game dev. Just saying, looking less pale. Oh my god. Yes, the RGB glow. Yes. Yeah, I mean, I'm not in any hurry to buy it. I was just saying, like, if I had to pick something that was literally going to go on my desk, well, there you go. See, maybe I don't ever change it. Yeah, if I was just thinking, if I was ever going to put something specifically on my desk at this point, I mean, at some point I'll end up buying a new monitor too, but that's only because one of them's getting a little more finicky. It still works though, so I'm that kind of guy who's going to use it until it breaks. It's just how I am. How it be. So it's actually active location plus 50, I believe. And then I gotta split it. Actually, it's just relative location, so I don't think I actually have to do that at all, right? Thinking about it? Like if I just add 50, like even 100, let's add 100 and see what happens. If it goes flying off into the sunset, it was stupid. Perfectly fine. I do much dumb all the time. So it looks like I would just move this one up. Yeah, sure. So I don't need active location, I think. We will see. Second location will be plus. How about 200? That's a lot, but I'm not gonna make it fade out though because I don't have access to. Well, actually, that's wrong because there's a material for the text, so I could actually change that text out and make it fade. Now that I know dynamic material instances exist, things have changed in my mind and how to do things. Okay, let's see if this works. Might stay for too long though. Oops. Oh, it didn't move. I thought it would move up. Oh, this is where I'm dumb. It also does not need to stay that long because there's a thingy here. You know what I'm also going to do? Well, this is relative scale. What a doofus I am. I'm trying to make it grow large, right? So I do this, and I'll make it small intentionally to start with. I'll make this a 0.8 to start with, so this way it does this. I set relative location. Well, I mean, it's just easier than every other game engine. There you go. I mean, that was the big difference there. That's what sold me on it over everything else. Like blueprints were like a huge factor. It's just like, wait, I don't have to type out code. Okay, perfect. I was able to do things really fast. The results from just doing the tutorials were insane. I was like, I tried to do the tutorials for Unity and saw what they accomplished, and I was like, Jesus, this engine's garbage. It's so much work to do what Unreal's just doing for me in a fraction of the time. I couldn't believe it. I was like, yeah. I have a low opinion of that engine after having tested it. I tested Godot as well, but I mean, if you really like typing code, like you already know C#, mostly if you're running away from Unity, Godot's got your back because it's basically Unity Lite. It's got some of the features of Unity, but not all of them. Maybe one day it will, but it doesn't got it yet. It has people's hopes and dreams. So after testing that, I was unimpressed. And Unity was also equally unimpressive, but I did do their Lego demo, which was the Lego tutorial. That was fun. I enjoyed playing with the Lego, so I'll give them that much credit for having the Lego tutorial. That's actually what got me to try it because it was Legos. But then this one comes along, and I'm just like, I can do what with what, and it just lets me do everything, and I don't have to. It just does so much work for me. They just were throwing free things at me. I'm like, the games I could produce with this just far exceed anything I could even come close to produce on the other engine. And you just, yeah. And it gets I thought it was going to be this incredibly hard engine to use, but it just gets a weird rap because people just think it's super tough to use, and in reality, it's easier than Unity or Godot by a lot. Now, there'll be people who are already like well used to using an engine. And if you've already used an engine a lot, then well, congratulations, you're not the person we're talking about here. But if someone who's actually just getting into using an engine, it's way easier to get into this one. That's really what sent me to it. It just turned out to be like, if you already, I already was able to code JavaScript. I already know it, but why do JavaScript when that's the option? Oh yeah, well, it's a squeaky toy. I decided to switch out the sucker for a giant squeaky toy because, well, giant squeaky mallet. Because the sucker was okay, but this is kind of boring. I mean, it wasn't that, it didn't seem very much like the Fool. It was mostly just a giant sucker, which, I mean, was funny. But now that this is a giant squeaky toy that makes pow noises and things like, weird words in the sky and everything like that, like, it's just bizarre. It's feeling more like a weapon for the Fool. I could have made it strength. That's true. Yeah, I mean, the engine has just impressed me. And I think that what I'm working on here, it should, impress people who, realize that I haven't really been using the engine incredibly long. I guess that's wrong. I actually tried it some years back, but then had a bunch of health problems and had to stop doing all game devs for like 2 years. So yeah, sometimes I just have these weird ideas of things I need to do, and I just do them. Okay, I did this in a way that I'm just going to go ahead and say was dumb. This should just be 2 seconds here. This should be 2 seconds here. And because it's a timeline, it's going to do that. So there's no need to have this extra delay where it just sits there. Right? Because why? 1 second. Little heater thingy was going wild there. I'm just like dying over here from the heat. I'm just like, nah, man, nah, this ain't it. Ain't it. Maybe I change the color. You bonk and stuff. I need I could shake the camera when it hits things too. Okay, so we can use the plastic glossy edit. Yes, I don't know. Actually, I could just do this. I gotta give her like a little jester hat too. I decided Tinka's gonna give this weapon out, so. Okay, that's just too long. It's only funny if it's like for a brief second. Like it really needs to be a shorter time frame. It's just too long. Like it should be gone in relatively short order. Also, is there a random rotation? Don't roll it, just random rotate this here. Actually, you know, it might look even better. Oh, this is on the bonk. Oh, never mind. This is fine. No, I know it's not. Go ahead and spawn that here, but what I'm going to do, I'm just going to set relative transform. All right, because I now have literally all 3 of them, so there's just no reason not to do it this way. You know, I wish I could just, wish I can. There you go. Aren't we just cool? Yes. Random rotator. And what the hey, random rotator. Let's watch the fun. Don't know what it'll do. I can also do random size and range too. That's not a bad either. Honestly, 200 might be too much. I only got to go up a little. I didn't realize how much 200 really was. It's really hard to keep perspective on things without me seeing it in the world. That makes such a big difference. Go ahead and bonk things. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, that random rotator is not a good plan. Oh, doggy. That's... let me look at this here. Like, when we rotate this, Let me add some text so I can see what we're talking about here. So when rotating this thing, it's already at an odd angle. I guess by that standard, I'd probably just want to do this. And then let's center it first off. I don't want to change that one. I just want to change the random on this, right? Yeah, it'd just be a random one of those. Like I say, I gotta see things visually to truly get it, you know? Otherwise it's like, Alright, so do 3 here. Oops, wrong one. And put this over here. Let's split the rotation. I just want to random float in range. Actually, let me look at this. I think it's not going to be that much I want to do it. Like, it's just a small amount. So, probably minus 45 plus 45 would be about all I'm going to look to do. I could see that. Yes. Oh, mess my hair up. I'll do that. Mess with my hair for no reason. All right, so minus 45 and 45. Don't change the others. That's annoying. I want the text to look at the player. And I'm pretty certain it's the last one I want to do, right? Just leave text here so I can figure this out here. But yeah, I want to rotate. Yeah, I want to rotate this one here to face the player. I don't care about the others. I always do that. And that's like the default for some reason. So find the look at rotation. I do not need these. I do not care. Hit actor location. Split this. That should give me having it look directly at the player. We're just rotating on that axis. And then the roll thing, so it's just at a, you know, changes the angle it's flopped at. This guy's. That's right, we got it in pointless effects. Also gotta fix the battle music on this thing. Seems to always have the same rotation. That's if I do it this way. Why I'll only like make it flop all funny to the sides? I don't want that. Hmm. What if I just do them all? I'm curious here. Maybe I'm just doing something dumb. Hey, Bam Bam. I'm working on making the Fool silly. I'm wondering why the music's not working too, for that matter. Could be, but doesn't appear to be. All right, because I don't hear any music. Music's being dumb. Yeah, I switched out the Fool for a giant squeaky toy. And it's supposed to leave, you know, messages when it hits things. Squeak. I'm making it so that there's better feel to the combat. Such as slight pauses and things. Unfortunately, for whatever reason, I think I know what the reason is, right? The words aren't always facing Poppet. I don't like that. I think it's just that it's like backwards, essentially. Like, and you do it like this because it spawns the other way. Try this actually. Why is there no music playing? Makes no sense. Like, if I start over here, there's music, right? Is it just because there's a... Yeah, like, what in the world? I guess it's just not loading the character here that has all the music. Oh, why in the world is it always backwards? Yeah, look, it's like perpetually backwards no matter what I do. I think it's just not loading that. I don't think it's Poppet's code's fault. I think it's just that it's, for some reason, not loading all creator characters' purposes just to make things appear. Not including the HLoad. Include component in the HLoad. No. Nothing in the HLoad, please. Thank you. Rebuild the HLoad. I should just build all levels and get over with. There. You gotta do it every once in a while anyway. Otherwise, you'll have phantom stuff. Yeah. I'm trying to make that a thing. I'm gonna give her a jester's hat. I'm gonna hand out this place in the in this place. So I'll probably have a little battle arena where you get the Fool at. Because, you know, I mean, as I was saying earlier to people, though Tinka does not represent the Fool in the tarot, because every character in the game represents someone in the tarot, she looks most like the character that would give out the Fool, so I was going to give out the star here. But, yeah. Yeah, I don't care about them. I literally put those there so I could just see a little better. I cannot wait until I get the new version of UE so I can swap out these crappy emissive lights. Everything is going to look 1,000 times better. Oh, beautiful. So we're trying to figure out why this thing is rotating weird. I'm basically getting the opposite of what I want. I closed the Poppet Quest. I'm silly. Did you close the... I guess I closed the thingy. Oh, I don't know. I guess I'll reopen it. Weird. Yeah, there's I saw a video when they were talking about the various things to improve how combat worked and everything like that. It just as far as making it look better and sound better and feel better. So I was adding in a whole bunch of things to make it feel better. And along the way, I was like, I'm just gonna make things that are funny too. So just add 180 to this number. Does that do what I want? It's weird that this isn't doing what I want it to do. Oh. Actually, wait. I think I understand exactly why it's not. Because I did the transform because I was going to do that. And then, you know, I am stupid. Okay, so I had it right. But what I was failing to understand was that I was setting it to 0 right there, thus causing a problem. I do not need to add 180. I just need to be not stupid. Yeah. I'm going to give a glow up to all the different tarots that are in the demo. And probably some new abilities for him. We'll see. I'm thinking of tying dodge to the Fool. Much better. That one was backwards. It even squishes a bit when it hits, and then it goes back to normal. Music's fixed. I have to test the time dilation to see how much I want it to be, because it is slowing down time intentionally to show things off. So that's a thing. I also need to make it so that phases in and out. I also got to remove the cards from it and add the new Fool card to it, because I have a new version of the Fool. So that's a thing. What's your problem? Fine. This is one of the things where Yui's being dumb, where it's like, it wants a thing to check to see if it's valid, because for some reason it's not valid every once in a while. And instead of just going, well, I can report that it's not valid, it just goes, oh, you need to tell me it's not valid. Okay. I mean, you literally just ran the test yourself. I understand. But, whatever. Sometimes Yui does dumb. You get used to it. Yes. I'm gonna do this over here. I don't like the long cord. The long cord makes me unhappy. Got a bass? I mean, I can make it, I can make the speaking noise like, oops. What's going on here? Really? I mean, I can make the squeaky noise deeper. Do that. I mean, because you're just hitting him with a squeaky toy. But it's not going to make much of a thud because, well, it's a squeaky toy. But we can modulate it much lower. I could do that. I don't know if I like that better, though. And also adjust the volume, too. I don't know. I'm sure I like those ones better. Because it's only funny when it makes a squeaky noise, but if it's like a deep squeaky noise, it's kind of weird. Part of the problem is also that at that point, it's going to be a cacophony of noise, right? Because I don't think you're going to hear the smack particularly over the loud squeaky noise. But even if you do, it's going to be like a squeaky noise and a thump at the same time. Which I don't know if that would even sound good because it would just be two noises on top of each other. I mean, I can always try it, but huh. I could play a sound at location on this. I always test it out. I mean, maybe it will come out better. I don't know. I'm always winging it. Who knows? So we might as well see what happens. Worst comes to worst, I can always remove it. Worst comes to best, it was a good idea, and I just run with it. Oh, that's right, everything's on the parent anyway. I mean, technically, I could put the squeaky toy noise on this. When does extra stuff happen? Like right before the damage, so that could actually work out for timing. So let's say I take the squeaky toy noise here. And instead put it on the bonk. The active location. And then I could just do a hit. I think there's actually a default hit noise I can use too, so I don't even have to get crazy. I can just use the normie stuff. Yeah, I can't impact there, so I can just revert that one. This was the default noise anyway. Perfect. Let's just see if it makes too much noise. Yeah, we'll see. You have to have enough time for things to hear things, so like Why is hit sound unchangeable now? Oh, it's some dumb crap and not like the logical thing. Nice. Yeah. Don't use whatever the hell that is. I don't even know. It's some bizarre thing. There'll just be sound cues for everything. We're waiting. We're waiting. It's taking a while. We got this. I believe. I believe if you believe. Okay, you see this part where I want to just grab the sound and put it in here from here? Thank you. Forget that. Then over here I can just use the same hit sound because I don't really want to get crazy here. Okay. And an impact. Left the thingy out, but it should be fine. How about a different one there? Can I use a different one? Why can I not put a sound onto you? Are you garbage? You seem garbage to me. I think I can change this one. Oh, I can't. Wait, I don't want an object reference, do I? No. What kind of thing is this then? Just audio component. Yeah, that's weird. What's a variable? What is it called? A sound base instead. But with a sound base, I can't drag anything onto it. Versus a sound cue, which lets me do whatever I want. I think. Also, this is purple, which means it's actually no, it's like an object reference to me. Why in the world aren't you letting me do that? Makes no sense. I mean, I spawn sounds everywhere else just fine. In fact, it let me change the squeaky toy noise with no problems. That was kind of the point. Like, I was able to just change it right here, and it was perfectly fine. And yet, it is not doing that. Yeah, that goes in there just fine. It just doesn't like those particular sounds. That's awkward. Must be something wrong with those sounds. I don't know. Well, I have a slap noise. I have a lot of slap noises apparently. Drag over here. I mean, I could do a slap noise. Actually, that didn't sound so bad. All right, so we do this, and then the bonk plays the squeaky noise. Yeah, we'll give it a shot. I just don't know why I was having problems with it, but I think it's just the issues with those particular sound things, because all my logic was perfect. I'm like, oh, wait a minute, what am I missing? Oh, it doesn't sound too bad. It's slightly louder. Actually, it'll be a lot louder. That candle over there. No problems with it. Issues much. Modulated a lot. It's true. Oh, actually, let's modulate at lower pitch, I think. Oh, not point. That'd make it a squeaky toy too. That was the thing the guy suggested in the video, is that you modulate the sounds so that they sound different even though you're playing the same noise over and over. It's not like they're going to compare it, you know, that they're going, maybe this sounds slightly, it sounds enough different. I like it. It was a good idea. Thanks, Bam Bam. I would not have thought to do this. I was afraid it'd be too much noise, but you know what? I like it. What I can also do, I guess when does the squeaky noise play? Well, because I can make it slightly after. Oh, wait, no, that's the bonk. Like I could have it play it on, instead of on the bonk, I could have it play here. So all this extra hit stuff, just because that's what the thing is. How long is this? It's 25 seconds. This might be okay. Let's say I do the spawn thingy there instead. Spawn sound on that. I'm also going to adjust the text in a second to be glowy from both directions. Yeah. So on finish, we'll do that. Because, you know, it has to hit and then depress in order to make the squeaky noise, right? That would work. Then I'm going to do the text here real fast because I want to do this, and then I want to get the back of it too. Because sometimes you swing and you hit the back. And I think I'm going to do the black plastic on the sides of it. We'll see. Could be good. Might be terrible. Who knows? Gotta get my glow up going for this. Wait, that was too slow. It's funnier when it hits. Right now it's just kind of boring. Well, it wouldn't be any faster than spawning the bonk at that point. And I don't want to delay because of that. I want to have this going. I could have a sequence, but that doesn't really do anything different than this. I think it would probably run these, but then it would start to run this and then immediately go to the next thing of the sequence and this run it. So it might delay it for a brief moment. I guess I could do this. I could put a sequence. Hit spell. Actually, I have American public education, old US education, so being able to spell is not actually something that I can do because, you've seen our education system here. Yeah, I'm just saying. 0 out of 10. Right now. Delay. Not distractor. Yeah. Whenever I do anything dumb, I get to plead, public education here, and nobody can ever really say anything different. They're just like, well, okay, that's fair. Nah, I hate this. It takes too long. It doesn't seem any better. Like, it just seems like it's too slow. Like, it needs to be almost immediate. Because otherwise, it's just like, I don't know. It just seems weird. I think I like it better on the bonk. It could be on the extra stuff as well, but the thing is well, actually, technically the bonk is tied to that, so I don't even know if that's true. Oh, well, yeah. I remember, like, high school, and God, it's been, like, over 20 years since I've been in high school. And, they told me, it's like, you graduate no matter what. You can't fail. They'll automatically pass you. That was 20 years ago. Well, more than 20 years ago. And it supposedly got worse. That's even possible. I was like, wow, you guys just don't care. Like, I don't even have to show up. I just get a diploma. Actually, yeah, I just get a diploma. It's like, cool. Why are we here again? Oh, you're getting paid per person who's here all day. Okay. Okay. That makes sense. It was basically just glorified babysitting. They had this horrible no child left behind policy. No matter how stupid they were, everyone else had to dumb themselves down to the lowest common denominator, and trust me when I say the lowest common denominator was pretty low. It's like, okay, well... I mean, don't get me wrong, I went to community college, and the lowest common denominator for my programming class, and the reason I actually decided not to become a programmer, like... Oh yeah, pretty much, yeah. But, yeah, when I went to like community college, I ended up dropping out of it and doing other things because I made a successful business anyway, but I was going to be a computer science major. That was my plan, right? So I go and I decided to, I went there when I was in high school because I got one of the little gifted programs so I could go there and they were paying the bills. I was like, okay, this is cool. So my first year, I'm like, oh, well, this is the thing I'm going to get. I'm going to take, C++ and Visual Basic. Okay, so let's talk about the C++ teacher. I don't know what that man was going through, but I do know this. He was always drunk. and he didn't even remember to show up to class most of the time. So we would just sit there until the time when the class would be, like, after 20 minutes, you're just allowed to leave because the teacher's not showing. And by the end of it, I think we hit the 3rd chapter in the book. Nobody learned a damn thing. The guy got fired next year, by the way. I'm just like, cool, what a great guy. So I wasn't very impressed. And then the Visual Basic teacher, the same year as this, we had a guy who was retarded. And not retarded in like a developmentally disabled, he was just an idiot. He would ask questions perpetually, all the time. And rather letting the teacher, you know, tell the teacher's like, you should go get tutoring, she would just answer it. But the problem is he just kept asking questions on the 1st chapter. So by the end of the semester, we took our final on the 1st chapter of the book. I even asked teachers, like, it's like, you know, what can we do? You know, like, he's clearly too stupid for this. I did not say it like that, but that's what I was thinking. That's what the whole class was thinking. And I mean, I was a high school kid at the time, and I mean, I was just like, wow, this. So, unsurprisingly, I was now unimpressed with computer science after having dealt with that for a semester. I was like, okay, maybe this is the wrong thing for me. Yeah. I mean, this one was trying to be too helpful when he should have told the guy, listen, you need to go get tutoring. And the other one was drunk. I'm assuming he went through a divorce or something. I have no idea. But man, it was just like, this is what we have here, huh? And the helpful guy was actually the head of the department too. So who was I going to complain to in that department? Him? Huh? Probably not. The dean, I guess, but. Actually, I was young. I was like 17, so I didn't really have, I think, the confidence to go to the dean and, you know, rat out my teacher or something at the point. Now I would. Now I'm like ornery. Old and ornery. It's Brett. All right. Okay. I don't hate this, but I need to do some changes here. Hmm. Um. Oh. Yeah, like, you know, I was just saying, like, who was I going to complain to about that instructor? Because the one who was really helpful was actually the head of the department. So, but I was like 17 at the time. I didn't have a lot of confidence in these things like that. I mean, I was just, you know, a high school kid. It was part of a program there, and I was kind of worried I could just get kicked out of the program by, you know, getting a bad grade because I made too many waves, right? So I was just like, oh, okay, whatever. So if it had been me now, I'm so ornery, I would have been like on his face about it. But like, nah, I ain't taking a crap, but would have been a different place had I had, you know, those two computer science instructors not suck. But I mean, I made a successful business anyway, doing websites at the time, so yeah. I just ended up dropping because I was like, okay, well, I don't need to go here. I'm already making money. What am I coming here for? High quality education? Clearly not. Clearly not. So I was like, yeah, whatever. I'm good. It was pretty funny. Infinity Blade weapons, right? That's what it was. That's where the sucker was from. Yep. They had some funny, silly weapons. I'm not gonna lie. The bubble one's still from there, though. I was just gonna copy code. I'm being lazy. I need this stuff. I gotta add it to the Fool stuff. Hey, Secure, how's it going? Weird tech jobs now. They want grads on a resume with 5 years, but everyone knows useless degree unless you really need the third advanced field. Yep. Pretty much, yeah. It's a weird world. Has it been a long time as Secure? I don't recall the name, so it has been quite a bit, I think. Like, quite a while. Unless you changed your name. So many people like going, oh, you don't remember me? It's like, you changed your name. No, not that name. But if it was the same name, then I apologize for having a terrible memory. We're just talking about my terrible memory. Other things. Yes, yes. But she's cute. Then my memory is amazing. Hmm. Yes. I was about to change the materials on this. That's what I was going to do. I need a moment to remind myself that the plan was this. I need to copy this again. Not really fast, actually. It was the IRA Uber base material. Uber base material. It's not just a base material, it's the Uber base material. A fool. I gotta copy this because it's in the plugin thing, so if I ever update the plugin, it'll wipe it out. So custom base materials. Migrated up to here so I don't have to do this. Cool. Technically, it'll just be under the tarot stuff for that matter too. Wait a second. I already have these. Or am I just a goofball? I already had it. Ooh. Of course I did. I used it for the other weapon. Stupid. So stupid. I didn't graduate. Like I said, I dropped. I was already making money. I had already started a business, and the whole point of going to college was to make money. I was like, okay, well, if I already have a thing that's making me money, why am I still here? Like I said, I was unimpressed with the education I was getting because they weren't giving me any useful skills and they were just charging me money. And it's like, well, why am I here? What is the point of this? You know, I mean, if I hadn't already started a successful business, I would have been like, I guess I might as well. But at the time, the business was already making a few $1,000s a month, and I had like this was like, like 25 or 20 years ago, so it was quite a long time ago. I was already doing good. I was like, I'm already making this, man. Why am I here? And yeah, so I just dropped that. And I would say in hindsight, I wish I'd stayed in, but here's the actual reality of it. It was this 24 years ago, correct? Because it was around the turn of the millennia, right? I feel old. Just didn't look it. So I would have walked out there into, if I did computer science, I'd have probably got out in, we'll say 4 years, we'll be generous, and say 4 years for certain, though I had to go to community college first, so the actual timeline would have probably been 5. And because it doesn't quite cross over very well, it was a mess. I would have had 3 years before the '08 crash, the tech crash. So I actually know a woman who had a computer science degree, and she came out right in the '08 tech crash. And by the time that they were hiring for jobs again, all the knowledge she had was irrelevant. Like, she walked right on into it. It's like, yeah. And she decided to walk dogs after that. To be honest, probably happier, probably healthier. It would have been bad timing pretty quickly. Like, I would have had a few years before it crashed, but at that point, you couldn't get a job as a programmer. Kind of like now, where it's getting harder and harder, but it was way worse then. Yeah, exactly. It was rough. Thankfully, I did well during the '08 crash anyway, but I also wasn't a computer science person, so that probably helped. I'd have been screwed if I'd been one, though. I'd have quickly ended up, having a huge mountain of college debt because I'm not sure it would have been paid off by that point. I'd had a few years to do it, so maybe it would have. I don't know. I was a young guy, so I might have been dumb with my money too. So let's assume that I'm not the smartest person in the room, and I probably was dumb with my money, or at least maybe not incredibly smart with it. I probably hadn't paid it off, and then I'd had a huge amount of debt and the '08 crash. So that's what I'm thinking would have happened. So it was kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't. I mean, I couldn't have known that at the time. Obviously, it's like not how it works, but that's one thing I'm going, come to think of it, I'd have walked right on into that. It'd have been funny. Like funny, haha. Would not have been funny. It would have been really terrible. It would have been like the worst. Basically the worst. So this whole thing's the base material, right? That should be all I need to do. Let me double check. I think that's left. Yep. Brutal times. Okay, it does phase in. Doesn't really phase in very well, does it? Oh, I see why. That's because I had to put a block in the center of it because of the because of a graphical glitch. Yeah. Check out this weird graphical glitch that's bizarre here and why I have this thing here. I guess I can't do that with it visible. But yeah, without this block here in the center, look what happens. There's this inner ring that sticks through. But if the block is here, the inner ring does not stick through. In Daz, where I snagged the weapon from, the inner ring does not stick through. It's just this. Isn't that fun? Sucks. 0 out of 10. It sucks. Jeez. So it's actually event begin play. Dang. Weapon appear. There you go. So for weapon appear, we will double set like a snake set. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, life's been a wild ride. And then I can actually just do visibility on the tarot cards too. Yeah, it's so bizarre. So I found a ghetto solution and good enough for me. Yeah, about that. Why is this strapped to those and not to this? That's weird. Also, I need to make these tarot cards, I need to replace them. With the new one. I made a new artwork for the tarot card. I will showcase my neat stuff. That. Poppets. Me. Could have put them all together, but I did not. This is the image I made for the tarot card. So she can bonk things. I'm gonna give her a hat. I thought about giving her crazy eyes, but she mostly just came out looking like someone had hit her in the head a few too many times. And I was like, okay, well. But I kind of want to almost, in a way, magical girl these things, but not quite magical girl, because having a completely different outfit is it's a lot of work. And Mostly the collisions are just so wrong with these new outfits. I had some ideas on how to pull it off, but that's like a way later option, maybe. Oh yeah, I used to use this. I don't bother with Photoshop. This does everything I need it to do. I mean, I don't do a lot of incredibly complicated editing with these things. I don't have to. So these are made in DAZ anyway. But yeah, I pretty much only use software that I paid for, have the rights to use for, especially now that I'm in business, you know, to try to eventually release a game. I'm very careful to have the rights to use things, even though I haven't released this game yet. So I don't know, it could be like only up where I just use some stuff that's like totally copyrighted, make $1 million, and just go, oh, my bad, and just take it out and replace it with something else. Didn't seem to mess them up at all. I was like, huh, well, isn't that nice for you? I see. Oh, this shouldn't be visible to start with. Yeah, I have a whole bunch of art sitting in the Discord. I think I posted it for someone. Second. Off there. I showcased off a bunch of the characters because most people really never see Poppet because you only see the back of her. Yeah. Well, most of the time I just use free stuff because I don't need the other stuff. Like they're like, okay, well, why are you using, you know, Xing? And I was like, well, I mean, is the other one that much better? Maybe, but it's probably only better for those people who are like actually really skilled with stuff. But for most of the time, I'm never even going to achieve a level of like extreme skill with anything. It's always going to be kind of like me just kind of doing a little bit of stuff with it, whatever's necessary to do like the basic things, and then that's it. Um, like I use OpenShot Video Editor, and it gets the job done. I don't do a lot of editing of videos, to be completely honest, because well, I usually stream and work on my game. I don't ever bother with the other stuff, but I should. I'm really terrible about that. I need to actually you know, advertise stuff. Like streaming has been an amazing boon for that because before that I never really, I'd occasionally post something to like, you know, X or something, but it wasn't really yeah, it wasn't really doing a whole lot. And I had videos of some previous projects, but they were mostly just gameplay, like without, they weren't like designed to be a video so much as they just record a gameplay. All my videos on my YouTube were basically just complete trash. Just old crap. I need to basically hide all that crap. I'll keep it, you know, to laugh at later, but I need to um just hide it all and start putting, you know, videos that are serious stuff and not crap. Need to record some videos too, don't I? Yeah. I guess I could chop up streams. That takes a bunch of time though. Yeah. Yeah, anyway, and yeah, well, I mean, there's also this thing called budget, right? That's also what drew me into, you know, Unreal Engine is because it helps shrink your budget. You don't need to use anywhere near as much, and it's, you know, free to use. So, you know, unless you make over $1 million in a year, at which point they take 5%. But if you put it on the Unreal Market now, actually starting 25, if you put it on the Unreal Market at the same time as Steam or before, it only costs, they take 3.5% if it's over 100. Plus they take I think they actually don't even take a cut when you sell it on there if you made it in Unreal Engine. It's really good. Like, versus, you know, Unity charging for stuff. Oh, there's an ad break going. I'm gonna get some water then during the ad break. We're back. Every time really, I was able to get some, you know, yeah, get some water. I moved my stuff to the dryer because you know, I want dry clothing for tomorrow. Yeah. Good old Twitch, you know, they're like, everyone's saying Twitch adpocalypse. Well, they sure run a lot of them for there being an adpocalypse. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, I have it set on the minimum to avoid the pre-roll ads. I was like, pre-roll ads are awful. Nobody wants that, but I hate those. But at the same time, it seems like it runs more. They say they only run 5 minutes an hour. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. But, you know. Any money from the ads really just goes to help improve the game anyway. Thanks for the follow, Lear Max. And that's, you know, subsidizing my game budget sounds amazing. I would not want to subsidize my game budget. Even cooler stuff. I heard this really cool Wonderland soundtrack. I don't want to play it on stream because if I do, the YouTube stream might get copyrighted. I need to get in contact with the lady because it sounds so awesome. I'm actually considering for the later areas of the warehouse, or I guess technically it's a toy store, of theming it more like Wonderland, because in reality, the second area with all the giant mushrooms is already like halfway to being Wonderland as is. And I have chess things too, which, you know, I just watched the more recent Johnny Depp Through the Looking Glass movie, because there was Alice Through the Looking Glass, and I guess I had never seen that one. And that uses chess in it too. I guess Through the Looking Glass was known for chess, and here I am putting chess stuff in there. So I'm actually surprisingly close to Alice in Wonderland anyway. You know? I was like, maybe I lean a little harder into that. I mean, it's not going to be totally like it, but I mean, I was like, why make a safari area when I could just make a Wonderland area, which I think will fit way better anyway. Especially when I have more assets for a Wonderland thing than I do for a safari thing. Plus, I already have all kinds of characters that could fit in a Wonderland. I mean, not these guys, obviously. Honestly, these look like more like last area kind of enemies. I thought about it. I might be building the game backwards without realizing it. Because the I mean, the fight where you fight against Voodoo looks more like a final fight than the first real boss, or the first major boss, I should say. I'm gonna have to lean pretty hard into it, but I mean, originally the plan was to start at the top in the Toy Maker's Workshop where you've just been made, and that's an area where they don't allow the people. It's just his stuff, you know. He doesn't allow anyone else up there, or the employees can't get there either. So that's why it's all weird and full of these, you know, like weird voodoo doll things and stuff like that. But then farther down, it's just toy stores and things like that. So it would be more things you'd find there. And somehow those are supposed to be tougher than these weird, you know, monstrosity-looking things. Seems strange. And then the basement was going to have, like, the broken toys, so that area is going to go back to being more corrupted. And then the secret sub-basement was going to be just, like, pure corruption, but we haven't... We'll see how that one pans out. I'm just like, well, we're going to start out evil and then go to pretty normal and then go evil again? Is that what we're doing? Guess so. But I mean, this room definitely looks more like a final fight area than a lot of rooms. I'm just like, this looks like a brutal battle waiting to happen. Also lag-tastic. It's not that laggy when I'm not streaming, but it is laggy when streaming. So true. Actually, we can check. Got a bunch of stuff open, so we will see about that, but... Yes. 180 followers. A little over 2 weeks ago, I was happy to get to 50. Yeah, it's somewhat laggy. It's pretty laggy. I can do a little bit to help out, but not much. A lot of it just comes down to the strength of my computer while streaming, and this room is too hard on it. I'm going to probably need to do some optimization here. Actually, one of the things I can do, I'm going to grab all the Tilly stuff. I'm going to drag her to a different map entirely. Can I get the whole folder? Sure can. And then I run her over to the painting world. I'm not going to save. I'm going to drop it over in this map and then go back just so I don't lose her, just in case something happens. This is my buildy map. I made my Annie zones. Yes. Did you actually paste? We pasted? Did you not paste Tilly? Okay, so I can't do that. I need to make things on this level and then save them as blueprints. I wonder if I added everything to the H load. That's another thing I can do to help improve things a bit. I can't wait for 5.5. I'm just one plugin off. I can live without the other plugins, but I do need some specific ones there. What I can do is put Tilly somewhere else. I just add everything to the H load too. Is everything in the H load? Let's just check and see if everything's in the H load. Select all children. They are. Actually, one thing I can do, oh, I know. I can do this. This will reduce the thing by a huge amount. Oh, I didn't change the collectible tarot card for here. That's fine. I don't care. This one too needs to be changed. Which one were you? Plus the Emperor? Sure. I don't know what I had to do to make them work. Get them the way they're supposed to be. One should have one. Here. It has to be 0.2. Not really what I want. Do that. Anyway, nope. That. This should improve the speed some. I forgot how high I had that set, but the reality is it doesn't need to be set that high. If anything, it could probably be set at 3200. But looking around outside is actually incredibly heavy. Hey, Setai, how's it going? Just in time for me to bonk things. Much bonk. Much wow. Bonk is real. Now the FPS is still pretty bad in here. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do something about this. Those things are huge. No. Yeah. Maybe the lights too. Let me remove these lights. I like them, but at the same time, I'm starting to think that maybe. Well, right now there's this experiment going on with the not that. This experiment going on here, trying to get this to work. The pentagram. Yep, huge hammer. Makes squeaky noises, compresses. It's pretty funny. I guess the candles have a light on them now. How much am I going to go out of my way to try to improve this versus not? I kind of like how they look. I almost don't want to waste my time improving it right now because I know for a fact that I'm going to have to do some changes later anyway. Ooh. Stuff is very heavy. I'm gonna have to find something else like that because there's just so much going on with these. I wonder if all this is even in the H load. Let's check. No, it certainly is. I think I put it all in there. So all I can really do is improve it by doing the distance thingy, and that's about it. Yep, huge hammer is huge. I've been bonking things with it. The other. It makes the squeakies. Yeah, my computer's just not that powerful. Okay, well, that load distance is unacceptable. I'm loading all the walls in. Well, actually, one of the things I need to do, it's going to be really boring, but one of the biggest problems and why the map runs so badly are these things. The 63 brushes, the geometry brushes, which are incredibly heavy. They're designed to mix together to make shapes and stuff. And as long as all those are on the thing, my FPS drops by like a disgusting amount. I need to fix those. That might be something I do sooner rather than later. My God, you're gonna run another ad break in like a minute? Jesus, Twitch. I thought we were on an ad apocalypse. I didn't think the apocalypse was you were gonna run ads like it was the apocalypse. I'm like, Jesus. Yeah, I'm doing game feel things, so such as, you know, pausing time a bit when things hit so you can actually see the stuff going. I want to make it launch them too because I want the hammer to just start punting people. Because it's funny. Yep. Well, I mean, it's the fool, right? So, shouldn't the fool be funny? Yeah, exactly. I was like, you know, the fool is not that funny yet. It could be way funnier than it is. They do kind of slide around a bit. I think it's because they're getting knocked, but they're not getting launched. I need to figure out why it's not launching them. On Des for not using LEDs? I mean, you could. I got them in the 8s load at the moment. Yeah, definitely. I gotta get rid of these geometry brushes. This map is so hard to play around on because of this. All these brushes are just that heavy. The poor computer does not love me. Really ad break. Alright, well. Let's take a pie break real fast then. I'll be back in like a minute or something then since it's an ad break. Sorry to the YouTube people, but right back. Alright. Oh yeah, they're terrible for like that. So much lag comes from these things because they're huge. So I need to actually go through at some point and fix that, but I got excited about the hammer and making it do cool things. So that's what I'm doing. And pretty much the launching is definitely a thing this hammer needs to do. It's gonna be hilarious. Hilarious indeed. Yeah. Yeah, I need to like so many of these walls are just, geometry brushes, not that one, but actually some of them aren't, but there are quite a few of them. I mean, there's 63 of them, so I guess I could just start, typing them in, just going to the 9 million brushes everywhere on this thing, because they're just everywhere. They're just all over the place. Whole floors are big old huge ones there, so they're really heavy. They're probably dropping the game by about 15 to 20 FPS all by themselves. But also working on other stuff because I thought it was so cool. I don't get why it's launching him funny. It's kind of hitting him along the ground a bit, but it should have been launching him way better than that. And yeah, it's not. So let me open the stuff to find it. I want that. I'm gonna want this. I hide the chat. Foolishly enlarging things to take up too much space. That might be something I end up doing, getting a better graphics card someday if I really make enough money off stream to make that a thing. I don't know, it does okay most of the time, though the optimization is so bad when it comes to all that stuff. I also need to enable nanite and a bunch of crap too that I haven't done yet. like all of it. Actually, I've enabled it on some stuff, but I definitely need to go through and make certain it's enabled on everything in the project. That would also help. Yeah, so supposed to launch the character. Yeah, I won't override it. We'll see what happens. I have a 3060 Ti and a 6700 XT. And between the two of them, they're running it. So, I mean, like, one of them kind of runs Unreal Engine. The other one pretty much does the streaming stuff because streaming is heavy. Plus, I have like 9 million browsers open, things like that. I mean, I got so much stuff going on. It's a thing. So, you know. But when I'm not streaming, I mean, I got like 40 FPS in the game anyway, so it's like, that's 45. Which, don't get me wrong, isn't great, but the game's also not packaged to it's running the editor as well. So it's not like it's a free roll, you know? What is it even telling them? Let's make sure it's even reaching this point before we get too crazy. Go bonk something upside the head. Yeah, maybe I'll do some optimization today. How did I end up here? Oh, I'm over here because of that. Yeah, I got so much I need to go through and optimize. I've done a bunch of optimization, but it's gonna be a bit. But it's not really worth doing too much optimization while you're still building the game because you're gonna have to change things anyway. It is in fact not even sending the information. All right, well, that's good to know. That explains why they're not flying. Well, I'm gonna put a second one here to just say launch character. And tap this way. So this way, when we do reach that point, we'll know that's what's happening and the number that's going there. But seeing as how it's actually, I'm going to make it a different color. I get tired of looking at that blue, so that's a ugly color too. Well, yellow. And then go to the weapon. Also, I need to open up the Fool, don't I? Yeah, I got both my graphics cards during the whole COVID thing, so it was kind of a whatever I could get. And I didn't realize the AMD cards sucked for using DAS. So in hindsight, I wish I'd, dropped the additional money. But I mean, the difference was like an extra $400 for a comparable NVIDIA card. It wasn't until later I got the 3060. And I mean, I got when, I think around last year, the Epic gave me the full Tomb Raider remake trilogy with all the, DLCs and everything. So I was like, well, I played through the third one because I never played through it. And it was sitting at 120 FPS the whole game. Because my graphics card was powerful. The 6700 XT was powerful enough to run that at 120 FPS. Which, I mean, it's not like the newest game in the world, but it's not like it's a terrible graphics card. It's got 12 gigs of RAM. The TI has 8 gigs of RAM. So between the two of them, I have 20 gigs of VRAM to play with. But it's got stuff, but just didn't anticipate quite the strain that streaming would put on it. Maybe I'm weird. I don't know. For thinking that. So I think, well, I see. Check if it should launch, right? It should launch target, and it should. That's fair. I didn't know about it either until after the fact. I'm like, oh. Which is why you don't see me using DAS on stream, because the NVIDIA card is the one handling the NVIDIA codec to do the streaming, because the AMD codec for streaming is complete garbage. Just causes all kinds of screen tearing, and it's just complete trash. It's fine if you're just going to type out code, but it's horrible if there's action. But because of that, that card is handling, you know, the streaming. So if I launch up DAS and do something stupid like load up the iRay, it'll just crash the stream because it'll run out of VRAM. So this is why I don't use DAS in there, and then live without it. Do it off stream. Otherwise, I would design the various cards on stream. So basically, what happened is as soon as I get the money to, well, if I get the money to do something, it's probably to invest in the game. But assuming I have like extra money, I would get another NVIDIA card. You know, because to replace the crappy one, or maybe I just get a, you know, a super NVIDIA card for the whole thing. You know, like you go either way. Anyway, where does it launch at? I mean, the hit actor, of course, has BPI combat. So let's do here. Launch. I capitalized two things of it. Whatever. I'm a terrible person. Hate me or don't. Whatever. It's fine. Hate is Ryu. So if it achieves that, that's fine. I also want to see what the hit actor says. Apparently, maybe it's just not sending the correct hit actor. Right? Because we're looking at launch target, right? There's a regular launch, but yeah, it should be the hit actor does that. Or whatever. Yeah, well, I mean, they're not too bad now by comparison to what they were, but during the freaking, you know, COVID times where it was just like, I think the 3060 was like $1,000 or something stupid. It was so expensive. Oh my god. Now that same card is like 360 bucks or something. Yeah, it's dumb. Where's the text? Okay. Said should load the target way down here, right? So just to check. This should just go nuts as soon as I swing the weapon. So that's let's see. Yeah, AI doesn't really help for the price of graphics cards these days for the better stuff. I mean, it's still like 1,200 bucks or something for like a 4090 or something. That works. It's just not doing should launch the target. Handing the right information? This goes from BPI combat, and it goes from Poppet. So let's look at Poppet. Gotta be something stupid I'm missing again. It's usually the case. Just something incredibly stupid. Usually how it goes. I mean, they all say launch the target. Make an attack says launch the target. Sure. So on swing weapon, it does hands launch the target. I'm just gonna cram information here as fast as possible so this way I can see if I need to if it's doing what it needs to do or not. Where the break is. And once I figure out where the problem is, you know, not handing the right information, we'll go back and change some things here. It just defaults to launching the target now, so my god, it's running another ad break in 40 seconds? What in the world? It's supposed to run like 5 minutes of ads per hour. Like, unless time's just passing really fast. I'm starting to think it's like... This 5 minutes is the default to not have pre-rolls. So, it's becoming false later. We were seeing it was actually just fine up to here, right? Like the green one came out fine. But then here, where are we referencing this thing? Because somewhere it's making some references that I don't like. Like, I think things aren't resolving at the end of it. Because it's just too fast. That's because there's a delay right there, I think. Actually, instead of doing this, let's we can just run this as part of the cleanup. Or even just put a big delay on it, like a second. Because I think it's just setting it all to, you know, nothing beforehand. So this way it's just basically yielding a false because I put a delay in there on the time dilation. It actually did do launch character, I just didn't launch him. So it was the delay problem, but we know it gets the notification here. We're not worried about that. These are fine. Much of the problem is on NPC. And getting the forward vector, multiplying it, was trying to do the lookout rotation there, but maybe I do like just a basic location. Well, impact point makes the most sense because actually, what if I just get the forward vector on that? Actually, what am I doing? Just do this, not do a lookout rotation. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out exactly how to make launch them with the right forward vector, but this is where my geometry and trigonometry skills suck. I just knocked him down, so missing some math here. Um, Maybe I can look up some code real fast. How did I get it working on the other one? Because it worked perfectly on Poppet. And I swear I'm just forgetting this on the launch thing here. I think it's just sending a velocity on this one. It's just launch character, but the couch thingies do it, right? I think these are just a forward vector based on the arrow, if memory serves. Could be wrong though. We're about to find out. Hmm. Yeah, I just get a forward vector on the arrow, so I could just times the whole thing by a modifier. I was trying to send different modifiers, so this way I could actually make it where it was more custom. But what I can do, just as a test, let's override their thingy here. I just want to see it launch the character up. Then we know my everything else works, and it's just my math is terrible. And to be fair, I'm horrible with vector math, so wouldn't surprise me, you know? still not launching them. But I don't think at that point, like, it's reaching the launch character, and this is all it's just simply doing. I guess I could not do Z over it, I suppose, but this should launch without any additional anything. So what I'm thinking is on the damage thingy, maybe I'm stopping movement or something, and that might cause a problem. Pretty much, yeah, quite the curious issue indeed. I mean, as always in these things, there's usually one node that just does something that, you know, I don't quite understand in a way that, you know, just makes it work like that. You're just like, oh, cool, neat. Damage animation, which does just this, just plays an animation, does nothing else. That ain't it. Oh, never mind, that's just doing that thing. It's not even anything interesting. And then character damaged, which might actually also stop him. I think I looked at that and doesn't do anything of the sort. Oh. Could just do basic launch here. But this should also do exactly the same thing. Well, it's not actually running into anything special. It's just literally running directly over from here. I mean, it's running to the print strings, but that shouldn't make a difference. The launching self. And these characters manage to get launched by the couch over and over. Well, it's reaching these points here. It's reaching the launch character and the velocity thing, right? So it's gone through the entire chain of the weapon, everything like that, to get to this point and sent information to it. So that's reaching it there. It's just the launch character itself is... That's what I was checking to see where it breaks. You see it hit launch character. Wait, did he launch? He does. It's a delayed launch. Did you see that? Watch. Yeah, it's delayed. They are being launched. It's just delayed. Thanks for the sub, Zachary Powers, on YouTube. I should qualify I'm talking which thing it's on here. Am I talking to YouTube or Twitch? Yeah. Yeah. This is a question of time. If this timing in general is terrible here. If I wanted to launch then, I really want it to launch significantly earlier. I also don't need this anymore. I get it. Not only this, I need... Yep. I will make this, like, awesome. People will love this weapon by the time I'm done. This needs to happen after the time, before the time dilation. Right? Like, this is where the issue lies, and that it just is too slow. Let's do this, move that out there, move this in here. And then we'll dump this on here, should launch target. If so, do that. Launch the target, and then let's do a thingy like this. I don't like to do it in this order, but you know, whatever. And then if false, we'll do this. We'll just add a thingy to drag it around so it's less obnoxious. Be placed. I wanted it when it killed them to launch them much harder than the other way. And this is what's happening. Let's see if it just launches the way I want it to. Like, it's not going to launch the right direction. It's just going to launch them up, but that'll be one step closer. Because timing is such a big thing in this. Like, you get the illusion of things being right. There you go. Kind of feels like the time dilation's a little much, you know? Like it's there, but it's like too much there. We'll do like a little, it just needs to be enough to kind of give you a scene of what's happening, but not so much that it just takes forever and lags. And yeah, that's right, so time. Yeah, we living it up now. So I mean, the lookout rotation makes sense to get the active location of where it's at, the launch source, and the lookout rotation from the impact point to the launch source. So it'd be looking at the weapon. And then from there, I probably want to reverse the thingy, right? I don't know, we'll run this into here and then we'll go from there. We'll just play the game, you know? Let's do this. Let's see if it works a little better now. Oh yeah, that's like awesome. Like that's something that can't be overstated. Why I like it better than every other engine is node-based coding just lets you, you know, copy, paste, and drag things around and move. It's so much faster than with like typed out code. Hard to hit these things for some reason. Tell if I'm hitting them or not. Doesn't seem like it's doing a very good job. Well, the Z's at a negative too, so that's why it's not going up, because look, if you see the Z's negative on so many of those. I'm going to print screen that. My math is that the Z is negative, so that's silly. Let me try something here. I should actually just negate the Z, right? I don't have to have a special thing for it, and that should, in theory, launch it just fine. Connected in there. Also, I think I had some ones on this I don't need anymore. No. Everything looks like it's golden. Oh, no. One print string I don't need anymore. I solved that mystery a while ago. Yep, we do lots of copy pasting around here. It's just so much better. I mean, don't get me wrong, I would copy and paste code when I was doing JavaScript as well, but it's a lot more effort. Why does it come out negative sometimes? Did it launch them? Oh. Let's replace velocity here. Yeah. There you go, see? I mean, it's all about getting it done the most efficient way possible. Not the, you don't want to, not the most optimized way, the most efficient way. Because the most optimized way will take way too long and is therefore inefficient and not optimal. But you'll spend so much time trying to be the most optimized that you'll just fail to ever achieve your goal of getting it done. Well, it did launch them. That one went away. We're getting there. Tends to launch them towards me though. You negate it first and then multiply. Wait. Yeah, because I wanted to go away from me. Oh, coding tends to just be copy and paste and for starting out and trying to understand coding. A lot of it, yeah. I looked at other people's plugins and things like that in RPG Maker and stuff and watched some random tutorials and learned how that way. It was probably not the best way, but it worked. Yeah. I mean, once I started writing my own plugins, it changed everything, and I started really getting into the JavaScript of it. It was a lot. I did a lot of code that was very hacker style, where I would inject code into their things because their system wasn't designed to be expandable. I got very good at doing things that were just unorthodox. Yes. And Bams is the blueprints. I basically didn't use docs at all for the most part. I mean, it'd be very rare. Most of the time, what I started doing was I would follow tutorials on how to do these. I started with a how to make a game tutorial. I think it was an RPG. That was it's a 2D side scroller, and then I did a how to make a 3D RPG thing. And then I decided I liked the 3D RPG, so I started trying to add things into it by following other tutorials, the things I wanted in the game. And in trying to get those things to mesh together, I started learning a lot more on how to do things and through a lot of trial and error for the most part. I would occasionally look at stuff, you know, if I needed to specifically look something up, but a lot of times I just looked for a YouTube video explaining how to do it. And from that point on, just kind of started picking things up, stuff started making a lot more sense to just, you know, messing with it. It's like, can I make this happen? Okay, cool. how about this? How about that? You know, how do I get them to do this thing? You know, eventually, over time, I spent a lot of time also messing with things like claw physics and stuff that was totally unnecessary. But listen, one of the first projects I had, I wanted to get the characters, you know, to have her dress and hair blow in the wind. And you know what? It did. I didn't keep that project because the project was a broken mess, but that's because I didn't know how to fix it. I mean, listen, sometimes I got to design. As far as cloth physics, I'm just using the cloth physics built into Unreal Engine. That's why Poppet's hair and dress moves, because all those going on. It also has jiggle physics for those people keeping track, because you know what? We're about proper animation here. Though you can't really see it because it's the front. But listen, proper animation. About doing it right. I didn't test the reverse directioner. Right. Female characters move in that area. And as a respectable animator, I prefer my animations be correct. Yes. Right. Now this is a little better. It doesn't quite hit the direction of the hammer. Sometimes it does, but it depends on when they were swinging. Yeah, it's just part of RPG Maker. I wouldn't be where I was without it. For all the crap I give it, they get me started. I mean, it didn't take very long for me to, you know, stop using it. But actually, that's wrong. It took quite a while because I went back and messed with it a bunch, did a lot of dumb things. Yeah, it's definitely getting there, man. It's I don't get why my why the jump force isn't working right. Which makes no sense to me. I don't even know why I'm negating it, honestly, because you would think I'd want to add a positive number. But here we are doing here we are things. Yeah, I definitely got a lot of time started in RPG Maker. I'm responsible for, well, getting together the group that did the project for the best free lighting plugin out there. There's better paid ones, I think, at this point, but I mean, the thread on RPG Maker has over 100,000 views. Apparently other people wanted lighting too. I learned a lot from that project. I did a lot of the early stuff in it. Later on, I just became the project manager, but it's fun. Maybe I just do the location. I don't know about this impact point. Maybe that's just too much of a thing. The initial overlap. Part of the problem is that this weapon is not it's not like it's using a ray trace, so the ray trace isn't going to actually find the end of the hammer. Yeah, I didn't even start on XP. I started on MV, so I was like, you know, that's how I learned JavaScript. It wasn't until later I learned JavaScript was so bad for game dev. I was like, really? I wasted all this time on this crap? I didn't know. I didn't know about better engines like, you know, Unreal Engine. I just do that. I mean, it really helped out for me getting good at this, though. Those numbers are just too low. It should be significantly higher. Oh, thanks for dropping by, Bam Bam. Hope the swings pick up. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Sleep well, and thanks. I'll hopefully get into the swing of things. Maybe. As soon as I figure out why the Z is not getting the amount of modification I want it to. On the plus side, streaming has been very good. Well, it's like what, 7.2 pounds since I started streaming on Twitch. Actually, in like the last month. Turns out standing while you're doing this just burns a bunch of calories. I'll stand like 5 hours, and that's like an extra almost 280 calories or something like that beyond just would have gotten from sitting every night. It just adds up. Also, don't eat while I stream, so who knew streaming would prove healthy? Just random tangent, but I was like, streaming has actually been healthy for me. Crazy. So how is multiplying this number here by like 600 giving a number that is low? You know what? What if we just add 600? If I want to multiply it, or just add the amount. Bad. Right? Like, by that standard, it should be way higher. I have no idea how it can multiply and end up way less. That just makes zero sense to me. But just adding it. Okay. Okay, it's okay, it's alright, it's alright. Actually, what? I'm even making a vector. Let's, yeah, it was just a straight multiplication there. Let's not negate that. Yeah, I know it's quite the mess at the moment. It'll get cleaned up in a bit. I don't worry about cleaning up code that I'm just going to change every 5 seconds anyway. A quiet night. But Monday is often the quietest night. And by the time Friday is like ludicrous. It might just be the nature of the beast when it comes to streaming. Like Monday could just be, well, I guess it's Tuesday morning for a lot of people, or even Tuesday afternoon for some. Well, that's right, I don't have that power yet because it's unlockable. I forgot I locked out away some of the powers. It's definitely gotten better. A lot better. Sometimes I get knocked funny, but what if I don't override? See what the end result of that is. I think override's better. I think I like override better. I'm actually probably okay with this setup, honestly. It's not even multiplication, it's just add. On the Z anyway. But otherwise, we're not even using this here, it's just that. Let's get rid of some of this crap. You no longer need 90% of this crap. That's right, hit combo. Yeah. We're living it up. Fashion stuff. Living the dream. What? Why we gotta be reversed? That's weird. Oh, that's awkward. Guess these were reversed. Kinda. Do Y into the second one, I guess, and launch force into both of these. Like so. A little better than it was. Yeah. I haven't quite figured out how to make them explode when they're like a skeletal mesh. I don't actually. I guess the way you could do it would be you would need to have two versions of them, right? You need to have a skeletal mesh version, and then you need to have a static mesh version. And you set the static mesh version, you make a destroyable object that's the static mesh version, and then you just swap them. And at the impact point, you put spawn a force thingy, like wherever the hit point is, and that causes it to do that. I mean, that's probably what we do. I need to look up how to do destroyable stuff again because I'm missing a step on how the destruction things work. But it would be pretty cool. We might hit that point. I mean, I didn't even think we were gonna hit this point. So hey, you never know where this is going. Everywhere. Yes. Literally everywhere. Oh, anyway. Oh. Am I drinking water? Water just makes me more tired. I tried to sleep about, get like an hour nap or something before the stream and just failed horribly. That's okay. I'll go along and then I'll just suddenly gain the additional energy thing and it'll just be good times as usual. So I guess do I even use the same hat or do I make a new hat that's specifically for Poppet here? That's the Tinka hat. I guess I can make one specifically for Poppet. Um, well, she just doesn't even have an actual BP for it. It just spawns on her head. I think I might have just added it directly to her mesh. Not what I did. Maybe. I haven't worked on her in forever. Broken speaker thingy. Nice. I think her hat's attached. It most certainly is. I was going to make a new version of her that didn't have the attached hat, but I was having problems, I think. Well, for now, I think I'll just do this, even though there's another version I want to make specifically for Poppet. Actually, I'm going to put it with the full stuff because it's part of the weapon set anyway. Lots of hats. Never enough hats. Oh. Now I have to put two things on this, but that's fine. Here, we'll use those. I think I'll just default change the colors and can change them back later. Rather than get all crazy. Yeah. I don't really want to... I'll make it red. I don't really want to get too crazy with it, and I'm probably just going to re-import the hat anyway. Or eventually I'm going to change it to Tinka's colors in general, but for purposes of this, it'll work fine. And then for Poppet, that's under System Graph. It's under Equip Weapon. That means unequipped weapon's going to need a extra thingy. Let's duplicate this here. Hey, Ardoki, how's it going? Yeah, you know, being what we in the business call a stupid American, I have no idea what you're saying. I guess I can actually put it in a translator. I understand English, bad English, blueprints, and I guess JavaScript. What's this? Black language. It's crazy over there. Over there, crazy. You're getting a gem. That's probably not quite what you meant, but you know. Yes. Anyway, sounds like you think it's good. Awesome. Thank you. If not, I'm just going to say awesome anyway. Currently equipped weapon. I need to have 2 of these things here. Let's dupe this. Equip weapon 2 is fine. All right, so let's get this. We'll also do this and then destroy equipment on it as well. So either way it goes on this, it's going to do this, and then if not valid, it's still going to do this. Excellent. Oh, thank you. We were just talking about how bad public education is in America. I'm just saying. How most people here barely know English, let alone a second language. Dunking on the public education system here is just 12 kinds of fun. I mean, you might as well do it. It deserves it. Yes, it does. System here. Now we are equipping a weapon. All right, well, let's make a double one of these here. Why can't I duplicate this? Interesting. Okay. Yeah. Suppose that's fair. I mean, the US might be famous for some things, but yeah, it's not really famous for its education these days. Man, nah. Nah, man. Bad times. Bad juju. I believe was the term they were using. Yes, yes. I'm pretty certain it's actually a voodoo term. Or like from that particular area. Fitting. What are we doing here? Yeah, puts it on the head socket. I'm probably gonna have to scale the size. Yes. Yes, indeed. Oh. Well, I'll see if it fits. I'm a goofball because I forgot to include some stuff here. It's because I did weapon socket aim twice, by the way. I figured that was the problem. I was like, wait a minute. This is dumb. Nice. Ooh. Got this one. The head socket. Not that one. I'm dumb. Let's not be dumb. Smart. Unlike the public education system here. I mean, if you're not dunking on that, what are you doing with your time, right? Like, what are you doing? Let's just, I guess I could dump the hat right on. Well, actually, it should probably go somewhere. It's the wrong hat, but it'll do. Hopefully. I still gotta put the thing to remove it too, so. I don't want to see if it equips anyway. I'm gonna have to adjust its location a million times anyway, I'm sure. Well, it did not equip the hat. And I know why. Kind of forgot the rest of it. Oops. Undo that. Either way, we're gonna go into this here. And the return node will be at the end of this one instead. Of either here, here. I don't remember what half this code did specifically, but that's okay. I don't have to. We were just talking about copy pasting being a wonderful thing, right? Problem solved. Yes. With valid. Do this. Oh wait, it is not valid. You don't want to do it again. That was what it was. And then valid just skips everything and goes straight on over to this. So I can just jump it onto this, I think. Yeah. Ride the chain. Migrate this all over here. Fail to grab exactly one node. Terrible. Okay. Open socket name 2. That currently equipped weapon 2. This. This. And that. Ram this into there. Like a soul. Okay, what I... For some reason, I have this set up. Sure, there's a reason. Probably a check that fixes a bug. I do fix bugs sometimes. First, we make it work, and then we fix the bugs. Then we optimize, basically. Now, let's get currently equipped weapon a second time. Oh, here. Weapon owner on that one. Missing anything? Currently equipped weapon there. Wait. Undo. Undo. Good enough. The break is right here, so I need to do it right here. Weapon class to equip 2 needs to be right there. Wait. There it is. As you can see, I did not really make this with the belief that I'd do more than one thing attached in mind. So, you know, because I could put it in arrays, but there's almost no point in setting that up when in reality I'm only ever going to have 2 things, I imagine. So it's not a whole reason to make a big old array system and do all that extra work to really accomplish not much else than deleting a handful of nodes. Another ad break, huh? Well, I guess they've decided to run all their ads early on in the hour. Maybe that's how they do it. I don't know. Hard to say. That's okay. Hate me. Okay, so weapon socket name 2 is there. This is 2, 2, 2, 2. This is 1. Those are fine, sure. Let me double check on equip weapon to make certain it was perfect, but I'm pretty certain that's all I needed. Just literally destroy equipment. Alrighty then. That should hopefully get the job done. Not well. Yeah. Well, we're gonna be doing some work. You guys are hat on, perfect. I mean, it's doing basically what I want. Man, remember how boring the sucker was by comparison? This, other than the collision being a little off sometimes, I think the collision kind of sucks. Like, it's almost not long enough. But now. Oh. Ad break going. We'll grab some alcohol real fast and during the ad break. I'll be right back. Might as well get that done. Not like it takes me very long anyway. All right. Good times. And the ad break just ended on Twitch. Perfect timing. Also, Domination Z just subbed on YouTube. How's it going? Just in time to see me bash things with a giant squeaky toy mallet. I just gave her a gesture hat too. Doing the important things in life. Which is giving her all these cool mallet things. So. I gotta put different cards on the end of it. It's supposed to be for the Fool. You got launched. Oh, I was trying to get the collision better. Because it still kind of misses sometimes. It's pretty funny. At least I get a kick out of it. This was just a boring sucker before, but now it's hilarious. Are we standing on top of each other? Wait, what? I guess to be fair, they already launched, so it could end up anywhere. I wonder if I can make them break, though. It is pretty funny just watching it launch. So I don't know if they need to break as well. Still. This calls for I'm on the bouncy couch. Boing. 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 I'm a simple man, you know? When things bounce, I enjoy it. Take that to mean all that you think it should. Yeah, it's like, this thing has such a glow up. Oh yeah, on death I have it set to magnified even more. Which is awesome. Definitely a fan. But sometimes it feels like it misses when it shouldn't. Leads me to believe that in fact the arrow for collision on this is kind of garbage. Oh. Also kind of the wrong direction. Oh yeah, I get launched in the void, it's funny. Pretty much, yeah. Yes, indeed. I get some shuffles out of this. Get the exact thing here, because this is probably a lot of why it is in fact not doing what I want. And then I think it's just going to be like, actually I think I can just tilt it myself, honestly. Is that the same? Guess so. Can't this arrow go into a skeletal mesh? No. Dumb. This should be like right there, I think. That should be really close to what it's supposed to be. Maybe. So 2.815. Right. Oh. Yeah, it's getting there. It's pretty funny. Let me make it to the bosses and get launched and I can show you some of the cool stuff going on. The optimization could use some work. It's only so good when I'm streaming, so you know, it's a thing, but let me disable the launch for bosses, because launching the boss is kind of a thing. That should not happen. And I will show you a boss. So is boss? Oh, let me see here. I need to have the actor has tag boss. And then I will show you Patrick, or maybe even Voodoo. It's a little laggy at the moment for Voodoo, but you know, it looks so cool. Why can't I find Patrick? Am I blind? Oh, it's Stitch Patrick. That's what it is. My bad. My bad. What was the tag I use for bosses? I think it's just boss. Yeah. So the actor has tag this. Actor has tag boss. Ranch? Ranch? I add ranch to my game. Game now has ranch flavor. I'm apparently typing, so I must want ranch. I don't know why. Let's not launch the boss. Seems like not the correct answer to the question. I don't remember what the question was, but the characters? You still have to be animating them? Oh, nice. Yeah. I mean, hey, you know, animating videos is in its own thing. You know, like animating character videos is its own like valuable thing. Like you don't need Unreal. To be fair, though, I do love me some Unreal. Let me make certain there's a thingy down here. There is. Close some things up here, and I will give you the tour of the game. Even though it's a bit laggy at the moment. And all the mechanics. Gotta give people a tour, it's important. I'm gonna close a few more of these extra windows I got here going. I'm gonna be nice to my computer. Okay. So, the basic mechanic of the game is, you know, if you're in the darkness, you all the dolls are powered by a curse that permeates the building, right? The curse is slowly driving them insane, and it gives you the power to use your tarot cards. So if you're in the darkness, you gain curse power, but if you're in the light, you don't. If you're in the darkness, you lose your sanity, but you don't gain curse power. So it's like, you know, lose your sanity in the dark, but gain curse power versus not. So you have to bounce back and forth between the two. If your sanity ever hits 0, the curse takes you over and you just die. So don't let it hit 0. Chooses tarot cards for weapons. This is, of course, the Fool that I got a real glow up today. So this is the first of the weapons. This is Patrick. He's like the first little boss. Okay, hitting him with the thingy is too funny. I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. So, this is the Magician. The Magician manipulates objects in the environment, such as turning on lights. Or you can pick objects and throw them. Which does damage him, though not incredibly a lot. This is the Star. It trades sanity for health, or you can also trade health for sanity later on with one of the unlockables. I just put an unlockable system in, so some of the abilities are no longer active for this fight. Oh, that's right. I do so little damage now. I used to fight wail on him. I used to do triple the damage just so he gets the other phases. You suck. He's a lot more damage than I do. He spits things, and in his latest final phase, he does a lot more things like summoning minions and things, but... Bonk him! I can... Oh, you suck. I can bonk you too! Oh yeah. Mega Lights is actually available in 5.5, so I'm going to switch it out. So I'm going to have a few less emissives, but way better performance. And also, these things are great. Because they blow up with blood everywhere. Take this. I have no upgrades, so I'm just going to keep hitting it with it. Bam, pow. I haven't had a thwack on there yet. I need thwack. I mean, that's just dumb words that mean hitting things. I should set the damage higher to showcase things so it doesn't take as long to test. Oh yeah, I imagine so. And in his like last phase, he jumps around like a crazy person and summons lots of helpers. He's just like a little mini boss. He's not even supposed to be like a major boss, but... Okay. I'm glad I made this weapon today. It was just a sucker before, and but this is way funnier. You can also screenshot what's happening behind you too. So we get photo bombing things. Oh, and I can see you can save and name it. Very good at state machines, huh? Oh, jeez. I don't even know anything about state machines. I do all my AI and blueprints because I'm a heretic. Not that this fight has the most impressive AI. Currently, Voodoo has the most... Whoa, you suck. Ow. I think I might want to up the damage. Maybe not. There's no balance in the game. So the game's like maybe 20% done because there's a huge amount of the game done, but there's a lot of things that don't feel like right. Like the numbers and things are just not the best. I love this weapon now. It looks so dumb. So I'll show you. Like, I will teach you. I was actually thinking of making a video on how to do it because, you know, behavior trees suck. I watched a video and they're like going talking about the benefits and they're like, they're not even very good for complicated AIs. I was like, well, then what good are they? Like, they're not good for like small AIs because, you know, you just can do those in blueprints and with no problem. And I guess they're good for mid AIs, but we're not about being mid here. Right, we're about being the best of what's left. My god, they're coming in from the walls. I actually kind of want to have them summon from the walls now. Blood explosions! She has a dodge too, which is like... You can actually dodge and hit too to be invincible while attacking. He actually needs some more aggressiveness, I think, in him. He's pretty aggressive still. I mean, I've had to heal a bunch, so... Kind of an endurance fight. Maybe I'll try the thing where you, like, you know, can wail on him in order to weaken him. Like they do in a lot of games now, and then, like, he's like a stunned phase. That might be more exciting. Back and fight, Patrick. Get bonked. I wonder if I can I should make the Annies explode and damage him too. Hey, get bonked. He's almost dead. I've almost bonked him to death. Come back here and fight. You're too high up. You suck. Yeah. Well, I'm here to show people all kinds of things that are probably not the right way to do things, but they get the job done. Yeah. Come back in. This is like one hit. Why won't you die? You suck. Dead Patrick in there. Perfect. My nuke in the background. Yes, yes. That's the first little mini boss there. With the new improved Mallet of Doom. So happy and huge. E-toy. I'll show you some of the other fun mechanics here too. But yeah, I'll show you the method I have. It's cleverly concocted after I spent a lot of time doing dumb crap. I don't know if that's a true statement. It's definitely something I did though. Alright, so let's start with the Empress here, because this is new and fun. The Empress grows and shrinks plants, letting you reach places you couldn't have gotten otherwise. Also, this is the bouncy couch. It's awesome. I jump on it repeatedly and often. Go to the enemies sometimes. He saves by jumping into boxes, like toy boxes. The magician can do things like open windows and stuff. I have the draw distance set really low. I'll show you the world without the draw distance low in a second here. Yeah, exactly. It's fun. It's all about childlike wonder. I will fix that. Oh, I put my hat away. I'm dumb. They do let you put the stuff away if you want. I don't know why. It's not particularly useful. Jump on the flower. Grab the ledge. Hey. Grab this ledge too. I have base stats, so you run out of sanity really fast with base stats. Turn the light on so I don't run out of sanity. That's how you get the key to Patrick's room. Very exciting, very exciting. A lot of these things, yeah. Nice. I've got, oh, this room's always fun. You can see some of the other mechanics that I've been working on, but so motivational. Well, yeah, I mean, you know, well, it takes a while to get good, but once you have that model, it's just amazing. Like I made a character and I made her like, you know, gave her like a dress and everything like that, you know, and like the long flowing blonde hair. And I just wanted to see her, you know, like hair and dress blowing in the wind. I went to all this trouble. Like, she was so good looking. I was like, I'm going to make this character do this scene. This is what has to happen. And yeah, just all about getting good at something. And you're just like, okay, well, I want to see this now. This is the culmination. So this is the Hanged Man. It's a bubble one. Maybe make the bubbles bigger. It's supposed to imprison them in bubbles. It's not production ready yet, let's put it that way. It's not even supposed to be in the demo, but it makes a glorious pop noise. Very important. Oh, I was trying to make my own tarot cards. This is the default image. I haven't made a Hierophant image yet, but you know. I did make the Fool. I have one for that already. So, I'm working on this one here, but the Chariot is currently a blimp. Oh. It flies around. Fires little thingies. Aiming completely sucks at the moment. Like, it's so hard to hit things because it's not quite hitting the reticle. Woohoo! But this is like a super late game thing you're gonna get, so flying is obviously OP and you shouldn't actually have it in a Metroidvania until way later. But, you know, might be fun to have. I limit it because you can't use other abilities well as a blimp. So, you want to tell a story on a ridiculous amount of enemies? I need to maximize their performance probably. Ultimately, I want instantly play complex combat. That's fair. I mean, you know, I've been working on making my combat more and more improved. It takes some effort. A lot of it just comes down to, well, a lot of combats actually is not as complicated as you might think, unless you're making a fighting game, like the actual, like, you know, things like Tekken and stuff, where obviously the combat in that is insanely complex, but a lot of it's not as difficult as you might think. It's interesting. Oh yeah, over the top, yes. I mean, did you see my, you know, squeaky toy? I'm a little bit over the top, if you know what I'm saying. Yeah, so there's these possessed objects in the game that don't do anything, you don't obey. Apparently I'm stuck in them because I got caught on that guy. Okay, that's fair. So like the Hierophant, well, let me get my sandy back. Oh, that's fair. You can buy that. Yeah, the Hierophant being active means turns these into platforms. They're no longer possessed, well, they behave. So you can create platforms. How are you? Kind of create them. I mean, they're floating around. This red stuff is my yellow paint, so you know where you can grab. Wing. Wing. Oh, and I overjumped it? Haha, fair enough. Explosions. Yeah. Story driven, huh? I mean, that's fair. I can go behind it. Over the top things. Yeah, I mean, first you make a simple system, and then you just start adding in a lot of embellishments and things. Like I have these. These are landmines. The embellishment is that they have, you know, they talk to you. This goes. So the magician can also open things like those, or it can open drawers and stuff. Yep. Step here. Yeah, you can create platforms by opening these things up, so. Wing. Wing. I need to glow up the magician. I need to make it way cooler than looking at this. He just has a hat right now, which is just not that cool, you know? Right? Hierophant goodness. Boing, boing. I can't even make my own jumps, man. There's a slight bit of lag that's causing me some problems, but I will just drop myself there because I'm a failure at life today. Because I haven't even been drinking yet. That's probably why my platforming isn't very good. I need more alcohol. That'll make platforming better. Anyone who says different has never seen me platform with the alcohol. See, look, perfect. A little bit of alcohol and... the Fool can break things too. Yeah, that's the thing. The Unreal Engine really helps me get there to do things that I was never going to be able to do any other way. I gotta make a better version of this hat. I don't like this hat, but... It wasn't supposed to be her hat. It was supposed to be Tinka's hat. That's right. Oh, when I stopped using RM, I started my own redemption arc. All those things I did to try to make that version of the game cool, man, just wasn't anywhere near this. There's another mechanic. There's a character who got trapped in the paintings. You know, everyone else, you know, they died and got their souls put into dolls, but one character, her soul got stuck in paintings, so she floats between the paintings and lets you travel into a liminal space, like painting world. Hey Levi Oaks, how's it going? Thanks for the sub. Yep, this is the painting world. And this is Tinka, my Discord's favorite waifu. You can tell the characters I make, she floats in space. Yep, I made her, I made Poppet, who's kind of hard to see in this light. To jump into a clear light so you can see her better. The star part makes it easier. Yeah, it's a little hard to see her. I'll get her in the best light, but yeah. You'll be able to rescue toys by throwing them into the painting world. And it creates little buildings for them. Try to get the best view of Poppet. Try to give her the best view of Poppet. Her hair gets in the way of her face all the time. There you go. I made her. Her hair is still not perfect. It does things. Yeah. Well, now is like the best. People act like it's the game apocalypse and that, but now is like the best time ever to make games because you can make games that you never could have made before this. It's Strands. Straight from Daz, yo. I have an incredibly greedy merchant, and she opened up Annie's ons because she's an Annie. It's my Amazon knockoff. It's very important. He's just one of these little guys here. They have special lore. They're all vying for this hat, and whoever gets the hat runs the shop. Yeah. I need to animate a lot, but like, the problem is her collision kind of sucks. I decided to put her hair separate so I could have different hair. And, you know, it's led to some interesting times. I'll say that much. It's definitely led to interesting times. 7 characters. You know, I think I'd start with 1 first and then go from there. After you make that first one, you'd be like, hey, how many animations was I looking to do again? Still got to animate all the enemies, too. Oh, boy. I mean, listen, sometimes the goat man comes, you know? The goat man cometh. Yes. Oh, my. Sounds dirty. Anyway. I will go over how I was doing AI. I guess I could show you the actual cool stuff, too. Thinking about it. I can open the other map. Oh, I'll show you other stuff first, and then I'll do the AI thing. So, the first area is like these kinds of things like that. It's more of a forbidden area. But then you get to the second biome, which is more like Wonderland. All sorts of craziness. Water kills Poppet. So, you know, there is underground. There's a whole water world down there. More areas. That's fair. I mean, you know, listen, sometimes you got to do it. You got to make your own. You got to make all the enemies. I made some of my enemies. Not all of them, though. Some of them I just bought from the shop because I'm not a glutton for punishment. I figured there's going to be at least 50 enemies in this game. So 50 unique types of enemies, which means that I will probably need to do some dynamic meshes. Hey, Mercenary Mage, how's it going? Just talking about people who like to make way too many enemies and like making them all by hand and stuff, and it's just like, oh, would you do this? And, you know, I did it anyway because I'm a terrible person. Version of our YouTube is doing it as well. Ah, thank you. Yeah, you should let me put some enemies here in a nav mesh, and I'll show you something that's probably not supposed to be here, but listen, I'm doing it anyway because it's funny. Because I did a glow up for the weapon, the fool. Actually, Andy's can be there. That's fine. We'll go have a battle royale here. Let's fight. We're knocking things into the water. I should make it kill them because then it's more entertaining. But no. I'm not supposed to be working on this area at all. That should be enough enemies. So the fool was originally a sucker, the giant, you know, candy sucker. But it has now been improved. There's now a huge squeaky toy mallet. Oh, yes. I'm gonna get this in here. I can't grab that. Aren't you spawning faster? Spawn faster. It even shrinks too when it goes back to normal. I didn't put a light over here. Oops. Uh-oh. Mistakes were made. I can't see if there's a light or not. Oh. I forgot that these lights don't count as the lights that actually protect Poppet. I need to make those. I'm not supposed to be working on this area yet. I just thought it was a cool area to work on or make. I'm just going to put stuff in. There's like lights so she doesn't die. I guess I only need a couple lights. That'll be fine. I just need the one. Oh, thanks, Mario. RX7. Thank you. I'm definitely working on it, trying to get it good. I need to optimize it, but my computer is only kind of a wimp. Like, it's kind of cool, but it's kind of not. But let me show you some of the stuff. I have lots of rooms to go through all over the place. So this is my world. Zoom out so we can get it. A steampunk game. Guess I can zoom down so it's a little easier to see the city. Plays the, you know, doll Poppet. She's my toy factory here. She's a woman who was killed and her soul was put into a doll. And she wakes up in this toy factory trying to get out. She's like, has to escape. And the whole place is cursed. So there's a curse that powers all the dolls, but also slowly drives you insane if you go in the dark for too long. So you have to try to bounce between the darkness and the light in order to, well, not die. And actually, yeah. I'm going to adjust the damage so I have a better chance of this. No, make this fight faster, because otherwise this fight will take like 100 years. You know what? Never mind. I'm just going to play it out as it is. Oh, thanks for the follow. Oh, ads are about to start in like 57 seconds. Oh, stupid Twitch. Well, I will show you the fight thingy afterwards, and I'll do a quick adjustment to the damage while I'm waiting, because, you know, which just, I have the ad set to the minimum that it won't to avoid, you know, the pre-roll crap, but is inopportune. So let me fix the damage anyway on the weapon while I'm doing that. Go real fast, and it will show off this fight that is significantly harder, and thus I'm going to probably need some help to make it possible to win. Fracture thing in chaos physics? Yeah, I have like only one of the things actually breaks. I have these little like boards on the walls that break. Ad break starts in 3, 2, 1. Well, supposedly it starts. Sorry, everyone. But yeah, I had the fracture thingy on on these things here. I had them on something else, these cupcakes, but somehow it broke. Like the cupcakes just vanished now instead. I haven't looked into it. It's dumb. I don't even see an ad thingy showing up. It just said it was going to run ads, and then it didn't. Oh, it'll be like that, Twitch. See if I care. Let's see what it is. Okay, so we'll show off a random fight here. Not the other fight I just did, but this fight instead. Because apparently it doesn't say there's an ad break. It just said I was going to run one, and it didn't. Oh, never mind. Now it's running the ad break. Thanks, Twitch. Alright, well, we'll just wait for a minute for everyone. Yeah, for the fracture thingy, it's interesting. I'm missing one step though. I forgot one of the steps to make it, which is why I need to look it all up, because the simple reality is I could try to figure it out and go through all this, or I could just look it up again. I usually don't do that on stream because of the fact that it is often there's like copyrighted everything in videos, and since I stream to YouTube at the same time, it causes problems. So I just go, nah, I'll do it later, and you know, that's just how it goes. But you know, so we're waiting, silly ad break. Unless someone has like, you know, the that Twitch Turbo thing, which someone was showing me is, oh, you know, if you got it, you got it. I currently have it, but you know, I'm just saying. So 15 seconds. Got this. I need to find a way to like, maybe I should start doing that, running those myself whenever I just need a break instead of running it, letting them run them. Be a lot better timing. Anyway. All right, everyone should be back. Now we can do it. Believe if you believe. Yes. Here. Ah. So for those people who are new here, the main mechanic of the game is if you're in the darkness, you gain curse power, but you lose your sanity slowly. And if you're in the light, you gain sanity, but don't gain any curse. And all your powers require curse, so it's important that you know, bounce between the two in order to do that. Uses tarot cards as weapons. This is the Fool. But I put the damage really high. I could just test the fight. Got multiple phases. This character summons a voodoo doll of you. And you have to protect the voodoo doll of you, because if that takes damage, you take damage. But you can pick up the voodoo doll too. He's currently flying around because I don't have a... just haven't done her animations yet, so... You can pick her up and throw her. The magician allows you to pick up and throw objects. Also manipulate objects in the environment, which is what I was using to pick her up. The star trades sanity for health, or later on can trade health for sanity, but you don't have that ability at this point. She lights up the thingy whenever she summons a unit. Oh, I know what I forgot. One moment. I forgot a nav mesh. She can't even move. No wonder the fight's, like, lame. Like, my boss can't move. Why can't the boss move? I'll fix this. He probably needs this. I wasn't working on her, so I got rid of it. Let's try this again, but this time with feeling. Better move around and be less lame. Destructible weapons opening sequence, yeah. I can get behind that. You know, I really haven't looked too much into that, like, as far as how resource intensive it is, but the destruction stuff is very cool. Especially if you use a ray trace so you can break specific areas on them, which is what I've been doing on mine. Because that's how the weapons work, is they just work off of a ray trace. Weapon's so funny now. You can actually dodge at just the right moment. This is her dodge in order to not take damage from that attack. Good. Triple damage is real good. I've still been taking a lot of damage myself here. When you get to the third phase of this fight, he actually summons a bunch of minions, have this indestructible shield as long as the minions are alive. And the whole battlefield starts going rotating and weird on you now, leading to a very weird fight now. Weapon's so much bigger than it was before, so this might actually be an easier fight than it was. Oh, damn. Thanks for the raid, Booyah Grandma. Just saying. How was your stream? I'm using the full weapon here, and it's pretty funny. Oh, nice. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I made a game called Poppet Quest, and was doing a random fight showing it off. Yeah? Nice. That's a Booyah, Grand MMA, sorry. I've only read one of the names, I'm sorry. My bad. Yeah. My bad. Yeah. So that's good. Cool. Always grab, okay. Just, I felt so bad, I was like, wait a minute. Did I read that completely off? I famously read names very badly, so, you know, it's just a skill handed down through many generations from a time when all names are read poorly. In the most awkward way possible. MMA fighter? Fair enough, fair enough. Yeah. Yeah, the game's called Poppet Quest. I've been working on it for a while. It's about 9 months. We play as a doll, Poppet. She's a woman who was killed and her soul was put into a doll. Basically, there's a serial killer who does this to all these women, and you're trying to escape this toy factory. And she uses tarot cards as her weapons. And this is the Fool, which makes fun squeaky noise. It's a squeaky toy. There's a curse that powers every toy in the building, and when you're in the dark, you gain curse power. But you also lose your sanity, which will slowly kill you. and you gain it back when you're in the light, but you don't gain any curse power. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Fighting the first of the real bosses in the game. Oh, thanks for the follow. Yeah. And in this phase, she basically summons 5 minions, and she has an invincible force field. And the invincible force field can only be destroyed by killing the minions. And she also starts rotating the whole battlefield just to mess with you even more. I've been working on this weapon today, the squeaky toy weapon, so it's the highlight of my day. I don't get out much, so you know, it's fine. It bonks things. I have like triple damage on, so it's so obnoxious. It runs away all the time. The star, it trades sanity for health. You see, if your sanity gets really low, it starts to get dark and bad things start to happen, so. Exactly. I definitely use Alice Madness Returns as a heavy influence. Also a giant hammer, because giant hammer. I'll show you some of the game mechanics in a second. I was just trying to win this fight with the new version of this weapon. By the time you get here, you'll actually have way more upgrades, and I just have the basic everything. Also, punting those things is now my new favorite thing in life. Until tomorrow when something else comes along, it's just way more entertaining. Basically, the best strategy for this fight, as far as I can tell, is... Oh, she summoned them back. You suck. Besides having my computer be better and not as laggy. But the game could use some optimization. It's only like maybe 20% done as far as the game goes. But I can't hit her now. Oh, taking damage. Ah. Even with triple damage on, well, I guess I did upgrade her damage quite a bit. Oh yeah. Thanks for the follow, Black Mage. Yeah, I'll show you all the other stuff I have going on. This is only a small portion of things. That attack is obnoxious. I gave her a lot of new abilities, and we'll beat these things up. Oh, you can use a magician to do things like throw objects. Oh. .5 years in. Oh my gosh. What are you making? Too far away from the light. Why am I so far away? Yes, tell me all about it. Do it. I must know things. I've been learning just about everyone's game in the entire category on Twitch. Because, you know, I usually raid people afterwards, so I just learn about people's games. And I even hit you? You were so hard to hit. A life sim, huh? Nice, nice. What are we simulating in life? Just every day? Or is it like there's some aspect of life you're simulating? Or what are we doing here? Take lots of damage. Oh. So like Stardew Valley, or are you doing like 2D, 3D? I mean, alright. You're behind that. Nice, nice. Using UE, using Unity. What's going on, Godot? Alpine Lake, expensive demo? Hey. Oh, fair enough. I know very little about Unity. I tried doing the Lego tutorial they had for it. I'm not gonna lie. They tempted me with the power of Legos. There was no hope. I had to test it because Legos. It was not that great of a demo though, but I did get to play with Legos, so it was what they said on the tin. So I have no regrets. None at all. Regrets, those are for other people who didn't play the Lego demo. The wheel hit her. Because, you know, I want Legos in this, but there's this thing called copyright infringement. So I gotta find a way to have Legos without Legos. I'll find a way. It can be done, I know it can. The technology is there. And if it isn't, it will be soon. I make some of the models in this, so you know, I might make Legos. I made checkers that jump, that can combine together. Oh my gosh, I love this weapon. Did I get her once? Almost dead. Oh, I did get her, good. I guess the music didn't stop, but... or the battlefield either. Ah, listen, this battle can use some work still. But... it still ran. That's something. So. I'll show off some mechanics here. Why not? And alcohol. This adds bonuses to creativity stats. It gives negatives to programming stats, but that's okay. By the end of the night. That's how we get all the weird stuff. By we, I mean me. How I get the weird stuff. And how the rest of the people have to be sad and watch. I don't know why they'd be sad, but... well, we'll show off a room that has lots of mechanics being used, so you get an idea of just staring at us. What are you even standing on? Well, don't stand on the ceiling, okay? Try to load into the world. Bad things will happen. Yes, indeed. Well, I guess you're just standing on it. It's not the worst thing that could happen. The menu needs lots of work. It's mostly a placeholder for good stuff, but this is the Empress. The Empress grows plants. It also shrinks them too. Tries to grow them. There we go. Targeting is maybe not the best sometimes. He saves by jumping into toy boxes. But also, the bouncy couch is great. I love the bouncy couch. I bounce on it for no apparent reason. It's purely there because it's hilarious. And I don't get out much. I have the load distance set pretty low right now, but the magician can open things like windows and stuff, just manipulate the environment. Turn on lights, drawers, things like that. Obviously got to work on a lot of the lighting because some of the particles kind of mess with lumen a bit. Ah, nice. Yeah, you can turn on lights with that. It's a good particle effect. It gets the job done and does it well. I'm going to change the save one. Yeah, that's how you get keys. Or that's how they get the key to this one. If you have a key, you can actually open the door that is involved with that key. Or close it. You can also grow a pumpkin. I mean, just look at that pumpkin. How could you not want to grow that pumpkin up? It's dreamed of being big like that, you know? Oh, I picked up double jump. Just strength. Hey, make my own jumps. Doesn't really matter. I wasn't really going anywhere useful. I won't go through the whole fight of this thing, but I'll show you one of the other bosses. Is it Patrick? I guess I don't say that now, since I have the names on there, but I used to have to tell people. He tries to bite you and hit you with his big old mace hand. Every time I hit some of this weapon, I'm gonna laugh now. I just chuckle a little bit on the inside. Yeah. And I won't show off the whole fight there because I have other things I want to show instead. The tour gets longer and longer. Oh. Thanks for the follow, Irish John Games. Thank you, thank you. Oh, thank you. Oh. Always good to hear. Makes me, ever since I came to Twitch, I mean, I used to stream on YouTube for quite a while, and it was like never anyone was all that excited. I come to Twitch and people was like, this is great. And I'm like, yeah. We can hit play here. I done hit play a few times, but yeah, it's awesome. Like, I mean, they're so supportive and wonderful, and it's amazing just the difference. I had no idea. They're just, going, oh, this is cool. People don't really like this very much, I guess. I don't know. And then come here and it's like, oh no, it's great. I'm like, so happy right now. Oh my God. Yep. So, this is the Hanged Man. It's a bubble wand. I need this weapon's not production ready, so the bubbles need to be enlarged, but it'll get a glow up eventually. I don't need it for the demo, so. But it has a satisfying pop. Oh, these are the suicidal Annies. This is what it's supposed to do. I actually did set it up for theirs. They'll eventually flip back down when the bubbles pop. Or they'll just vanish because they do despawn after a while. Fair enough. Thank you. Nice. I haven't made the card for this yet, but oh. I guess I can show off a fun feature. This is every time you enter the menu, it takes a screenshot of whatever's happening behind you, so I like to try to photobomb things. It's like, oh God, it hurts. I'm gonna make it where you can write little things on it and save the pictures. So you can just get fun photobomb things. My own version of Pokemon Snap. This ability is, I just started making this one, but for the chariot, she has a little blimp she gets to fly around. The targeting for it is absolute garbage so far. I need to fix it, but you just get to fly on these, I'll make little obstacle courses and things, stuff like that, Because it's flying, it's obviously an ability you get super late because it would be too OP otherwise. Doesn't protect you from the curse though. But you can just, pilot over to a lamp if you want. You don't have to worry about it. Pew pew. That will make it way cool eventually. And then get my health back here real fast. So these possessed objects is just kind of do whatever they want to do, and if you try to use them, they're not going to let you. Ow. So mean. This is the Hierophant. It uncurses the object. Well, I guess it makes some possessed objects behave. It's the real term for it. You can use them as platforms. I have to adjust the numbers because it slowly drains your curse if you're in the light, so... Oh, wow. Yeah, thanks again for the raid. And I'll have to swing by your stream and check out your game. Sounds cool. Thank you. Definitely coming along pretty fast now that I started streaming regularly on Twitch doing it. Who knew an extra 40 to 50 hours a week would improve the game speed? Like improve the game really rapidly. All this time. But yeah, definitely. Thanks for zooming by. There's my Annabelle reference. I haven't put this model in yet. I did make her, but you know. Apparently there's just a picture to watch. Yeah, do not open this one. Yes. Okay, I almost fell right at the very end in the most embarrassing moment ever. Sometimes, listen, you just gotta botch your own game. You know, the one that you've spent infinite time doing. It's like, yep, all this time I put in there, can't even play my own game. I mean, listen, sometimes you can't play your own game. Oh, I gotta put the hat on. Hat. Can't open doors without the hat. Important. I have my friendly landmines. They talk. Well, get messages anyway. Talking is probably the wrong term, but I guess they have a lot to say with very few words. Yeah, you can use a magician to do things like open drawers in order to get to places. Apparently, I'm terrible at my own game. I guess the lag doesn't really help, but... Besides making the cool thingy way cooler... That lag is really hard to make this. It's harder. Anyway, besides making the full cooler, yeah, I was going to do a bit of optimization. Mostly I have 63 geometry brushes that are currently on the level that are extremely heavy. And they're not doing any favors for my ability to not have the game lag. Yes, indeed. See if I can make a simple jump here. The lag's pretty bad. Another fool out. Can break stuff too. I gotta make a better hat for her. Borrowed another character's hat, so it's not the hat I want for Poppet quite yet, but that's okay. It's way less laggy. So, well, he killed a lot of people, a lot of women. They ended up in dolls. You know, he put their souls in dolls. One of the women, when she died, her soul ended up in paintings. So now she floats between the paintings instead, and lets you travel between the paintings to get to like a liminal space that just connects all the other paintings. It leads to one of the game's mechanics of You can rescue toys by throwing them into this place, and then they open up little shops. This one's a little shop. My Amazon reference, don't worry about it. Apparently I cannot open this door for some reason. I think there's a bit of a bug when you first enter the thing there. It shows it is equipped, but it's not really equipped. But yep. Got my little merchant waiting here. I need to set up a shop. I'm running into a carpet. Yep. This is Tinka. She's my Discord's favorite character. One of the characters I made. She floats in space. What's really funny is that everyone thinks she's giant in here, but the reality of the matter is you're 10 inches tall. She's not. She's a regular person, so she just looks big. Especially when she died, when you die, you assume you're ghost shaped, right? You're the shape of whatever you were when you died, right? Wearing whatever outfit you had, or at least in a lot of things, so. Yep. And when you unlock a painting, you can actually use it to travel to that location. I think I have the wrong mode set, so it won't actually put me in the right location this time, but with the right game mode set, it puts you in the correct location. I think the current game mode I have just puts me wherever the camera's at, or randoms me to one of these locations. That's okay. So the second area is more of a Wonderland area, because it's actually more like a toy store than an actual. Oh, I got all excited, then it was just the Chaos Bot falling again. Every night like clockwork. Chaos Bot. Yeah, it's more of a Wonderland area. Basically for people to play and never like that. And they make all these levels that are more multi-tiered. So I have, in these levels you get to go into the pipes. You get to go on top of these things here. This actually turns out to be platforming because of the fact that Poppet will fall through these. She's so tiny. There's areas down here, pull it up like this, and then there's areas under the water too, which I don't have a lot of lights on at the moment, but I can still show off some things here. The water normally kills her, but the Emperor actually protects her from the water and other poisonous stuff, so I have it setting here just for testing. I also have Sun Tarot ready so you can actually see things. Sun Tarot generates light. While you're in the light, you're not affected by the curse. You lose your curse power and it slowly drains your curse power, so it only lasts so long, but yep, under the water you have a world here. This is the Sun Tarot. I haven't actually added underwater physics yet, so I'm trying to basically get to the point where you can play all the way up to beating the first major boss, and that becomes the demo. This is not actually in the demo, but I like to make concept areas. This is basically like a fish tank for all intents and purposes. I'll also open these if you want. Oh, there's glowies in there. Fair enough. Can't actually reach the launcher there. Bummer. Yeah, those. I actually made a bunch of the Wonderland stuff, including the weird pirate village down there too. Not entirely Wonderland, but a nice person in chat bought me a Humble Bundle that had all sorts of cool stuff, including a pirate thing, so it became part of Wonderland. Maybe I'm stealing some Neverland in there. It's fine. Whatever. It's all good. And a Tomato City because, well, reasons. Yeah. That's a lot of the areas. Of course, all these things aren't even in the actual demo, but what happens is, as the stream goes along, eventually I just start designing things because I can. And it just leads to bizarre things. Like pipes with... I can get into this pipe? I think I can. Yeah, pipes that connect tomatoes. Why? I don't know. Why not? I don't know. I do need to work on the lighting though. I'm kind of torn between making things incredibly like show up as being dark, but also you need to be able to see, so keep trying various things. I didn't change this one, huh? That's what the Emperor is actually supposed to be. Other thing, no. Closer to the light, quick. There's a light here. As you can see, the music gets more sinister and everything gets darker if you get away from that. Still playing with the effect for it because, again, it's already kind of hard to see, so I don't know how I feel about that, but, you know. Yeah, I tried to give the illusion of being like a tiny doll, so everything's built for human scale for the most part, and then there's little toy areas that are designed for, I guess, kids to play with toys in effectively. You know, that's pretty much it. You know, that's how the pirate area came about. I guess it doesn't like one of the splines in there. I'll figure it out later. It's fine. That's what led to this area thing here, and the optical illusion of well, it's not even an optical illusion, but the I'll just show you what I'm talking about here. Yeah, I will click off it instead. Yeah, over here you have like a whole, you know, tiny village thingy. That's cool. Things look normal, and then you look over here and everything is giant, so... I like to give that perspective thing there of huge and then suddenly tiny. Yeah, it's kind of a lot of it. I mean... There's probably little things I haven't shown. Yeah, water kills her if you don't have the Emperor. I didn't bother to grab. Yeah, that's kind of the gist of it for the most part, as far as what's going on. There's probably working on a lot of boss fights and things like that, and enemies, and just I was doing a glow up of the Fool, so I'm probably gonna do a glow up of the other ones too. You know, make the abilities cooler as opposed to what they are now, which is fine. Not great. Like they're serviceable. You know you're using it, but it's not like the cool squeaky toy weird thing that I've got going on now, where it's just glorious in every way, shape, and form. At least in my mind. I think it's fun. Oh, and for those people keeping track, there is a bouncy bed too. It was a requirement. You know, I'm just saying. Is it realistic bouncy? No. But you're also a doll, you know? So, what is realism? There's no realism here. Boing. Doesn't have as cool of a look, but looks better on the pillows, of course. Oh, on the pillow? I'll figure out a trick to make it look better later. But still. I was watching, I believe it was Thomas Brush, who was saying that, you know, the people are going to want to play with it if you put it in there. So he's like, yeah, so I put like a toilet in my, you know, game, right? Because, you know, people, because it was just scenery. But then I realized that people would want to flush the toilet. So, you know, he made the ability for that because people got so excited about that. So I figured if there's a bed, people are going to want to jump on it. So these are important game dev things. Does it affect the game? No. But you need it. There's just a funny thing there about making things fun. Even if they don't matter, as long as you're occupying their time with something they enjoy, good enough, right? Because that's my theory anyway. That covers a lot of it. I mean, there's rooms I've left out, but all the mechanics are large that I have so far are shown. I have concepts for the mechanics. But for the actual, for the demo, I only need 5 of the cards. Oh. There was an ad break going. Nice. check for these things. All right. Apparently there was an ad break, so I'm assuming everyone missed the bouncy bed. I mean, I was talking about how the story about Thomas Brush, where he was saying that he people are gonna want to play with the things you put in your game. So he's like talking about how he put like a toilet in the game, and then all the play testers wanted to flush the toilet, but they couldn't. So he actually had to add that in. And I figured that people are gonna want to bounce on the bed, so I made it where you could bounce on the bed. It's not a perfect bounce, but you know, I figured they would want to jump on the bed. It has a comedically large bounce too, just because it's important. That might get changed to less of a bounce, but or maybe some sort of physics-based thing where it's even, you know, based on how high you jumped. I don't know. There's gonna be extra effort put into making certain the bed's fun. I haven't figured out a way to make little sections of it bounce. Yeah, I like to put in things that are just pointlessly fun. They occupy time, because that's the goal, right? You want to occupy the player's time. You want to occupy it in a way where they're having fun, even if it's not important in the game. As long as they're having fun, who cares? Same reason I'm going to put a bunch of blocks in the game that have letters on them and let the players collect them so they can spell things out. Because the number of times I've seen streamers sit there and spell out messages with little blocks is surprisingly high. I guess people really like doing that. I guess winning the game. Yes, indeed. Also, I need I didn't even adjust this one's picture. Got a new picture for this one. I make art for, well, I made Poppet, so I make the art for her, but this is her new, The Fool. Actually, this is the second version of The Fool. So it's the zero card in the tarot, but I figured out that I would have upgraded versions of the cards where you would actually find like a new ability if you locate the next version of the card. The first one gives you the hammer and you can hit things with it. The next one gives you a super ability that makes the hammer go really big, and that's what I was going to work on next because, well, I'm making this weapon way better today. Just making it feel good, because I watched a video by I can't remember his name, but he was talking about game fuel. Oh, fuel, can't talk now. And the various things that make stuff better, like, you know, causing the game to have a slight pause when you hit things, and knockbacks that like hit them all over the place. They also have a thing where you talk about where they change the color of them when you hit them. I haven't done that. I might. But just all these extra things. I need this UI health bar animation. I need to look up how to do that. The camera shakes and stuff like that. And he showed like a simple basic 3 attack where that was nothing cool. And he kept adding each of these things, and by the end it seemed so neat. And yet it was still just a simple 3 attack animation. Where was it? Probably even link them. Anyone who wants to watch it at some point. He was just going over all these things, and it was just like, really? Ah, right here.
Kinetic attack finisher.
Yeah. So this guy talked about game, just the feel of the game, and it made such a difference. So that's what today happened. It was just like, oh, well, this weapon feels terrible. What's that? Not many of the UE devs on YouTube have a lot to teach me these days. I've kind of learned a bunch already, but this guy always seems to consistently have something interesting. There's also the guy who made Smash, like Smash Brothers and other games. I can't remember all his other games, but he was he's taught me a lot too. There we go, the giant version of the hammer. There we go. But I mean, you gotta fix some things in this one. Probably give you a different sound. Well. But yeah, things he's been teaching me, such as, you know, when to add pauses and things like that. Because when I started doing this, everything was just all about do it as fast as possible, you know, and I should realize that the player doesn't have time to even know what they're seeing. I started putting in more pauses and things and just learning from these people. And just a strange thing. But it makes so much more sense when you just start, you know, after you start experiencing it, what can be done with it. It's like, wow, this is, oh, see, the game is so much more fun now. It's time. This needs to be done by a timeline, I think. Stuff I need to just do here. I don't think it needs to take that incredibly long, but maybe it takes like a second to do. I mean, it could instantly do it, but it looks not as good when it's just instantaneous. Oh, great. What a deal. It's so bizarre to think that it's actually better to waste the player's time a small amount because they'll like it better. But timing is everything and how these things look, you know? Update, we'll set the world scale 3D here. And then we'll do this on finished. Any alert. Transform because there's no such thing as alert scale. Yeah. Split all this crap. I really don't plan on changing anything but the scale. 4. B scale is this. Default weapon size is, I think I just have it as a variable, right? Yeah, weapon size. You know why I'm doing that? I could just do this. And so I'd had a record of what it was originally, so when I turned it back, I would have a way to do it. At the time, I didn't use alert where I could have just, you know, put the information in if I really wanted to. Let's do this. I don't know why I copied that twice. I didn't really need to, but that's okay. Connect the alpha. I'm gonna go down here and do it in reverse. That's the full visibility. The weapon parent calls these events, so that's why they're split up like this. Technically, I could have probably just tossed it in here as a side event and gone backwards through here. But then it has a different finish that I want to do, so yeah. Seems like more effort than it was worth, you know? Do not copy the timeline. All the other? Sure. Or super shrink. I'll type it shrink instead. I've actually been debating on if there should be a small ability too, or you know, you get even smaller. Might be kind of funny, but I don't really know what I would do with it yet. I mean, she's already so tiny and she can already duck, which is basically the same thing as getting smaller. So it's like, but I do remember like the Alice Madness Returns keyhole mechanic, where you know she'd shrink down to little sizes. You could see like hidden keyholes and other just hidden information, which is kind of neat. But at the same time, the whole game's about being tiny. I kind of want an ability, an area, or actually an ability that makes you larger. I'm planning on having an area where there's a bunch of smaller toys, like, you know, Lego people sized, so the Poppet can feel giant. You know, just to kind of mix it up some. This is going to be in the opposite direction. Connect the alpha. I have this plugin that auto sizes things, but it causes problems if you don't save periodically. It won't let you mass select things like that and drag them. On finish, do these things. All right. I also want to make the line trace way bigger for this weapon because this weapon is significantly larger. Maybe too large, honestly, for the super version. But where did I default line trace length? I guess I just have an amount here set. So super line trace length. Oh, thanks for the follow, Torku TTO. Thank you. I'm busy making my squeaky toy grow larger. Sounds awful. Anyway, making the squeaky toy grow larger. Yes. I need it's already set up to grow larger, but I need a line trace now to be the right length so that it actually hits things. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna move the line trace off to the side a little bit though, so I can actually see where it's at. So right now it's inside of the weapon. That kind of makes it a little hard. We'll do this, and I can always just, back it up in a second, but it's gonna be that hard. I can also just well. I need to make it so the hat also appears. Well, I might do a different hat model, so I guess it's kind of pointless. Anyway. Oh, it's way far, I think. Is it far? Maybe not. She always aims forward when she does it. It's actually hard to see. It doesn't even hit the end at all. Let me see longer. I guess I could make the weapon not grow as big too, because now the weapon's huge. It is pretty comedically big. That's true. It's comedically big. But probably too big. I mean, it's almost a projectile with how long it is. It's like, maybe I'm gonna make it a little smaller. Because the original model I was using for the thing was significantly smaller than this one, so I didn't really worry about it. But the original weapon also had a hard time hitting. Like, I tried to make it as large as possible for what it was, but it just you take a lot of hits because you couldn't really get that close. This feels a lot better as far as just the size. Oh, wow. Oh, never mind. Well, one thing I've noticed is that this just doesn't aim very well. Like, it's a bit off in general. You can't really tilt it that much. So, like 82.5. Because that'll put it a little bit more accurate. And then Oh, I see. The problem was not that direction at all. The problem was this direction, just way off. You might think, oh, you can just copy this one here. And they actually don't quite follow the same anything. Much to my sadness. Even that's not perfect. But that's a little better. And slightly longer, I think, if memory serves. Probably like 1,000. Balancing this is going to be obnoxious. But, you know, That's one thing that, like, numbers are one thing, but also, wait, just balancing range is its own problem. That just seems huge. Oh. Make it persistent because I'm tired of trying to click it fast enough. All right, so I need to do, well, also, the few times I use event tick, I don't typically use it. But sometimes I do. Persistent. Tired of guessing. Yeah, okay, that's like kind of ridiculous. Sure. That's the weapon parent. Let's look at the default length here. Exposure appears at the top, right? Yep, right there. 500 is better. I don't know. It seems like it's huge. I think the shorter one needs to be a little longer, but no easy way to test this. Not that I know of. If there is an easy way, I mean, if someone wants to tell me, I'm down to learn. But just seeing the line trace in the blueprint, doesn't seem like it's that easy to do. It's actually about the right length. Oh, so it actually sticks out the bottom quite a bit. I guess it's from the bottom of the arrow. No. Yeah, it's probably from the bottom of the arrow. So let me move this up. For some reason, I thought it was from the tip of the arrow points here, but no, it's just showing a direction. That makes it way longer. Too long for the normal one, and actually about the right length for that one. Okay. The normal one's actually the one that's a little weird. I did increase its length, but I also moved it forward a bunch, so its original length was set for more like that. We'll go back to what it originally was and just play from there. We'll make this work. That already worked. But it's about making it feel good, too. I mean, it's got to look like it actually hits. Wow, that is way off now. I did move it pretty far forward. Credit where credit is due. I did move it really far forward. So maybe 250. We'll just have the length of the other one there and see if we can get close. I have a play a particle or something as it grows larger. It's actually not bad. It's actually basically the length of the stick, which is good enough to me because I like giving the player a slight advantage. And then... oh wait, if I do that I can't... if I have a child actor, the child actor can't... you can't adjust the variables of the child actor from the parent blueprint. At least not that I found a way to do. So it turns out that the tarot cards I have that are adjustable for basically everything, because everything's instance editable, work for this. I need to make basically little versions of the cards in here without them being that. That's unfortunate. Oh, thanks for the follow, Zombie the Nation Z. Decided to wander over from YouTube. That's fair. Old YouTube, yeah. Hey, you gotta join the crowd here. Plus, you get emojis here, there. You only get whatever. I mean, to be fair, I need to make better emojis, but you know, I've only been a Twitch affiliate for 2 weeks and 2 days at this point, so I'm learning the ropes. I've only been streaming on Twitch for a short period of time anyway, like over a month now at this point. Great place though. There's just so many interesting projects going on here and just so many great people. I keep joining all these communities too. I'm just like, yep, this one and joining this one. And your dude can blink. Nice, nice. I don't know anything about weight painting. I need to learn all that stuff. I said I was going to show you how I was doing the AI if you still want to see it. I don't know if you can see it on your phone or not. I can show you a different time if you know you're busy, but showing how I was doing it in the blueprints instead. Bizarro world. Being a rebel. Actually, I just really dislike behavior trees. It just seems so inefficient. You know, I forgot to change this too. So it's actually that one there. Not fair. I just didn't know if you were, you know, too busy to look at the actual computer screen versus your phone. I say the phone's going to be probably hard to really understand blueprints that you see on it, but maybe not. Maybe some people have like way better eyesight than me. I mean, to be fair, I think a lot of people probably do. Fair enough. Well, I will give you the tour. Let me change this thing really fast here because I forgot to do it. And yeah, it'll only take me a second here. It's just changing these to the updated material so it vanishes. And you know, I use a material property thing to make it appear. So this way the weapon looks all cool. He appears in, materializes in. I have to figure out something to do with these other tarot cards, though. I kind of want to... Well, she has a hat on now, so I could just put tarot cards on the hat and not actually have them on the weapon. Got it. So, let's see here. I will show you how this works. Start with something simple, and I'll go to something more complicated as it goes. You know, just to give you an idea of what's going on. I think this one's pretty simple, is it? Did I make it neat? This one's not very neat, but you'll get the idea of things. This has a bunch of things it doesn't even need. Actually, do I have a better one? All right. I think I could find one that was nice and simple. This is pretty simple. All right, so the basic plan is this. On event begin play, I run a character behaviors thing. It's just a custom event. You can call it whatever you like. And I ran some checks, see if they're dead. Don't worry about those. Those are whatever you want to do on those. I have a sequence here. The first sequence is where it gathers information. For most enemies, this really consists of finding the player character, and then I have them get the distance to the target, because I like to do all my AI based upon distances, since in a Metroidvania, it's not a stealth game. They already know you're there. When you're within a certain range of a character in a Metroidvania, they attack you. Bosses always know you're there, so there's no such thing as stealth in this. I'm not worried about that. For anyone who is, well, then you're gonna have to get that information here by, you know, referencing the AI perception component and variables from that. Once you have this, I go to a thinking phase. In the thinking phase, I have a current action, and this only works if it's, like, you know, got no action. If this is just blank, cool. Otherwise, do nothing. This is just in case it's too fast or something, it won't do anything useful. And then from here, I just simply go, okay, well, since I base everything on distance, it's like, okay, well, is it this distance away? If true, then do this, and I have, you know, sometimes I random int and range, and I just have, you know, switch on integer, and I have these things here. In most cases, I just have an action. Sometimes I have additional variables for the action. But once you have an action, say like attack or something like that, is within range of that, it then goes down to here and says, okay, I have some things to try to unbreak it if something happens, but ignore all those. All you need to know is do once, switch on string the current action. And this is where I actually put the various actions that are happening. And you're probably thinking, hey, wait a second, these seem really small. Well, you see, to replace the whole concept of the tasks, that I have these as a parent class of BPNPC, and this is a thing that has all the stuff on it, such as moving directions, jump directions, you know, things like that, specific stuff. Next patrol point, I was trying to make a separate one there, and I never finished it. Turning, you know, all these things like that. And I also have one for, you know, I have combat, so I have like attacks and things like that. So basically, I can have all the combat stuff on there because I always do everything with, you know, with parents and children. So yeah, it then does whatever action needs to, calling upon there, and then I have a reset action event. And the reset action event just goes right back here and says, set the current action to nothing, and then, you know, reset the do once. And then it goes to a cleanup phase where it runs a delay, and then it runs the thing again. Yeah, and you have to have this because otherwise you have an infinite loop. You almost always have a delay, and I do this all the time for all kinds of things that I want to loop. You can set an event by timer as well. I tend to like this method better, but that's just me. Yeah, and then once it runs character behavior, it goes right back up here and goes the whole chain again. And you can get really complicated with this stuff too, because, you know, start to show you that things are way more advanced now. You know, I've been hard at it. Start talking about Vu here. And Vu has a much bigger information gathering phase. You know, she wants to know, she has to determine her target because she will attack the NPCs instead as well. So she has a bigger target chain like that. She gets names, actors, distances, whether or not the player is in the air. There's a blend animation there. She has a battle phase thing, which is based upon her health rating, which she sets here. She's falling, things like that. She sends a battle phase to Mini Pot, the little thing she summons. That's a little voodoo doll of you. Yeah. Checks if the player's dead, taunts the player if the player's dead because the player deserves it for losing. And then you get to her thing here, and you know, in her second phase, I've actually broken it up. Again, current action. She's sending the information to this character. She sends it twice. I don't know why, but there must have been a reason I set it up like that. And then I have various battle phases, like a battle phase 0, where it's just prepping, where she summons, you know, units to set up, sets the battle phase, whatever. And then immediately it goes to phase 1 here. And then you can see that I start splitting it by the more, I start organizing these significantly more. Or, you know, beyond at 3,000, she moves forward. My move command, like, direction thingy actually has movement speed, bonuses, distances, etc. If she's facing the player, these things. But you can also have, you know, various percentages on things by simply having a switch on it and then saying, okay, well, this thing here, you know, 4 out of 7 will move to target, but sometimes it'll just fire these multiple pin projectiles instead. You can see down the line, does the same thing, just other stuff. All the way up to getting really close. I have it too close, where she's so big that a lot of her attacks will miss, so she has to get away from the target. Something that's anyone who is programming Dark Souls probably understands all too well when the boss is way larger than the player and you're trying to hit the player who's like this little tiny thing. You're trying to basically hit your ankles. And so yeah, do that, and I split up into different battle phases too. So then you just go, okay, well now based on the health here or the battle phase, I have different ones all the way down to this monstrosity. And I just found this easy to organize because a lot of the problem I have with behavior trees is that you have to do all these tasks, these decorators, a lot of extra coding. Then you got to shuffle variables back and forth using interfaces and things. These just have everything just on one thing. Oh, actually, initially the first things they ever showed me were like how to do a little bit of AI and blueprints, and then they never really went far with it. And then I just started kind of experimenting with it. So I was like, well, I already do stuff like this anyway. Here's a simple AI. Why can't I expand upon that? And I already do this system all the time, where I have, you know, an event, custom event, and then it runs a timer and repeats itself. This one actually has different cleanup speeds too, so this way I can have the enemy react faster based upon the phase. So I was gonna ever have different more battle phases, but I didn't do that. I thought of making a video explaining how to do these things because, you know, there really isn't a lot of good things on how to do it with blueprints. And really isn't. I just kind of figured it out. I kind of roll with it. But yeah, and they also, one of the important things you can learn is you can actually highlight a bunch of these, right click and select collapse nodes, and it turns it into its own little graph. So you don't have to have these big things. And these graphs are just graphs. They have no rules. You don't have to worry about, you know, macro rules or function rules. You can't duplicate the graph somewhere else, though. They're not a connectable graph or anything. Well, actually, you can connect the graph. Pretty certain you can. Yeah, you can add inputs. Most of these are usually just kind of simple. I just didn't want to have giant graphs everywhere. So I started organizing these quite a bit, and they just, yeah. Yeah, if you ever have any questions about these things, I'm more than happy to explain these things to people. Because why not, right? Spread the love. Really should make videos and I do, but then I'm not making games. That's the problem. It's like you can make YouTube videos, but then make game. Make game, not video. To be fair though, I probably should do that. I was gonna test this thing here. I think I made some changes there. Yeah. You'd be surprised, like the how to make things, especially like the how to make a tutorial things on like various videos and like game types, really helped a lot. Oh, an ad break. Nice. Fair enough. I guess let me know when the ad break's over. That does not vanish very well. But it appears nice now. It's like reversed. Yeah, it does it in reverse and messed up. Actually, I might adjust to sitting because I have a standing desk and my feet are hurting. Second. All right. After about 5 hours, I got nothing. About the longest I want to stand at any given time. Huh. Discord person, nice. Yeah, like 5 hours in, I'm always like, okay, it's been 5 hours. I mean, don't get me wrong, I usually stream like 8 to 11 hours. I work a regular job too, so 8-hour day there. So sometimes it's a long day. At the end of 11 hours, I'm just like, because that means it's been like 19-hour day. Some of us are gluttons for punishment, yo. That's just what happens. That's what happens. Apparently, weapon disappear is. Oh, I see. Well, if that's the case, then why am I not just doing the reverse from end? Okay. Then. You made refrigerator shelves for years? Oh gosh. Robot Lion Pay sucked, yeah. For a while I worked like a long time ago, I worked at Life Touch, which is the company that made did photos for schools, like pretty much all around the country. And I did data entry there, and talk about boring jobs, but every other job there was just like on the line. So I mean, like, it was just the most boring thing ever. I would have gone crazy if I was there for too much longer. Thankfully I started my own business and got away, but oh god, if I hadn't, it would have been, it was rough. There you go. That was I need to do these in reverse order for vanishing here. Like, these need to vanish. I'll keep the delay after, but I'm gonna do this. Right? A lot of things are about looks, you know? It's all about the right timing, so that you get the appearance of it being cooler than it is. Yeah, yeah. Of course, now I actually have, a business, but I also do this now, and I don't know. One of the most addicting things I've found is just people watching you. It's weird. I never thought this would be like such a good thing to me. I mean, I remember once like years ago, I said I'd never stream because I couldn't understand why anyone would do it. And then I started streaming, and here I am. Now I'm just like, huh. I just kind of want to stream. I took my 2 days off on the weekends so I can get this thing called sleep. And I just want to work on the game and stream anyway. I'm just like, I didn't have to worry about being ready to make up for my other job. I would just stream the whole time. I would stream like 12 hours a day. Exactly, zombie. It's literally just people are excited about what you're doing, and it's so cool. I'm just like, oh. There you go. See, I'm here to validate everybody. I am now the embodiment of validation. Yes. Oh, sure, why not, right? It still vanishes in an awkward way. It appears really nice. That time it was pretty good. Almost like there needs to be an additional delay. Yeah. I mean, I just like to get people dreaming about things. You know, like, this is such an amazing medium that you can just do basically anything you want. And it just, if you're not, you know, just daring to dream about something, you know, cool and new and just, what are you even doing with your time? Now's your chance to make, you know, the thing you've always wanted a reality. I mean, at no point have we ever had the kind of tech we have now just available to you. And it just, like a miracle almost. It's just amazing what you can do with it. And just, yeah. Tired of working for other people? That's fair. Yeah. I've almost 2 years and started about 6 months ago. I need something truly special to achieve my goals. Yeah, you know. Now's your chance. Like, there's so much cool stuff out there. You can. The special is just waiting. Still really bad timing on that. Some of that delay would be a little bit better, but it just is not better at all. Yeah. When I was young, like, if we'd had YouTube back then to show us all this crap and how to do things, I would have been able to do so much stuff. Even now, I use YouTube to learn all this stuff. There's just like, there's so much knowledge out there. I've seen so many tutorials on just how to do all kinds of crazy crap. And that just wasn't available when I was younger. It was hard to find information on things. There's all these things that now, I mean, I've been teaching myself game dev purely because, I mean, the stuff is just there. Why wouldn't I? That's fair. I mean, you know, I had a good computer. I was always a computer nerd, so I've always had a good computer. I do remember once long ago in the 90s, I mocked RPG Maker, but that's also because it was on PlayStation 1. And anyone who wanted to do game dev on PlayStation 1, it just hurts my head. Oh my god, why would you ever do game dev on a console? Oh, it just sounds horrible. Not only can you not actually add your own assets, but I mean, can you imagine typing in code with a controller? Why did you do this? Jesus. There are fates worse than death. I'm pretty certain coding with a controller is one of them. Jesus. Really should be like maybe like a half second, just enough time so that it vanishes first and isn't just floating there. Yeah, information is it's so abundant. So many people just ignore it, take it for granted, and stuff. And it's like, oh, cool, what's available now? Again, it vanishes first. It appears beautifully. There it vanished fine. So it's like it has no maybe I did it too fast. Like once they appear, then I do it. And it works fine. That's just because there's a directive. So if you switch it too fast, it won't look as good. But that's fine, right? So we're doing this here, and then you know, if the information becomes good enough that they can actually make their own little replicator things, eventually merchandise will be free too, right? Let's all believe in Star Trek. I mean, to be fair, there was a time when they were using iPads and we thought that was amazing. They weren't called iPads, but pretty certain the iPad design came, you know, someone saw that and said, I could make this. And that's what happened. An engineer was just like, this is the design. Um, I don't really want to worry too much about putting additional variable just to make that one thing, you know, be done. I could have a weapon appear thing and make it where you can't unequip on the weapon until it's entirely there, but I don't know if I want to lock them down like that. Because, you know, mid-combat, having to wait for the weapon to completely switch seems kind of ridiculous just for a slight graphical improvement. I don't like that. Having played a lot of the combat, I don't like that at all. Extra hit stuff, transform relative scale thingy. I'm actually pretty happy with this. I guess I could actually sit there and fix all the other crap too. I've been having a real issue because these things are on there. I'll show you. Oh yeah. When I realized I could start, you know, I started making all the I gotta make all the tarot cards for, you know. I made that one for her. And I gotta make renders of all of them. That's how she ended up with the hammer. I was like, hey, you know, this looks cool. She can have the hammer. Yes. Doesn't have little cards on the end. That's okay. This is the hat she's supposed to have, but I haven't imported it yet. There's a weird issue with exporting from DAS over to here to the this main project that causes them to be lower beds. But if I import the same thing to a different project, it looks great. There must be something, but I mean, I've redone the project. Like I've migrated everything out and made a new project, and it still does it. I have not been able to solve this mystery for, you know, most of the project's history. So in order to do it now, I just simply put it into a side project and then migrate it from the side project, and it looks beautiful. Yes, I decided to make my own cards. Need a better texture for the back. But I made everything customizable. I thought that separates the weapon and its own animations. Like a sentient thing that can behave independent of the player, but just having the player switch to a different weapon, like unarmed, and start to execute whatever I want occurs that ultimately end up as keyframes. What? I mean, because you can separate it into, like, you can use an animation to, like, say, throw the weapon, and then have the animation play out, and at the end of the animation, send a notify saying, hey, destroy this weapon here, and then create an actor of it, or like unequip it from your player like that, and then, you know, an actor of it. Or it could actually just unattach and land in the world too, because if it's an actor that's already got its own information, you could do that and then activate its behaviors. You probably use an interface at that point, like interface, you know, and like, you know, have an is active thing, just send a boolean back and forth. When it's not active, it reattaches itself to the player. Interesting idea. Noted that idea. Various notes that I have many of them. They're not currently on the screen yet because I don't wish to show my Google Docs things, but I keep notes of things. This is stuff I've been making the order for the demo, including things that aren't even in the demo. I have an incredibly large game dev doc. It is like 70 pages or something stupid, going over various other characters that are in the game. Demo. Ones I'm not even sure I'm not even gonna have, but including the original look of the game because it was going to be a dilapidated warehouse. So some things are more accurate to what they are, but other ones, you know, were very old. Like this is old stuff here. The game was more like set up for toys at that point, but it played more fun as a human setup. Like, you know, things were built like it was functional versus, you know, stuff that was built for toy size. Because when it's toy size, it just makes it seem like you're a normal character, which is no fun. That takes away all the fun of being a tiny little toy. Every once in a while you see a door or a lamp and you're like, it's so cool, and then everything else is your size and it's just no fun. Yeah, it's went on a long time. The original outdoor, like originally it was a big, huge campus type of thing, like in the middle of nowhere. Like, and there was a big, huge open area. It was like part of the grounds, which I took out because, didn't make much sense. But when there's a character with a ship in a bottle, yeah. Want it to yeet itself in the sky after a throw, which plays an animation and grants you a unique, more powerful combo, essentially spawn it in your hand. Okay. Well, at that point, you're just playing an animation, right? I mean, you could do it a couple ways. You could actually just launch it, have it turn into a thingy and do its own thing, move around, and then you could have it reattached to the player, which should be done with a move to. You could actually have it like, move a certain distance from the player. Like you activate a thing telling it to unattach, move a distance to the player, and do whatever it's going to do, like whatever, like, animation, or just move to a location, whatever. You can have arrows or whatever on the player. And then you can have it move back to the player and attach, At that point, it's not even animation. You're just telling it, okay, move back to the player's hand and attach at this angle. Toss in some, blurps and timelines, and it'll be smooth, and you don't even have to make a specific animation for it. And then it won't be attached to the player the whole time, too. Once it's not attached to the player, you can just move wherever you want. Exciting. Yeah, lots of ways. Oh, Toy Maker's Workshop. Extra O in there. So maybe a weapon that attaches from the player acts as an NPC that can spell, I think. Kinda. Fine, I won't remove the C. I'll let you do it. I don't care about. Oh yeah, that's right. I keep wanting to do the same save you would see in UE. Or have to do that. Yeah. No, I mean, it's not a bad idea. I'm thinking about it because I wanted to almost have weapons for every one of the tarot cards. You can mix between them and then have like different abilities for them. And I was thinking the Fool would be the one with this dodge, and then I would have a different abilities for the others. Because it's more fun if they can all be used in combat, and I also want to limit how many you can carry. And I think the number is 4 because of the number of buttons on a keyboard, on a controller, which I do have controller support already. But then you have to pick and choose which weapon, which abilities you take with, which makes it more interesting, I think. You can always go get the other ones, but combinations of them will only be available at certain points, so you don't just have everything. Because limitation is what makes games fun. If you have everything, then you need nothing. Brainstorm builder on that. Animation, the story is literally just secrets relative to the player. And some sure, yeah. I mean, the only reason I suggested it detaching is when, if it's its own actor in the world, it can do a lot of things that are pretty hard to do with an animation. I guess I can test this out to see if it's actually any fun. I need to build some of these areas too. Oh, I didn't even show off the other things I was building. Let me, I'm gonna put this somewhere I can test it, I guess. Honestly, I could test it in here if I felt like it. I was making lab equipment because I was waiting for the fab to have some sale on things, and it hasn't had a sale since it opened up in the middle of October. And I'm just like, but I need these assets. Oh, 1 second. Let me adjust these numbers so you can actually see what it's supposed to be. That's fair. I mean, you gotta try things. If it looks good, awesome. That's all that matters, I mean, you can get it done. Like, all that matters is the end result, right? It looks good, and it gets done. Yeah. Yeah, I made Tesla coils because they're like, I needed steampunk laboratory stuff. So I was like, I'm just gonna make my own. What do you think of that? I made vats of goo. Cables to connect them, made those. These were made in the engine too, so you can make stuff in Unreal Engine. I made pumps. Yeah, I figured out you could just shrink the a volume that looks like a liquid, and I'm thinking it looks like it's actually, you know, pumping. I'm still building a heart. It does move, but it's just not there yet. Also, I have a section known as the Great Board, which is like a black and white tile floor, and I made chess pieces and checkers. Well, I made checkers specifically. They have emoji faces. I've never seen that one, but there's a king checker. I'm gonna make it so they can jump on each other and, you know, ping themselves. Yeah, see? The chess pieces have it too. And of course the ghost girl I made too, who is the de facto ruler of the place. And by a Tesla tower because it counts as a light source. I gotta get animations for her too. I'm gonna make her more like a grudge ghost, so she's like a roving death trap essentially. But for now, she's just kind of floating around doing her thing because I don't have anything for her. Still working on consoles. I gotta make these too. I gotta decide, because this is the first room. Oh, I made a steampunk clock too. Just cause. I need to make a grandfather clock with the moving hands. I haven't quite figured out the math to convert the command there into 360 degrees. Because, well, I guess it's just multiply by 6, right? So I was gonna make a clock and spin the hands, and you have, you know, your the 60 things, you know, 60 seconds, 60 minutes, and all this and like that. And it is 360 degrees, which does divide evenly by 6. Oh, yeah. Numerous experimental designs to do. Fish that exists inside of a character. Let's work out how to make it a reality. I mean, just make whichever portion of the character have a transparent mesh, and then you can put a fish inside them. Like you can literally just have a static mesh that's a fish inside it and have no collision on the thing inside them because it's attached to the mesh. It won't matter. Need that. Actually, you attach it to a bone on there specifically because if you attach it to a bone, then it'll actually move with when they do the animations. So, it can't be that hard. You like the effect? Yeah. It came out really good. I was like, huh. The thing. You can also take any of the characters and you can actually replace them with a glass too. Like you can replace like their face or something with glass mesh or something. There's so many of them. So you want to put the fish inside of them. It's very possible because you can replace any single, you know, material with any other material. Yeah. Interesting idea. I don't hate it. Make notes of weird ideas. Sometimes I plan on implementing weird ideas. Other ones I don't even know about. I was gonna take this and put it somewhere. No, that's the full one. I think I'm gonna give the full out inside of the painting world. Right? Should be able to copy this over to the level pretty easily. Because the character looks you know, Tinka looks like she would give out the fool. Only fair, right? Even though, you know, as far as like all the characters in the game represent one of the various tarot, she does not represent the Fool, but she looks like it because that's what she was wearing when she died. So if I gave out the Fool here, this seems way more fitting than the other room. Besides, I get to make an "It's dangerous to go alone, take this" joke, right? That seems pretty fitting for giving it out. I could see that. This will only appear later when I actually have you rescue this particular NPC. I put that there, but then the big problem I have right now, as far as the design goes, besides remembering to save, is what do you do in the first room? Because originally I was going to have you in the Toymaker's Workshop where you were newly made as a doll, trying to go, you know, escape and get out. And it looks cool as a place, but it doesn't really, it's not really gamified. It doesn't have much, like there's ways you could wander around and like that, but there's no task to do. And that's what I'm trying to figure out what you're supposed to do, because I could give out the Fool in the first room and that lets you, you know, beat stuff up. Cool. But this doesn't look like a room to give out the Fool in the first place. It looks very much not that at all. Yeah, Museum of Interesting Things. That's what the painting world pretty much is. Just a weird, eclectic place. All these paintings that connect everything else so you can actually get places. But every time you rescue a toy, they open up a little, they get a little building there too. So I was going to build a little toy city in there with custom little buildings for them. Well, custom for the ones that are most interesting, but at first I was going to have a huge sprawling area, but then I started realizing, I was like, how many toys are you really going to rescue? Like, what are they going to do? Because I had so many things, like, I only have so many rooms, right? And the game is split into rooms, so what do you do in each room? I have to hide a key usually in most rooms, because they need a key to get to another room, and often there needs to be some sort of person to save or something that you do in each of these rooms. This one here is 2 stories, but I almost want to take out these stairs. Hear me out. What if the stairs were on the other side of this door here, which I need to redo? And that was how you got up to the second story. So this way the player can't get here yet. They're stuck only on the bottom, which means they won't do the worst thing ever, which is wander. Because I'm fine with them wandering if there's something to do. But if you just wander around this huge room with nothing to do and that's the start of the game, I run the problem of them just getting lost and bored. There's no combat or anything in this room, because if I get the Fool out somewhere else, yeah, what am I going to do? Like, I think what actually needs to happen, I might need to change this room for that. Huh. Yeah, exactly. Carrot on a stick thing. And it's just like, yeah, I'll make this large so you can see here. This is definitely a problem I've been considering. Because it makes sense as he would start in this area. It's weird. I kind of feel like I'm making the game backwards, because in most games, you would reach the point with all the weird, you know, messed up things. And like the, you know, Toymaker's Lab and things like these kinds of things sound like the end of the game, not the start of the game. So by putting them at the end of the start of the game, I'm like, okay, well, like later you can come back to this room, sure. I considered having Charlotte show up as, you know, looking for her new toy and you having to hide from her, but the game has no stealth. And if I have stealth in exactly one room at the start and then the rest of the game has no stealth, what does that do for me, really? That makes no sense. Like, you have conflicting gameplay. Metroidvanias are not about stealth. They're about gaining power to open up new areas, you know, exploration. So if I force you to explore to get the ability to get in this room, like, you can always come back to this room, but you can't get these other things up here. I kind of like this idea. Also, let me show you something that I didn't think about. And that is stairs. problem with stairs is that they suck to jump up. They just outright suck. This is just the least fun mechanic you'll ever see in your life. Man, aren't these stairs cool? Jeez, isn't that awesome? Don't you just want to jump up these to start your game? Yeah, that's beautiful. Why wouldn't I want to do that? What if you fall? Then you gotta do it again. Oh, fun. That's awesome. I super want to do that. I've been putting ramps in everywhere because of that. They look cool. They look like they're, you know, perfect for the room. And they would make sense to be there, but they are awful. Yeah. You're learning to consider carrots quite a bit. Making Doom maps is how combat puzzle. Yep. Sorry to be limited, so enemies. High idea. Yeah, I mean, enemies get you places. They make you move around. Fuck them all, yeah. Stairs are, well, I mean, there's ways to do stairs in this pretty easily. Let's assist roll people like Earthworm Jim? Maybe. I really think that the plan should actually be this. Like, I make concept areas and then I build, like, I change them to fit more gamified later. So let's hypothetically do this. Let's get these out of this room. Actually, let me read these nav meshes. I don't want to watch it load in 5 seconds. There's a bunch of them. So I got to redo all these walls and things like that. Like, there's so many things that need to be worked on in this game as far as just improving things. So let's say I do this. Let's say I put the stairs over here instead, you know? There's a big problem here I'm starting to see, and that is with how they're set, you really can't easily get up there. I'm gonna have to have it slightly different. I could make it where you can't go out that one there, and I could have them get up to here to a separate little hallway that goes and then goes into here where I'd have a door. Is this even a regular wall? It's a box brush, so I could actually add a door to that. I'm thinking of like removing all this crap here, putting this painting down here so that you can only get to there, and then this is the painting you have to get out of this particular room. Yeah, well, here's the thing. First of all, I tried mouse holes, and they're okay. But then I came to this other conclusion of, okay, why can't I just have a pipe in the wall you can go through? It's not that like basically the same thing. Yeah, exactly. But what needs to be accomplished in this room, I don't want you out here. I don't want you out here. I want you to come back for a resurrection ritual that's happening later in the game, about halfway through the game, or even near the end of it. I really don't want you, but you wake up in this room. I don't really necessarily want you to get anything up here, so I can hide stuff up here that you come back for later. What needs to happen in this room is this game needs to be introduced, the story's like that, and you have to meet Tinka, who will help introduce the painting world. Because so much of the game revolves around, you know, rescuing the toys and trying to find your missing friend, who is part of the reason why you got caught by the serial killer in the first place. So, you need to introduce the painting world very quickly. There's no other way out of here besides that. So she helps you get out, escape, basically like that. And then from there, you end up in a different section of the factory, basically, where it's just like, well, I don't call it a factory, toy store. There we go. Yeah, you end up in a different section of it, and then you get to go explore from there. And you're trying to get down to get out of the place, basically, solve the mystery of the curse. But you figure you're at the top, so you might as well go down, because where else are you going, right? There's nowhere left. It's down. So I can't use mouse holes. I could drop them down a pipe or something like that in the floor to a lower area. Sure. But the areas below here are either like the final room, a room right before the final room, a bedroom you don't even get to go in the demo because, you know, it reveals a bunch of stuff. I think over here, you might be able to land in one of these later rooms. It's like halfway through the first floor, or the fifth floor, I should say. there's nowhere I can really drop them. That's where I want to drop them. I want to drop them here if I'm going to drop them. But if I drop them there, let's say I do that, then when do I introduce the painting boom? What happens? Like I skip this whole section. Yeah, as far as the scale thing, I definitely use that all the time to send you through pipes and things like that. But yeah, that's what I've been planning. I don't have to worry about the others. I just need to have the doors. There's a door up here, which I'm just going to put a door up here for purposes of showing off what I'm doing. Well, not strong for purposes of just knowing where things are going to be at. This is not a door with a hole on it. I'm going to grab one with a hole. I do not wish to resize one of these. Oh, it's an ad break. Fair enough. This one will work. Grab these. Move this up here. Here. I put it over here. Why not? See. I just need to redo these floors. Let's just redo this crap. Let's get it over with. Oops. Issues much? I need to repair these anyway, because this is like, the first room, so I need to have that as a thing. But what I'm thinking, I have a set of stairs here which goes down, so that is a problem. I needed to move this door anyway because it was literally on top of that. But what I actually need is probably stairs just going up. Maybe not these stairs. I don't know. I just dragged them over here for purposes of that. I'm not actually going to use this area at the moment. Why did I not copy the door? Questions. I guess that. Sure. Let me change the size of this here. That's just too fast. I'm trying to do some fine work here, and that is not going to get the job done. We do this. Yeah. I mean, I gotta have I don't know, a lot of the new types of games that come out I don't even like, so maybe my old game design ideas would be good. I don't know. I don't even know if they're that old of ideas, honestly. I just kind of running with this world here. Weird ways. Need to enlarge it slightly bit more here. This. Want a door right there. There's only one door here, right? Is there? I was didn't go all the way through. Weird. Why no go all the way through? Or is too tiny? Oh, tiny. I'm gonna go ahead and move this whole door up. The whole door. Game of Thrones. Again. Happens, the whole door. Oh, I see. The other wall is blocking this. I can't even, like, it's literally, I need to expand this wall so it's bigger. Fair enough. For some reason I thought they were connected better than that. Yeah. Well, that's kind of the thing. Anyone and their grandmother can make an open world in like Unreal Engine or something like that. That looks great. Because, you know, if there's one thing I've discovered that Unreal can do, is make a very pretty open environment, especially in a forest. Yeah, yeah. You see that it takes like no time, you know. 10 minutes in, your stuff looks amazing because, of course, it does. What Unreal does, it makes your stuff look amazing. But it's you'll run into the big problem. Like, you know, it's like you could make this huge world, but there's nothing to do in your world. The number of, you know, discords I've been in for game dev where they show me this open world, they're like, it's so cool. It's like, yeah, your world's beautiful, but what am I gonna do in it? It's just boring. It's empty. Like, do something with it. It's just I want to have, like, you know, entertainment. And that's the problem is that, yeah, okay, anybody can make this big open world, but I think with content is the real challenge. That takes a lot of time. Well, I don't really have an open world game because I'm just like, oh, I'd rather curate my experience because at the end of the day, it took hundreds of people to make Skyrim. You know, I like to tell people that. It's like, you gotta, content's what takes time. Give people a reason to run. And you can make, like, you know, content where you like harvest things and build your own stuff and effectively then, well, there's no real point to your open world at that point because the simple reality is anywhere is the same, right? It's just some nearby resources randomly. It's kind of it. It's not much of a drive for the player to go to any specific area. It's basically just huge emptiness. Maybe they're harvesting a thing, but mostly they probably built their base somewhat near the start and everything else was pointless. So, a lot of these people, like, it's just, I just see it every time. It's just over and over. Same game. Oh, God help them if they also use the Mega Scans assets. I mean, the Mega Scans assets are beautiful. I'm not dunking on those, but the simple problem is you got to do something to make your game your own. You know, it's got to look like your game. And if you use the Mega Scans assets to make some open world crafting sim, doesn't look like your game. It's the RPG Maker problem. There we go. Where you use the base assets and everything looks the same. There's literally that. That's the RTP for Unreal. Be funny to watch, but, you know, I mean, I just tell people it's like just anything. Just do something different. Just anything you want. Just make it a little bit your own. No? Okay. Well, fair enough. Then they can't understand why no one's excited by their game. I wonder. Meanwhile, there was that guy who made the game about being a sausage in a museum. I remember that. Because, I mean, it's a sausage in a museum. Why wouldn't you remember that? Trying to get this matched with the floor a little bit better. Doesn't gotta be perfect, but just needs to be good enough. Very few people are gonna sit there forever and try to screw with this, you know? Yeah. 7 characters by Anya. I mean, you know, you don't gotta make your stuff, like, you can use stuff that from asset packs and that. It's how you put it together. makes it interesting. But I mean, having at least a little bit of visual style, like, you know, don't take the a complete pre-made and just ship that as your game. You know, at least do something to make it a little bit your own. I always advocate that if you're gonna have a main character and like, you know, some important characters, those should probably be unique, and then it doesn't matter about everyone else. You can make the other NPCs exactly that. I mean, I don't know if I'd make them all meta-humans necessarily, but, you know, you can do meta-humans too, that's fine. Maybe I do this, because then, like, they can't get down here. Also gives me more space to put something else interesting. I gotta be careful, though, because Poppet can climb on things. She's famously good at that. Oh, so that they're just hiding in there. I have a placeholder thingies in there. I'm trying to decide if we have, like, completely dead bodies or not. People were alive and brought back to life. Yeah, recolor. I mean, I do that all the time. I recolor everyone's stuff. It's pretty good. I recolor this stuff here. I mean, I when I did these, right? I mean, I took the cylinders and I took these metal things that were just, you know, a different material, and I used them instead, right? Because you can just change things up. Same thing with spheres. Like I used that glass instead to create, you know, on just a regular sphere to create these, you know, balls here, so I don't have to, you know, do a lot of these things. Like, I mean, you can change stuff very easily. So basic shapes can make all kinds of neat stuff. I've actually made lots of things that same way. I like this. I don't remember put these stairs yet, though. I need these stairs here, unfortunately. That's really, really unfortunate. I did not design this building with level design in mind. But I guess now with that here, I guess I have to have a different set of stairs, honestly. Do I? Maybe I don't. I don't even really want stairs, but maybe. Let's say I do this, right? And then I just put yeah, pretty much, yeah. That's worse when people complain about an asset like that. You know, it's like, I mean, you are making custom, you got to deal with all the foibles and stuff. I mean, I've tried some, like, you know, random pre-mates just to see how they panned out. I mean, I wasn't going to build my game on them, but just to learn how they were built, because I didn't understand how a lot of it worked. And I've always been big on picking things apart to see how they work, like, you know, just tinkering with things and see what happens. And so that really taught me a lot. And don't get me wrong, there were times where I was like, why would you do it this way? But, you know, I don't think I would build my... I think there's something that you really need to, as a game dev, you need to think about. You need to really do this. Very important. Never complain about your own game. Ever. Like, I mean, like, don't say you hate it. Don't, none of that. Like, your game is amazing. You love it. That's all you're ever going to tell people. The number of devs out here bashing their own game, I'm like, man, it's so hard to get people to play your game in the first place. Don't do that. And they don't want to play it because they're afraid, you know, of your game sucking too, because you don't think it's any good and you're the person playtesting it. Like, so hearing someone complain about their asset packs that they're building their game out of, it's just like, who's going to play your game now? You just told everyone it sucks. Why would you do this? So dumb. But I hear it all the time. So common. Maybe I do this with it. I have like a thingy up here. Actually, 1 second. Tired of that thing in the way. Is this even one of those? My God. Yeah, Dark Souls, like, some people want to do that, and it's just like, cool, you know, I mean, but the reason why Dark Souls works is Dark Souls has a visual style to its own. It really does. And a lot of the knockoffs of it just come off as looking cheap. Because they look like, pale imitations of the real thing, the pretender to the crown. Don't be a pretender to the crown, You can make a Souls game, but make your Souls game somewhat unique. I've also had to defend why my game is not a Souls game. I'm like, what? The Metroidvanias don't even like Soul games. So funny. They're like, what's the difference? Well, one's about exploration and finding new abilities that can get you to like other places you couldn't reach before, but not really about getting new weapons or incredibly hard fights. And I'll try to explain to them these differences here. Whereas the other one's about finding new gear and, really complicated boss fights and stuff. You're not worrying about finding double jump or anything, or a rocket pack because you can't get higher up or, anything like that. Mobility and exploration versus combat and exploration, I guess, really. Well, I mean, to be fair, exploration in those is mostly you're largely on the ground with no not a lot of verticality. Sometimes you can, jump up a few things, but you're not triple jumping your way up with some sort of like, teleport dash probably. Like you might in a Metroidvania. I'll do this. I gotta pop these real fast because they are going dead. 1 second. Yeah, I think one of the things I think people really in Souls games don't realize is they're going to have to make a whole lot of combat mechanics, which means a disgusting amount of AIs. Oh my god. You're going to be hard at it to make AIs that are, for every little thing. All the contextual stuff. I mean, one of the guys I was watching, Washbuckling Fox is making his own, but then he decided to make it have parties like Final Fantasy VII, but it looks very Souls-like other than that, and I'm like going, I don't know how that plays out in a Souls world. The Final Fantasy VII Remake combat mechanics, I can't wait to see it. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying it's bad or anything, I just can't wait to see it. It was wild to hear, like, what's going to happen with that. Because, that's unusual. But at the very least, at the end of the day, his game will be different than everyone else's. What's wrong with that? I gotta make new walls, I think. I don't super care right now. I was just trying to figure out exactly where this is gonna go. Yeah, fodder enemies are pretty easy. I mean, I was explaining to someone about that, like when I was doing saying Metroidvania mechanics, I'm like going, it's like every time you've ever played a Metroidvania, how smart have your opponents been? They usually they're a one-trick pony. They show up, they have one attack they're going to try to do. They got two if they're like the more complicated versions you might find somewhere. And that's about it. They didn't block. Or if their blocking might be their only mechanic, like they swing and block. Okay, cool. They don't have some complicated AI. They're not plotting and planning and getting into formations. No. That's exactly zero Metroidvanias ever. So only the bosses have any kind of AI. So I'm just like, I get to make my people completely stupid because that's how these games work. They're just completely dumb. Which is fine, I mean, that's good because when you're a solo dev, you should be pretty cognizant of the fact that you're one person. Like, it was pretty obvious. You're one person. You probably don't want to do more than you have to when it comes to those kinds of things. Yeah, start simple. Yeah, I mean, well, most enemies, like, people want to make the enemy like it's super smart, but is it really fun to sit there and play like a game of like blocking and like trying to hit them like with each enemy you encounter? Like, is they sitting there like with some complicated defense pattern? Is this fun? I mean, most enemies are fodder, right? You really don't want to spend that long on them because they're fodder. So, do you really want to make them take this long? I mean, like, seems kind of like a lot, you know? But maybe you do. Maybe. Yes. Is this the right thickness? I'm trying to question that. I want to keep all the walls the same thickness. Not a wall. A wall. This is not a wall either. What is the thickness of the walls? Your wall. Thickness. 11 points. This is what I need. So I'm going to put holes in them so, people are going to walk through the walls. So I need to have the wall be approximately the same, thickness. Otherwise, people will notice. Happen. Oh. Oh, my bad. The wall thickness is actually just one. So, right. Maybe I'm thinking this is the distance I want. No, because the length is the thing. Yeah, I mean, you can find run a studio is okay, but you're going to want to make some sort of project before that, to really get people on board or just have a lot of money. If you have a lot of money, you can do whatever you want. But we'll assume you don't have a lot of money because, well, you're into game dev. Yeah, I'm into game dev. So you probably want to release a game or two just to figure it out, This product to win like $15 an hour. If you make $15 an hour as a game dev, you're in like the top like 1%. Like, it's so few people make like even minimum wage as a game dev. Like, it is got the worst ROI ever. You do it because you love the concept of it. But it's definitely not a good way to get money. No, I wish it was, but it is so not. I've seen plenty of videos of the people break it down and their game that made them $30,000, they actually made like 30 cents an hour. You're like, ooh, God. Because you got to factor in all the fees for all the assets and like what Steam takes, and it's just, it ain't pretty. I don't like how this comes out. Interesting. So, ain't that fun. I'm going to go ahead and just keep this door because I need to keep the information on it. That's all I care about. I'm going to get rid of this wall. I needed to redo these anyway. This area can actually change later. I just have it as a concept. Because I don't 100% know. Like, this is super far into the game when you actually do this go out these areas. So we're nearing like the climax. There's like only a couple areas after this. We're building assets first. Turn this into any game. It's really achievable. 3 mil to start employing others. I mean, you can do it for less than that, but it just depends on how many people you plan on employing and, what the goal is of it, Plenty of studios get started on less, but it just depends on if you plan on actually taking money yourself, too. You really need to have a very good dev cycle. I suppose that's fair. But you got to remember the most important thing. The thing that makes us all equal at the end of the day. Time. You only have so much time to do any particular thing. So you got to pick and choose your battles, There's a reason why I don't do YouTube videos and instead stream as a content creation, because right now I'm doubling up my time. Like, I mean, any amount of money I make towards, this thing finances my game. Like, I don't got to make that much money because, I was already going to do this either way. I was already going to work on the game. Now, as a bonus, I get to talk to people and hear cool stories, and that's awesome. And it just happens to help fund the game a little. But it also means that the game doesn't have to be as successful either, because it'll have also partially paid for itself by simply making it on stream. If I made YouTube videos, I'd have to stop doing this long enough to make the video, which is not making a game, which takes a bunch of time, and you know, I did. So you gotta really make note of the fact that, especially as a solo dev, you got a limited time frame. I already know this project is I'm trying to finish it by next October. And that's like less than a 2-year dev cycle, and that still seems grossly ambitious. But I also have points where I can cut things out of the game. Like, I've made plans just in case. Well, if I think the game has gone too far, I can dial it back some. And it won't hurt the game particularly, because there were extra things I was thinking of adding that aren't that relevant. But it's definitely something to think about. I mean, I've definitely fallen down the rabbit hole of, you know, scope creep. I had a whole game, it was And Remember Tomorrow, that was like, I was making an RPG maker, and it had like all unique mechanics and stuff. And then I started to make one in Unreal Engine, a different version of it. And that game was just, I eventually stopped that game and actually deleted the thing, because it was such a catastrophe what was happening with it, that it needed to be, like, I just kept messing with it, and it was going nowhere. So that really led to a lot of problems with it. Also, it was broken. I had no way to really fix it at the time. I didn't know how to. Now I know how, and I could fix it, but I would never have gotten this far in this as long as that was there to mess with. Don't get me wrong, I still plan to make that game eventually. I just need to think it through. Because all too often, that's kind of the problem here. Oh, it sounds good. I'll just do that. Or it does sound good. Is it? A lot of games I'd like to make. A lot of ideas I'd like to do, but I like to say it's basically the Jack Sparrow speech, where he gives it to oh gosh. To Will Turner while he's hanging from, you know, over the ocean from that yardarm thing, and says what a man can't do and what a man can't do. What it can do, can't do. So it's like, you know, it's like, I could make a game, I guess, but I can't make a, you know, this full-on ridiculous AAA monstrosity, because, well, if I could, then the AAA people would have already been making them with one person as well, and they wouldn't need hundreds of people in multiple years. Can't do that. I mean, you really got to learn what is and isn't possible. That changes a lot of perspective, I think. And you start to realize, like, hey, wait a minute. How much work is this really? I'm not going to make the store this big. I don't know. I'm thinking of a Dr. Frankenstein type of thing here. Even here, there's plenty of points where I think to myself, going, can I do this? Is this possible to make this particular thing happen realistically? So I've been definitely going out of my way to really think things through a bit. It's like, how many enemies can I realistically make? I mean, they got, just because you have an enemy, that's cool, but now that you have your enemy, well, you gotta give that character behaviors, right? Cool. Gotta get animations for them, also important. You know, you gotta make any kind of attacks for them, like your projectiles, the logic behind it, you know, what kind of weapons they have. That's cool. Now, you know, whenever they, like, do any kind of actions, you're gonna need particles for that. You're gonna need sound effects for things. I mean, like, you're gonna have to do a lot for every one of those enemies. It's like, are you sure how many enemies you're really gonna have, you know? It's probably acceptable. I don't hate it. Like I said, this area doesn't have to be done yet. I'm just gonna grab some pipes here and use them as rails. Actually, I'm just gonna copy paste them. And I'm gonna bend these ones over to do the others. I think this is a better plan. Like I say, this is a concept, so it doesn't have to be perfect. But what I'm thinking of doing is dragging the pipes way over here. There, Then I'm just gonna delete some thingies here. One for this one. Yeah, my current breakpoints are, well, one of the breakpoints I have is that I was going to have a secret sub basement. That, if you got the best ending, you would actually go down there to find out the secret behind the curse and everything like that. But that's like a whole extra floor. That would be. I am not at speed. All the way down here at this extra floor here. But, I could just have it in the basement instead. I could just lock off a section because this is huge. This is a big old room. It takes about an hour to go through the 5th floor. So this is like an hour of content extra. I can just chop that right off, no problem. Like, it might take longer than an hour too. I mean, it's just the space difference there for like the start of the game. The 5th floor takes about an hour. So just as I'm a one guy, one man operation here, this floor can just go away. I can run this off this, and it might still. Like, there's a very high likelihood this does not get realized. Because I need to get assets for like a weird corrupted world and everything like that. I'm just like going, if I'm to pull that off, how am I gonna do it? I mean, I might come up with an idea. Don't get me wrong. I mean, like this is the end game, so I have a long time to figure. I started found a way to recolor enemies too, so I can use like dynamic materials, so I don't have to have as many unique models, which means less animations. So instead of having like 100 unique models, I'll probably only have 50. It's just an indie game, You gotta having to animate and provide up for so many different models. This is a lot for one guy. Yeah, it's kind of where I'm at on that. I don't even think I need this here. I want to put it somewhere in particular, but this is another area where I'm not sure what I'm doing with it yet. The only room that actually has a real purpose is this one. But you know what? I have a real problem here that I think I might want to change. So here's the issue I have going on here. And this is a design thing there. I like having this, glass here. I think it's kind of cool. You know what the problem with this is, though? I now have to design all the rooms out here, even though you aren't going in them. Because the player can see them. Now, I could do all that. You know what I can also do? Well, I guess I have to redo the things here. I can actually just replace it with brick. And then I don't have to do all this to ship the demo. Unfortunately, because this is an actual wall and not a geometry brush, I have to, of course, remake it. But I just talked myself into that because I realized I have no idea what to do with these rooms. No idea. So rather than decide now, how about I decide after I've completed the demo? Maybe these rooms don't exist at all. Maybe this becomes the outside of the building and this is just a small floor. Maybe. I considered enlarging this room, but then I realized another problem there. If a room gets too large, it takes forever for Poppet to get across it. It's actually boring. A lot of times I say these things out loud, so that it also leads to when you say an idea out loud, it also makes it easier to tell if the idea is dumb. Because ideas always sound great in your head. Every idea sounds amazing in your head. Then you're just like, wait, this is stupid. Why would I do this? I guess the way I had this built, these are supposed to be out there. Those gears wouldn't be there though. Why are there curtains on these walls now? Questions. Yeah, let's say I just do this instead, right? I'm trying to apply exactly how I'm going to finish the demo as quick as possible. Ideally, originally wanted the demo done by the new year, but I don't know. I think that the time frame is the lack of the fab sale, so I can afford certain assets, has really slowed things down. I was very much relying on that sale happening at some point, especially if they don't have a Black Friday sale. I'm like, oh no, what am I gonna do about that? I mean, I'm eventually gonna have to buy, but we're talking saving hundreds of dollars, so it's very much worth me waiting. Because I don't expect the game to make a great deal of money. Because, I mean, I'm always going to aim low on my expectations for it and then hope it works out better. Like, I'd rather be pleasantly surprised than be all in and discover that I lose, you know? We're on about 9 months on this one. Maybe a little longer, maybe 9.5 weeks, or 9 months and 2 weeks or something. So we're getting there. For what it's worth, a lot of the the design concepts came from the RPG Maker game. Wow, a lot of the character concepts. I mean, to be fair, Tinka actually came from And Remember Tomorrow. He got pulled in as a backstory character because I needed victims and I wasn't about to make new characters anyway. I was like, I don't want to make new characters. And they're all in the same world anyway, so, you know, actually they're all in the same city, so it makes it really easy for me to just make them a new victim. Isn't that exciting? Doesn't line up very well, does it? So yeah, you'll find I'll build whole areas at night. Like, I get caught up on doing a particular thing and I just kind of start working. And stuff just gets made. But this is definitely just in thinking about this room here, needing to fix it, it's definitely a problem in my mind that's been going on of exactly how I'm going to run the start of this game, because initially I wasn't certain how I was going to do it. Like, I knew I was going to start this room, but I didn't even have the assets until I just started making them recently, and I was originally going to have you running around on pipes and try to hide from a character, but then I just started thinking about it. I was like, this doesn't make any sense. Why are you hiding from a character in a Metroidvania? You could run from a character, I guess, but Poppet can't really run from a human-sized character. It's like Shadow of the Colossus. Like, how are you escaping this enemy? Like, you're too slow. A character is like, you know, might be a 14-year-old, the ghost of a 14-year-old girl, but listen, you're a 10-inch tall doll. No, you're not getting away from anything. You're pretty much screwed. So from a logistical perspective, kind of ridiculous. I was like, I don't really know how I'm going to do this. I've been thinking it over. This might get, well, I don't really want windows on this room because it's an evil lab. So why would the evil lab have windows? Right? Like, I mean, he's making stuff here. Stuff he's making is obviously not okay. So why are there windows? First version had windows, by the way. Like, going, and it looked cool because you could look out and see the moon. That led to a big problem of, okay, you can see the moon, but you can also, like, people on other rooftops could see what was going on in here. It wouldn't be much of a secret for very long. Oh, there's a dude across the way. He's kidnapping women and putting their souls in dolls. We should maybe alert the local authorities. I don't always have the best logical design choices. Sometimes I'm just like, this looks cool. Fair. It did look cool. I'm still going to try to get the demo done by the new year. Problem is, I have to have playtesters too, and the playtesters are going to be pretty much just people pulled from my Discord, probably. My guess, anyway. But I still got to do all that too, so. Okay, that makes life a little easier, and as long as you can't see it from outside of there, I don't care. Oh, wait, what am I doing? I don't got to worry about that. First of all, the Moonlit Garden. And then, Maker's Workshop. And lit garden, not moonlight garden. Moonlight sounds like an alcoholic beverage. On a cracked open a delicious moonlight. Refreshing. Lit garden. I actually added a thing where I could just black it out. Which makes a lot of sense because, again, evil lab. Why in the world can you see inside the evil lab? That's weird. This needs to be on the floor, though. The Poppet will actually see that. Tiny. Okay, so we do this. Hole is like a terrible size. Like that. Every other one has capital letters, so, you know. So yeah, probably more like this then setup, right? And now I'm not on the hook to make any of that. I only have to fill up this room with content. And then I just need to have some reason to be in this room. Like, it'd probably just be talking or something like that, honestly. Or like maybe a bit of exploration. What can I give the player in this room? I was trying to give them the Fool first because, you know, it's the start of a journey. The whole point of the Fool, plus, you know, Poppet's the Fool, effectively, because, you know, whoever's on the journey, that they are the Fool in the tarot. Plus being killed by, you know, serial killer probably doesn't make her the smartest person in the room. So let's do a bit of changing here. Maybe we'll put this clock up here just so it's ominously counting. These actually do keep track of the game time, so they're going to represent how long the game's been going. I don't know if that's a mechanic I want to put in there. Like, I thought about it. I was like, hey, you know, what if the game really did happen over the course of like a night? Like, say you had 12 hours to get out before the curse wins. That'd be a different game, wouldn't it? Then you lose out on exploration because you're so worried about time. So about that. So that's definitely a thing to think about is, you know, I'm trying to encourage exploration, not discourage it. So, hey, I don't need all these checkers in here. I think they're funny, but they're literally for this area down here, which is like the first floor. It was just a fun concept that I was thinking of. I was like, oh, this is so cool. This. Not an unnecessary concept. For now. I mean, I'm going to use them later, but I don't need Charlotte wandering around here. I do need to put this card somewhere for testing. I think it's just going to be... Well, for now, we'll leave it in the kitchen. I usually like to theme the rooms in a way that it looks like you find the new card there, but I'd have to have 3 rooms themed after the Fool. I don't know about that. So, thinking about it, oh, never mind. I have it settled on the thingy. Grouping is terrible. It's much better to just put it in a one of the in a folder. So much easier to move it then. Plus, you don't have arrows with the group actors, which if any portion of the group is in like, you know, a folder, they can't be moved to the folder, so they're hard to organize. Also, the bizarre weird. So we'll say she wakes up in the box in the middle of the pentagram. As you do, you know, sometimes you wake up in the middle of the pentagram. It's fine, don't worry about it. The pentagram is actually kind of angled funny. We're going to angle the box funny now because I don't really want to move every single thing that's connected, including all the wires and stuff. I don't know if that's better or worse. I guess I've established 7 victims, haven't I? If I do this, if I have a heart in front. I wanted some sort of mix of arcane ritual and like Frankenstein's lab type of setup, you know? I was gonna have a random, have her body in here. I think I just want to have her in a vat of goo. Goo. But if I do it this way, like I could put one of the vats of goo like right here as more of the main one and just have her, body in that one. And put the heart up way higher. I gotta make the heart cooler. I don't like it, but that's okay. Well, the pipes aren't exactly even. That's the thing. That's not a bad plan right there. Or send the thingy is a little low. I'm gonna move more cables and everything into places. Put more information on that heart later. Might make it better. I'll do this, and then I'll have, the various characters there, because there's Tinka, who was, one of the victims, and then there is 5 other girls who were killed, and then Poppet happened to happen upon this after the fact, when he'd already killed the 5 witnesses. He's like the most recent victim. And all their bodies are sitting in vats of goo. I might just make it very opaque so I don't have to have bodies in them. I was going to try it with bodies, but one, I have to design human characters for every single one. I have a human version of Poppet. But 2, then I got to optimize all that. Seems like a lot of extra work for what could have been replaced by a vat of goo. I might also make it where they're pulling the corruption up from below. So what I can actually do, I'm just going to go ahead and just change all of... Actually, I can just change the color of the water, right? This, and I do this. Now this could be like full of black goo instead. Goo. Not very, alpha's pretty crap though. The alpha to 1. The alpha on this to 1. But you can still kind of see through it, so it's not like the best. Oh, sorry, opacity depth. I'm dumb. There you go. Goo. It's just goo. If I do that and fill it full of like weird corruption instead, like this, like filled full of the curse instead of blood, I almost like that better. And I could say they're pulling corruption from below the building. I don't like that. I mean, red's okay and all, but what if, and I'm just saying, I guess it doesn't matter because I can just do the opacity depth thingy. This will change them all, so I don't have to get crazy. Wow. Do that. I mean, if I go out of my way to make a bunch of, unique models for this, that's great. But I have to make so many bosses and other enemies that I don't know if I want a bunch of human models whose sole purpose is to sit in a vat of goo. I'm not gonna write Violet on this one, but Violet's definitely one of the characters. What am I doing? I want to see how it's supposed to look. Turn the lights off. I mean, there is the whole blood concept, which is an option. Like, they could be all in pools of blood. I guess the question is blood or corruption? You know, I like the corruption better. At first I wasn't certain, but it just seems so much more ominous. I mean, this stuff could easily be like Kool-Aid for all I know. Delicious Kool-Aid. This is how it is made. Probably thought it was, made in some random, regular factory. Nope, it's made by pumping corruption deep below a toy factory. All this time. This time. Where the Kool-Aid man is down there doing rituals to Cthulhu. Yes. And other elder gods whose names we shall not speak. I would love if that was the lore that Kool-Aid put out for how they made it. It's just saying, it's just like made by elder gods in a basement. That's how they pack all the flavor in the crystals, except for there's like 0 flavor in those crystals, and you literally have to put a pound of sugar in there. It's just like the worst. What flavor? Actually, not a bad idea for the setup of this area. I mean, it really does cut down how much I have to do, right? I'll probably put more on these tag things. I don't even know. I'll put all the victims' names. Question is, does he know their last names? Or did he just know their first names and kill them off? What was his plan? I mean, I had an idea what his plan was, but I didn't think about if he knew their names or not. Okay, that clock is backwards, by the way. I'm gonna make note of a backwards area, though, as a possible concept. Area where everything is. A bad plan. It doesn't look backwards from there, does it? It looks fine. Fortunately, I was scammed. Not fine. Not okay. I guess I want to put a chair here too. I think I'm going to remake these at any point. I think I'm just going to call these as good enough. They look fine. I made these using geometry brushes. Don't believe me? Prototype is right here with all the geometry brushes. I think that's everything I want them to have. So I just have like a million geometry brushes and no real need to make them. I guess I could run it off to the other level. I don't really think I plan on doing anything with it, but just in case. I'd much rather keep them. I don't gotta remake one. Scratch. I'm sure it does. Because I copy pasted it from the other map. And I'll keep a buildy thing somewhere. Here. My project room. Building a heart here too, out of multiple shapes. You can really build anything you want out of shapes here. And I'm going to do this thing where I remove all these from the itch load here. Wait, nope, they're not even in it. That should make the other level load way faster. Every time you have an additional brush, it has to calculate against every other brush whenever you move one of them. Ad break. Like the biggest raid I've ever had. Which is such a wild place. So cool. Just, oh, just fantastic place. If there was ever a place that would help you live your dreams, inspire you to live. I realize those people are probably surprised that you could ever be inspired by, Twitch, but I don't know. I've always just found it to be great and just found the chat to be amazing and just, oh, it's just a really different thing that I just had not expected. Very cool. My Discord is like doubled in size. Crazy. Honestly, the last few weeks. More people to chat with. Never enough people to chat with. I think what I'm going to do with these is I'm going to just kind of complete the rails on these. Yeah. Honestly, I'll probably just drag some pipes and manually undo it. Actually, I'll do it like this. Let's get a little feisty here, shall we? Hey, feisty, man, I'm just gonna, do this. This. Blinds are a glorious thing. Never question that which is spline. That's fair. I don't know what the outside world is like. I've been told it's dangerous to go alone. And since I didn't have anything to bring with me, I pretty much just stayed in here. I was like, well, that's the case. And thus my journey into the unknown was defeated. Before it even started. Did you? Nice. I mean, honestly, if you can do what you like, just work on the things you want in life. I don't know about anyone else, but I don't even need that much money. I don't even care. Like, as long as I'm working on the things that I enjoy, just doing what I enjoy, all that matters to me. I can be poor and doing what I want to do, and then I'm happy, versus, rich and doing things I don't want to do, and then I'm miserable. I only really need money in order to basically feed myself and afford to, get whatever assets I need for this. I don't even care beyond that. Not like I have any kind of family to worry about, so I just do whatever I want. That's me doing what I love. Tacos, talk about 25 hours a week. Gee, the the fast food minimum wage in my city is $20 an hour. about that. That's a lot for making fast food. It's a lot. Yeah, any amount of money you make from game is more than you did yesterday. This is where I'm at with like streaming. Also, triple models from other people who steal. It's fair. Yeah. They do be stealing things. These AAA people. I'll do it like this. Just make it like a thing like this. I don't know. I kind of want an extra level. Yeah. What if I had done this instead? And then I just make it where it just goes up. Like that's better. That's way better. Hold, please. What's the size of this one? It is 10, 10, 10. Okay. Spline. 10, 10, 10. Is it harder to make a 3D one than a 2D one? Absolutely. It is so much more work. But mostly the biggest problem you're going to encounter is that a lot of the mechanics for Metroidvanias are designed largely for 2D. I actually had someone show up in my chat who's he had a team, and he actually was asking me questions because how to solve a lot of these problems, because it came down to a simple problem of how do you stop the player from going places? A question of verticality is the biggest issue. Because in a 2D game, there really is only, you know, 2 dimensions to worry about. You're either going, there's just the up and or like, that, but when you're in like, a 3D world where they can get around all these things and get it like that, like you can't really have, like things that are just built like vertically, like it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't work out very well. It plays very weird. And you have the whole depth thing to worry about too in that. So it becomes hard to make a vertical world. And a lot of Metroidvania mechanics are based upon jumping places, just getting higher up on things. There's a lot to it. Also, the levels have to be significantly more detailed. When you figure out mechanics for how things move, if you've ever tried to plan out an AI that can jump from platform to platform in a 3D space, is so much harder than it is to do it in a 2D space. There's a lot of extra added complexity. Yeah, exactly. You can basically run away. That's a big problem I have, is that keeping Poppet in check. Like, she can run away. She's very, very small. Is no problem just getting away from people. And I have a lot of things to hold them there. A lot of things in place to limit where she can go if I don't want her going somewhere, because I know for a fact that she'll go places and it'll ruin everything. Like, I lock them into the boss fights so you can't get out. I mean, I have keys on all the doors, so you have to actually open the doors for the most part. Like, there are some holes in walls, but there aren't that many, because how many buildings a lot of holes in walls? For many, unless they're dilapidated. I have different floors here, so this way you're restricted on just how high you could technically go or low. I mean, like you're stuck only in those rooms, so it limits things. I've definitely gone out of my way to do these things, but now I have to try to plan in a way that makes it make sense too. I also have the added disadvantage of it being indoors, with trying to deal with the size discrepancy between Poppet and being a human-sized world. That's also part of my shtick in the first place of trying to make it work for a character. So to try to give you the illusion of being a tiny toy. But if you're making a regular Metroidvania, you could just have a pit that just goes down like this disgusting distance, and it wouldn't even matter. But in a 3D game, it's harder to really get away with that, and it doesn't play very well. So it's definitely, well, it's in general, I don't know if it's necessarily harder to make 3D in general. There's a lot of different things. There's different challenges to 3D. I think you'll find there's a lot of models out there. So one of the challenges you won't have a lot of is often getting assets. There's so many models out there. There's over like 1,000+ free asset packs currently on Fad that for Unreal. You're good to go. You got a lot of, especially if you're doing fantasy or modern stuff, or even the World Wars. You got a lot. You're not going to worry about that. So the asset price is significantly cheaper for 3D. Optimization of those assets will take you more time because optimizing a 2D image is, okay. Pretty easy. The models can be a challenge, but a lot of the ones that are in asset packs are already pretty optimized anyway. So, you'll have to deal with that, but overall, not that bad. Where you're really going to take the hit is going to be in AI. 100%. AI is very complicated for 3D. Thankfully, most of my enemies are, stupid because it's a Metroidvania, and in Metroidvania's enemies tend to be kind of stupid on average. Only the bosses are ever very smart. That helps. I also have a lot less NPCs running around because Metroidvania is usually more about exploration and, finding unlockables. They're not like regular RPGs. You're not going into a town with a bunch of NPCs. Probably. I mean, I am going to have one toy town in this, but that's kind of about it. But once you deal with vector math and everything like that, it's not that much different than 2D in that regard. So I think that at least for as far as Metroidvanias go, the verticality issue of it just being hard to keep the player in like a specific area, make it so that enemies can catch them, things like that. Just them getting out of bounds, like it's a real problem. That'll be harder, and the AI is harder, but everything else is probably about the same, except for the assets are easier. Well, yeah, but the whole point of what makes the game fun is limitation. If you have an open world where you can do anything, go anywhere, then there's no fun to have because there's no restriction on what you can do. You just have everything. There's no reason to go anywhere. So the whole point is you do have to limit them. You can't just have this open world because then they're just boring. Can't make 2D art look good enough. It's still game 3D. Yeah. Well, 3D has the advantage of looking better than 2D. Like at the end of the day, it's pretty hard to sell people on 2D art, especially these days. Like I'm not saying it can't be done, especially on mobile. If you're gonna do 2D art, do mobile. You have so much weaker competition. People on desktops are used to so much better graphics than that. Now you can have charm and you can make 2D look good, but the number of people who think that they're that just anyone can make good 2D art, it's wild to me. I guess with AI now, I suppose you can, but then you run into a bunch of other problems. Patient. Yeah, it's definitely the case. Are there? That's what I've been working on. That's been the whole point of this. This is no revelation. It's definitely very true. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, I mean, I've been thinking long and hard about ways to get the player to explore, but keeping them in certain areas, so you can't go to the next area until you've accomplished certain tasks. But that's a Metroidvania. That's literally what they are. If you're not like, you have to provide restrictions for them so they have something to come back and accomplish. Like if it's like putting a thing up here that they can only reach with double jump. Now they know to come back with double jump. If you don't have that, like, I mean, it's not a Metroidvania at that point. It's just like, okay, well, I just grab it and go and never come back. So that's how you plan for Metroidvanias, is limitation on what they can get, so they have to come back. Because that's what Metroidvania, there's a lot of backtracking. They're about exploration, but about finding new abilities to get into new areas. Yeah. 2D is just rough. I mean, like, I think if you're going to do 2D, like, the 2.5D is better, or at least we use, like, use 3D, like, models, but in a 2D world, so you at least get the look of 2D and the easy assets, easier animation, because animating models is a lot easier than 2D. It costs you basically nothing. That's cool. But just straight up 2D is hard. Like, I think you're actually better off trying to use some sort of filter to make your stuff look 2D than trying to be 2D. outright. It's just hand making that art is insane. Maybe someday AI will be able to do it for you, but even now AI making a bunch of animations isn't very, like, for character movement animations. I wouldn't do it anyway, just because, there's a lot of issues with AI and you won't make a lot of friends in the industry for certain. About mystery in games, yeah, you gotta have some sort of, you can't tell them everything. Don't. The worst thing you can ever do is sit there and just tell them your whole story. Like, it's the exposition dump. Unlike many other people, I mean, just think about it. How many times have you ever started a game and the game just sat there and just started telling you this ridiculously long story? Maybe it had cutscenes too. And it's just going and going, and you're like, did I sign up for a movie here? I thought I was here for a game. And it just goes, and yeah. That's not necessarily true. It depends on the type of game. Horror is about mystery. So if you're in the horror world, like, the thing about horror is something is only scary until you know what it is. So you want to keep the mystery of what the bad guy is as long as possible. Because the fear of the unknown is so much more potent than the fear of the known. Like, some serial killer chasing after you. Okay, whatever, sure. But, if you're going by and people are suddenly vanishing to the darkness and you're hearing, like, screams and stuff, that is way more terrifying than that. Yeah. Well, it's not really mysteries to open doors. You can see the key. That's not a mystery at all. But, I mean, it's a building with locked doors. I mean, it's the inside of a building. It's what it is. You're going to have to find keys to go into new places. But each room is designed to be unique in its own right, so... I mean, most of the time the key is very visible. But they're just, I mean, that's what these are. And I mean, just think of, like, the escape room thingies are literally an entire genre of games about finding the mystery key. So, I mean... Maybe you don't want to find the mystery key, but usually, like, it's like, oh, you got to go through this big, huge, platforming thing. It's just another MacGuffin to get, except for it just opens the next door. Well, you only have so many keys in any room, and there's only so many doors you can reach. Once you got a key, then the door is able to be opened whenever you see fit. So it's not like you have to worry. You can leave the door open too, for that matter. There's no revelation there. Working on. I think I was building that and then I got sidetracked. Not that I mind, I like chatting. Oftentimes, a lot of the things I come up with are, I discuss a lot of ideas and come up with better ideas. Sometimes the chat has really good ideas. Sometimes the chat does not have good ideas. But, I usually like to listen anyway. Sometimes they have great ideas. Sometimes. Actually, some of their ideas end up in the game. Not all of them. Some people have some really weird ideas. Like, why is there not, like, a battle arena, like a battle royale thing? And I'm like going, because it's a single player game. That's why. It ain't Fortnite. You want Fortnite? Go play Fortnite. Metroidvania. Metroidvanias don't make battle, right? They don't make multiplayer games very well. Very bad genre for multiplayer. I don't think I've ever seen a multiplayer Metroidvania. Cool. It'd be interesting to see how they pull it off, because the mechanics of it with exploration and unlocking things is so poor for multiplayer. But I guess escape rooms aren't the same. The escape rooms are a wall-to-wall puzzle. And Metroidvanias are more about traversal. Yeah, it's exactly that. I question these things of why would I play that? Why would I do this? And things like that. And a lot of times the answer is often I wouldn't. If you can name something just better, like, well, actually a lot of these times, I think a lot of times I end up playing games now because it's just, no, that's right, because I have one of those selected. That's the bug. 1 second. Yeah, that's what I was saying. There's only so many doors at any given time you can reach. That's the Metroidvania thing. Like, you don't have the ability to go every direction at all times. You're always only able to explore a certain area, and there'll be areas in that place that you can't get through. So you go back to it when you have the item. and it's very limited on how many places you can go. You can't go the whole game. Like you'll have at most a couple doors, and in most cases, there's only even one door in the room that you need to go through because you just came from the other door. Because at the end of the day, it's a building and not, you know, some ridiculous labyrinth or something. It's designed specifically to be a building people use. There's some weirdness to it, like a lab, but still set up like people use it. So they don't bother to sorry, I mean you don't have to remember a lot of things. I mean there'll be a few things I'll make you remember over time. Because if something isn't necessary, like I can hide a secret, and if you never go back and look for that secret, that's fine. That's the point of a Metroidvania. You don't have to find every secret. You're supposed to want to explore and find the secrets. That is a Metroidvania. You're looking to explore the map and find things. And, you know, go back places and stuff. That's literally it. Metroidvanias are not Zelda games. A Zelda game is a top-down action adventure game. Metroidvanias are nothing like Zelda. Even Zelda has plenty of weird places like, okay, you can blow this area up, but they won't even tell you you can blow an area up. You'll just go halfway across the map. Zelda's terrible for that. Like, you'll go all over the place. They'll hide something and you'll have to walk, like, 20 rooms back to get it. Like, yeah, I'm definitely not making that game. I like to say Zelda's terrible for it. Zelda has way more, like, backtracking than you might imagine. It's just not a Metroidvania because it's not about traversal. It kind of is in a top-down sort of way. But they're not quite the same because it's just an RPG, a top-down RPG, an action RPG. Some of the newer ones, like Wind Waker, probably closer. Well, Wind Waker is its own thing. Not Wind Waker. I'm sorry. What's the new one? The one on Switch. Not Wind Waker, is it? No, it's something else. That one looks different, but that seems more like a random open world, even like a Skyrim style game. They can, but mixing the two doesn't, like, you can take elements from one, but doesn't make you part of that genre. It doesn't make, it just means you took some elements. I mean, there's a lot of elements are in all sorts of games. Tommy was saying, being constantly aware of you might exceed it. Yeah, definitely zombie. There's definitely a limitation on what you can and can't remember. Yeah. There's certain things that make a game part of a genre, and that's what I'm aiming for. 3D is not typically what Metroidvanias do. Like, it's very rare. They do exist, but they're usually AAA games. And I'm not going to try to be one of those because it's a simple reality of how long it would take. But there's certain things that when people playing the genre are looking for that kind of gameplay experience, so I'm aiming for that kind of gameplay experience because, well, that's what they want. Like I say, it's mostly about traversal exploration. You want to find new things in order to get stuff. You're rewarded by finding new abilities that let you traverse new areas. Not so much in the way of like equipment or anything like that, like you would in an RPG. It's just more fighting. Like, you'll get new abilities to fight, but they're not so number centric, I think is a good. No, making a game difficult is not that hard to develop at all, but making the game fun to play, that's another story. You can make your game difficult, but it can be boring. Just not fun to play. There's also a whole subgenre of games where people intentionally try to make it rage bait, where it has terrible controls. And I mean, there's people who like that too. There's a lot of games out there, a lot of weird ways. But you don't really worry about those because unless you're making that particular genre, it doesn't really matter. I mean, like, I'm not making an incredibly hard, platformer here that makes people rage. That is so not the mechanics I'm looking for. And anyone looking for this game is gonna, they're gonna hear Metroidvania and they're not gonna want to see that. Very unusual. I'll put some chords places because I like chords. Need some chords. Wrong button. Technically, I can make it where these chords are jumpable too. That's true. What am I doing? Let me think about this. How high can I jump? Well, I can't grab this because it's established that you can only grab the things that are red, right? Well, out of this material here. I could just make it with an easy chair to get up there. That's probably what I do. Sure. I mean, then, yeah. Of course it is. But that's just the game balancing. We just play it and see what plays out fun and all that versus not. Yeah. Well, pretty much, yeah. It's just build your game. I think a lot of this just comes down to like a philosophy of what I'm aiming for the player. I'm trying to give the player like a sense of wonder and exploration. Like, I want to give them the feeling of being a tiny doll in this weird world. I'm not aiming for incredible difficulty. I mean, the game is going to have its challenging moments, but I don't want to ever take them out of that feel. Like, I want them to always like have that in the back of their mind that this is what they are, and really explore the world. And that's really a Metroidvania thing. Is it's really about exploration. There's other genres that are also about exploration too, but I mean, I want that before anything else. Like, I don't want them to forget that this is what's happening. I want them to really think about it and just go, this is. I want them to get lost in the world. The gameplay needs to be fun. If someone's looking for some super complicated, deep, ridiculously hard game, I'm gonna go ahead and say you should probably, pass this one by. It's probably not gonna be on that level. I mean, I'm gonna try to make it at least have some challenges and maybe have a difficulty thing, but like a difficulty slider. But I'm gonna try to build the game to be a certain type of game and favor that more than we can't be everything to everyone. So don't worry about that. You're stick with whatever your genre is and just run with it. I'm gonna run chords everywhere too. Well, speaking of running with it, we're running chords. Oh, fair. That's that's a definitely a deep subject to making an AI that does that. I mean, any kind of learning AI is often pretty challenging. Um, but you can also do things, to make the game easier. There's definitely games where they will go out of their way to make stuff like there's like failure options where if you fail in a game, they'll actually start making the areas easier for later playthroughs. I'm not going to do that, but like removing extra enemies or things like that, making the enemies have lower health. They don't tell the player that, but there's little secret things to make the game easier for people who aren't able to do it. At most, I would have a difficulty slider, but I don't know if I'm going to do that. I think I'm just going to make the game as it is, and if you're you're going to be either good enough to pull it off or not, but I'm not going to make it so ludicrously hard either. But I mean, that's just me. There's plenty of other people out there doing everything else, and it sounds like you're doing something interesting with your game. Certain. Need some sort of like cool things for the walls, don't I? We'll see about that there. I don't want them to get it too high here. There's a danger here of them getting up too high and jumping onto these things, but I don't think they can because this is height that there's no way they'll fit underneath. I'm probably safe on that one. Here, on the other hand, they might be able to get onto that. Might actually be able to. I care if they can get on that. I don't think I do. I think I might hide something up there for funsies. Maybe. I can easily. Oh, wait. These don't have any collision, do they? I can easily get on this. With no collision on those. Why do those have no collision? Why'd I jump into that? Dumb. That's fair. I figure it's usually best to just design your game first and then, worry about difficulty later. Especially you want to have all your mechanics locked down and everything like that, but I always think the most important thing you should focus on in your game is make your game fun. Game's not fun. Well, make your game fun. It's not always the best otherwise. It's like, it would be more fun, but fun. These are jumpable now, so they have to be have a collision. I guess they didn't before, but yeah. Well, I mean, like, make it fun for your audience. Like I said, there's an audience that likes rage bait games. It's fun for them. If that's your audience, make that, you know. But if your audience is like, you know, people who like puzzle games and you make a rage bait, they're just not going to play your game, you know. Make the game that's for them. If your game is a super hard platformer, you know, make a super hard platformer, and you're going to get exactly market it to that audience, and it'll work out. I can't get on this, that's okay. At least now these are hittable. Let's overthink it. Fail the button mash, but I don't want to carry a juvenile audience game through lower difficulty. The chance to. Yeah, I mean, any kind of combat system and how the people behave, and it's just going to be complicated. How they react to everything, because I mean, you got the peanut butter and jelly sandwich thing. You got to make them do everything. I see. Yeah, I would narrow that down. People looking for a type of game are looking for a type of game, and don't try to be everything to everybody, because you'll be nothing to nobody. Be the best at what you are. Don't try to be the best at everything. You'll just be terrible at everything. I mean, you should definitely know who your demographic is when making a game. I know that I'm looking for people like Alice Madness Returns type of exploration. I'm looking for Metroidvania people. I know I'm looking for a very specific group. And I'm building for what I think they'll find fun. And if you're not part of that group, I'm building for you. I don't care. If you're not my target audience, that's cool, but I don't care. Because at the end of the day, that's what I do. If your game, like, you know, if you're hoping other people will get into your game and make levels for it, that takes quite an audience to do. Plus, you gotta have like online support and stuff. I mean, there's gonna be, you got to make your game fun without their help. Get them some levels that are exciting, and then get them in there and get the right people for it. I guess I can work on this stuff here. I don't know what I'm working on right now. I've been thinking about what I'm doing, but that's fair. I mean, you know, that's all I say. I mean, you know, there's no wrong game to make. There's just the wrong game for the wrong audience. You know, like, you know. So you can find the right audience for just about anything, but know your audience. Who are you marketing this to? No, I mean, it's fair. We're all trying to make, well, a lot of people are trying to make innovative games. You mean online's off the table for you? You know, making peer-to-peer garbage? I would not do that. Anyway. Oh, I was gonna miss it. What's the missing with the control console? I gotta make a button. Did I make the button on the console? Do that. Good idea. I want things to be interactable. I hate when stuff's not interactable. I can't make still separate buttons though, because if I do that, then they're interactable. That sucks. So on this control console, Let's add a big red button because everybody likes a big red button. Because you'll have to push the big red button. It's just required. Big red button. Hey. Yeah, that's fair. Phone is hateful. Phone hates us all. Deep down, phone is plotting all of our demise. Because, you know, why not, right? Why wouldn't it plot your demise? All those times it's been listening to every conversation you've ever had, it'd know. It's ready. Get the red here, make a button. Red button. Red button. Red button. Push big red button. Exciting. I don't know what big red button will do, but big red button. And here. That's complicated. My bad. Big red button. Looks like a 45-degree angle, doesn't it? Do not put that on there. Yeah. VR definitely requires a lot. I mean, people want things to play with. Like that's what they're looking for. Really want to give them things to do. Like, don't put something in front of their face and then make it not able to do anything with it, because then they'll be upset because you're like, I want to do something with it and you can't. And it was the Thomas Brush thing I was talking about earlier, where, you know, he was just saying, you know, he put a toilet in his game and then the playtesters were upset they couldn't flush it. So what did he do? He had to have the ability to flush the toilet in there, even though it had nothing to do with his game, because the players demanded. They're like, hey, we want to do this. So he's like, okay, well, I guess that's what's happening. And that was just what happened. Like, you're just like, okay, well, that sucks. I guess I got to do that now. I guess I have to kind of limit the size of this by a lot. Require a giant button, not question. Yeah, let's go 7. Yeah, probably. Delete the LEDs on it and see what happens. Change the LEDs around. I mean, yeah, would be exciting. Let's add a collision here. I guess I get capsule collision it, or maybe a box collision. I just box it and call it square. Like way down. Won't be perfect, but at the same time, well, I could do a sphere. The problem with spheres is they're not perfect either. True. Eh. Or a capsule. Oh, that's not a collision. True. I mean, to be fair, it could still work, but oops. So many helpful people, helpful things in there. I have no idea what the button does. The machine could just not be on too, so then it does nothing, right? Let's do this, right? But you still get to push it. Important. Why is it important? Eh. What's wrong with pushing the button? Something I took. Oh, it's the BRB. I like that. The BRB collision. I mean, you can get notifications on animation, so you from the notification you can do whatever you want. So if that's what you're aiming to do, there's probably some way to sync things up. I mean, there's basically everything in Unreal Engine if you wanted to. If I looked into a way to some specific function that does, I mean, I say this just notifies that I know offhand, but do non-component end overlap too. It says just so they can push the button. I want to push the button. Oh, I mean, you have the time on the song, so you could literally just play an animation at a certain time. That's one way to time it with. Like, you know, it's just like, well, you know, these points in the song, you could just play it yourself. Otherwise, you'd probably have to take some sort of waveform of a song or something like that if you're not going to do that, which I don't really think would be quite the same. But I mean, you literally would just be like, I'm assuming you would just do that, play an animation at the right time for the song, just, you know, time it yourself. Maybe there's some AI way to do it. Maybe. I mean, I pretty much discovered that we can do just about everything. So it's like, okay. Do I need to do everything? Nah. So I haven't looked into literally everything, but every time I'm surprised by something else, I can do. Oh, cool. Do that too. Neat. Very, very neat. Yeah, offhand manually is something I can think of too. But that's just my limited knowledge of the scenario, I think, versus anything else. Like, there's probably a better way. There's almost always a better way. Why didn't I just copy the other one? Stupid. But maybe. I could see it. Oh. And then back to the view thing here. Let's make this 450 just so it's easy. About what I was expecting. Huh. Wish it was easy to access the things there because I could actually make this just a Chow blueprint, put a lot of buttons there, and that's actually not even a bad idea. And then you can just push all the buttons. They wouldn't do anything, but you could push all the buttons. Putting these at an angle kind of sucks. I didn't think about this with a control console because I want Papa to jump on these. And the problem with being at an angle is you can't really jump on them. Kind of lame. Try. Yeah, maybe. It surprised me. Yeah, do it like this instead. Eh, I don't like it. I want to make it its own separate blueprint so badly. Am I gonna tie it to doing anything? Your own game maker and Unreal? Fair. I'll come back to this because I'm not sure if I want to do it one way or another. I keep thinking about what am I even looking to do with these? Am I gonna make it where literally there's the same button on all of them, or do I want to have like a blueprint that can do these things? But then the blueprint doesn't really do anything when you, well, not true at all. Oh yeah, okay. 1 second. Nope. 1 second. My phone ran out of power, so I got to plug it into the other thing. It's about 8 hours. It sometimes does that. Only 7.5 hours. 1 second. It'll take a moment for my phone to get enough power to turn back on again. Fortunate, I just problems. Phone to do all these things. It's not always the best. So I should have done this way the first time. I don't know what I was thinking, but I realized that I can. The button itself can do stuff. Like it doesn't have to call upon its parent. I don't know. Sometimes I don't think things through. Well, let's make a machinery thing here. Make an actor. Button. Fair. I mean, you cut them yourself. You can make your own thing. Your own like spin on them. Make them the way you want. Which is often, I mean, half the point really. Just being able to make your own stuff is kind of nice. I put the cylinder, get one bone so it can slide down and then possibly. Well, I can What I'll do is like alert transform here. And then I take where the button is here and I can just move it down here. Here's the button. Over here. I can put the location way down here. I actually just change the angle here. And what I can do is I'll just move it down, right? So it just goes down like this. Actually, I'm gonna do that. I can actually we're gonna scale it, right? That relative scale. The big red button. And we're just scaling it Z direction, right? That's what it is. Yeah. We do that, and then on here we just make it, okay, it's like, okay, well, it'll be 0.5 or something. Or actually 0.6, because this probably isn't going to go down too far. But we'll see. And we'll keep all the other scale. And we'll update like this. And then if she happens to no longer be touching it, okay, just down a bit so it actually fits. But yeah, Unreal already lets you, like, you know, adjust all these things too. So it's already kind of got a lot of these things already pre-programmed, so you don't have to do a lot of the extra effort. But yeah, I mean, like, there's plenty of WYSIWYGs out there, like, you know, plenty of like game makers and, you know, RPG maker and, you know, game in a can stuff where they literally just, you know, provide the physics for you and then you can adjust them. Yeah. So, you know, things exist. Let's do this, and then we put a button on something like the console here. Let's just delete this crap. So dumb. I do this first. Or to yell at me. Sorry, I gotta put child active first, my bad. That's fair. I mean, you know, sometimes you gotta make them yourself. I'm judging. All the judgment. No. So we're just gonna put ones I can jump on here, and then we'll see if it works. Right? Go on top. Jumping button here. Push button. Why do I need this button? I don't know, but now I can put buttons everywhere. In hindsight, this was a bad idea. That's on me, okay? The good news is we can move them down like this. Yay! Even tilt them a little bit. Down. I did not design these with the intention of giant red button, but you know, I just want to be able to jump on it. I'll deal with it later. That's fair. Where did I botch it? Botched it somewhere. You just did this. I forget something? Like 1 second, which is not great. If I scale it along the Z, it should do that, right? Really? Yeah. Okay. Oh, I figured it was something like that. Something dumb. About 9.5 months or so. They're just making weird things. I had some plans today, and I just kind of did them, and now I'm just kind of like going, do I do this or this? I don't know. It's a time 0.5 here. I need to make this faster. I made these so I can put in places because I won't play with it, interact with them, and do things. Hey, Lepus, how's it going? I wonder if my camera could, it's true, yeah. Definitely feeling a little more tired than I was at the start of the stream, but you know, it's 7 hours and 40 minutes. Picked up some new followers today. Always good, always good. Got the biggest rate I've ever had at 74 viewers. That's nuts. The previous was 44. Wild. Absolutely wild. I remember my phone is able to stream again. Hopefully. I should have been keeping track of it around this time. I always know it kind of falls off at this point. Bring it back. Come on. Really? See. Are we excited by this? I don't even know. Does it even matter? I don't really have a lot of use for them these days, so it's kind of like, I don't know. That's fair. I don't either. All ran out. Very sad. Playing. I just wanted a button. Don't question it. Yep. Do they want it? Not like it's the most valuable software these days, you know? That's weird. Also, it's not there too, so. Do it on that. I'm blanking on how I did this. Good. Relative location, of course, yes. So I want to have actually I could just do it this way. So the location I would want to have when it shrinks. Let's see what it is. Let's 0.1. Need some sort of thingy to actually look at. I can't tell what it's doing otherwise. I need a. Oh, I see here. Grab this cube thingy. Anyway, gotta put unique things on these things like that. So let's put the bigger button here, but then let's have a scene root here. Paste this thingy. Let's put it at the right place. This is at 1. So it actually needs to be all the way down here. This time I'm going to know for certain where it needs. The 56. Currently at 0. All right, so we do this. Dump this here. Not the plunger. Not the plunger. Not the plunger. Gosh, this is what we're talking about. Yeah, Katakura does RPG Maker. GG. Well, yeah. Sure, I guess they do make it. Definitive Game Maker. You might get sued by the Game Maker, but maybe. Oh, thanks for dropping by, Lepizlant. And, you know, taking the time to inform us of these cataclysmic events in the game dev world. Will change the fate of a bunch of people who have kind of been sitting on a forum forever and probably didn't care. But those people are never going to make games anyway, right? Nah. They might. Maybe. Possibly. You heading off far, or are you just saying bye to Lepus? Find my way over here. I have questions. But I reckon run over to it. That's fair. What am I doing here? I just loaded up. I just want to hit the button. Huh. I'm gonna take a quick bio break. I'll be right back. 36. That sounds hot. Freezing here. Just saying. Anyway, I'll be right back. All right. I don't even know why I'm making this button. I don't really care that much. I was just like, let's make this. I was just like, care. I should work on AI things instead. Like minus 85 from the I guess you want to still keep the collision on that, right? Pushing it down. I'll work on some AI or something like that. Oh, I just have the button sitting here, but it's not actually all that interesting to me. Is there an incoming ad break? I just literally pushed the freaking button to go over there. Why are you doing an incoming ad break? Oh. This is why we can't have nice things, Twitch. Seriously. Took quite a long time to load, didn't it? Why doesn't it come back? I don't know. I'm gonna come back to those. We're just so bored with the when I do something different than those. I think that's what it is. It's like, I can always tell when I just don't have interest in something. I'm just like trying to force myself to do it. And it could also just be the long day. Yeah, what else? I think you just play around. I'm bored of these. Oh yes, the collectible tarots. I would love to work on that right now. Fortunately, I need to do all this stuff in DAS. That doesn't work too well on stream. Not at all. Well, these little Stitch voodoos. Turn the lights back off. Put the world settings to 4 for the H load. Yeah, right. Pop an ab mesh. I actually know what they do. I don't even know where I'm loading it. Change the AI first. That. Oh, I'm looking to make these things too. They're not that interesting. I guess sometimes they jump forwards, but is that even cool? It's only 1500, so otherwise they just kind of move. They have no additional attacks. It's fine. I mean, they really just kind of fodder. They don't play very interestingly, though. They are just kind of fodder, though. That is 100% true. We play at a slightly different distance, because right now they just kind of have like 2 distances. It actually sees move to target. Interesting. I'm having him kind of move like evasively a little more. Well, I mean, you have points around the player. You could have like just points literally put around the player, like on the player character itself. Or you could just pick points that are within like a certain distance of the player in each direction. Just have them all move to there. Have them all pick a base point that they're just this is their main point. Then they can move towards the player from that a certain distance in order to get to attack range. Then move back to like like a defensive range. Watching Swashbuckling Fox make that sort of thing. Well, a variant of that anyway. He didn't really take my idea about them having a base range and moving in and out of that, but he might eventually. Greater than that, and maybe potentially. You have a leap attack? I think it did. I never used it. You know what I could do? Jump attack. Um, well, I mean, you can tell him to go towards a direction. That's kind of vague. And there is like an AI move to thing that will sit there and stop within a certain acceptable radius that you've defined. That's pretty vague. Um, I'm in the middle of your stuff checking for some sort of a variable to change or to change their own thing. People do that on behavior trees all the time. You can do it in blueprints too. It's a little harder, but it's not that hard actually. You just have a check it's running on a sequence, and if the sequence ever happens, you just turn off whatever variable makes the thing work. This is always gonna be right. We'll say 600, and then oops, needs to keep the exact same word, exact same case on it. I'm gonna migrate this one thing down here. Does make it kind of move around a little more. So it's a little more interesting. And on a fail, it'll do this. Well, the way I would if I wanted them all to go to a certain specific point, um, pretty much, yeah. Um, what I would do is I would add all the points that the around the player to an array, and then I would have them pick a point and remove that from the array, and that's the point they're going to go to. And every time, like, one of them goes to it, they're going to remove a point from the array, and basically will run out of points at some point, and they'll all have a point they go to, and then they'll all just immediately beeline directly towards the point that they're supposed to go to, like a well-oiled machine. Now, you could do the Looney Tunes style, where you just have them try to reach a point, and then if they find another one there, they pick a different one. Kind of like the chair game, where everyone tries to sit in the chairs, and whoever can't find a chair loses. I cannot remember what it's called. But that was really bizarre because people don't do that. Like they would see someone going for a spot and they're like, nope, go to a different one. But I ain't judging. I mean, I'm judging, but I'm not judging. I'm judging 100%. Pure judgment has happened this day. Most judgment that has ever been judged. Yeah, it's mostly just about telling them move to a location. If they're all, in an array, then they can't all move to the same location. Yeah. Now, let me remove the weapon thingy. No debug. Yeah, like the whole Batman games, the Arkham Knight games, and everything like that, where it's literally turn this down some loud in my ears here. Um, where all the enemies would surround you, and fucking up. Yeah, the enemies would surround you, and then they would all kind of march in periodically and try to attack one at a time. I always thought it was kind of weird, but that is actually effective. Ow. The damage is too high on this. I set it high intentionally for testing purposes, but I don't like it. No, sir. I don't like it. Do 10. It's the super damage. Oh, that's fair. I mean, start thinking early about it. I played Lord of the Rings one. Yeah, that's what a lot of them do to avoid you being swarmed. It's probably more fun in a way, I guess. I don't know. Making my enemies kind of dumb, so you know. Yeah. But making them more intelligent is not a bad thing. Yeah. More enemies is exciting, I think. At least in my mind. Did I not have a super damage anywhere? Why don't I have a super damage? I think I set the damage amount on the super here, right? All right. This is annoying. 1 second. I have heard the name Kenshi before. I don't really remember what it was, though. I don't remember anything about it. I just heard the name. Might have seen some YouTube video about it. Wouldn't surprise me one bit. I'm looking for. Spelling there, bro. What was Kenshi about? Like I didn't. I was just in the way to this thing doing the weird bug thingy that I don't like. Huh. Definitely sounds like a game you could play. Sounds more like something I'd rather watch a highlight reel for than play. One of those games. Oops, actually, let's put it on here. It's this way. I don't have to do it for all of them. Oh, which one's on the main one? Guess I remember to actually delete it. I'm dumb. I guess I can 3x the damage or something on it. Or maybe just double the. Maybe double's better. I don't want it too ridiculous. Yeah. Definitely a lot of games out there that seem like they're designed for content versus actually being um ones to play. Oh, looks like there's an ad break going. Nice. These Twitch. Much for the apocalypse, huh? Alright, so we set 20 there on that. What else was I doing? Oh, she doesn't have the other thing. Let me back. I can test it. That's definitely one problem I have is the longer the stream goes, the laggier the game gets. I think it's just an issue with the codec itself or something, but by the time we hit like 11 hours, I can't even do anything. It's very combat centric, so I usually just design crap. Work on things that don't necessarily matter at the moment. I have a bunch of areas design. Huh. I think I saw Seth do it. I can't even say his name. It's some Warhammer name. He's Tetch, Seth T Tetch or something. I just one he played it. Why did I put this so far away? Why did I miss it? Why can't I grab this successfully? Why am I the worst at my own game? Questions. General Sam's how you learned of it? Oh. Been a pretty productive day. Mostly because I made the weapon immediately and did lots of cool stuff with it. It was pass-through stuff though, but I can't really make it apply too much or it'll be really problematic to use. I don't know how we go to general YouTube. Yeah. You know. They're a dying breed on YouTube, but they're the best breed on. I'm gonna do this to weapon appear just so I don't have to find things. I haven't watched a lot of YouTube in so long. Every time I go there, it's just like the same handful of crap over and over and over, done by different people. A bunch of react things and rage bait videos, and I'm just like, got anything else? No. Okay. I remember the days when you go on YouTube and find all this really cool stuff, all the weird degenerate things. Just it's fun. Yeah, it's really boring. I spend more time on X than I do on that, and honestly, the X is about the same these days. A lot of people just all posting the same crap. It's just like, really? Really? I like this jump attack I made. Seems pretty good. I almost don't know if I care about them having to jump forwards, but I guess it is kind of a weird juke of them move. You're just like, maybe this, maybe that. This collapses to a graph. It's just annoying to deal with otherwise. Thinking graph. That's fair. I mean, maybe. I just like the puzzle of it. The constant, just, um, I guess the mental thing about it, just puzzles. I'm going to do art too. It's just a whole see your dreams a reality thing is so much fun. What am I doing? I think in this, what I'm actually going to do is potentially like this. And then once it closes the range a bit, maybe I do a jump in, or maybe I just have it jump forward anyway. That's almost better, right? It just jumps forward. And I just don't have a jump direction forwards. I just ditch this crap. And I have them be willing to do this as far as like maybe at that distance of 400. Might work out better. Otherwise, they just move randomly. There you go. Yeah, same. You're pretty much you are your own boss. You get all the decisions. If your thing is good, all you, and if your thing is bad, all you. Personally, I would like investors. I'd love people to help financing so I could have everything I want, but they're way more terrifying now. Daughter no more. Oh, you know what I'm missing? Yeah. No, I want like I want to get this demo going so then I can actually have, you know, put it in front of people for like Kickstarter, try to get, you know, the Unreal, actually try to get the Epic Mega Grant, try to get a publisher, put it up on Steam so I can collect wish list, the whole 9 yards. Like if I can get additional money, it just makes the game better because I can afford cooler stuff. More of the stuff I want versus having to make more compromise. Because I'm obviously going to have to make some compromises at the end of the day. I only have so much money. And while I love the idea of this game, I only have so much money. AAA dev budget, I do not have. This is what I wanted. Realized I was missing thwack. Well, today. About the see. I blame the alcohol. And, you know, American public education. Kind of a mess. Oh, I see why. This doesn't need to be here. That helps. No, I'm just saying. Function is pure. Yes. I always forget that's an option, the pure function thingy. Where you just check pure and it doesn't have to have inputs or be on the line anymore. It just simply does what it does. Nice, nice. Yeah, it's all about making something that's so good people just go, I love this. I actually wonder if I should make my demo as long as I think it is, because I'm starting to see how long it takes to get this, and the demo is currently the whole 5th floor of this place, plus the Toymaker's Workshop. I don't think I necessarily need that. I hear you on that one. Like I say, I'm looking at maybe next spring at this point. Hoping for the new year. But you work a regular job. Extra 40 hours a week on top of streaming. I always tell near the end of my day where I'm just like, I'm so much more tired. That's because at this point I'm like at a 16-hour day. Let's say 16 hours and 25 minutes. Because of the 8-hour day plus the 8 hours and 25 minutes of streaming. So I never make it past 19 hours. That's the cap. I need at least like 4 to 5 hours of sleep, or I ain't moving. I prefer 6. I know. What a rebel, 6 hours. Freaking lazy. Damn. What was I testing here? And I got sidetracked here. Look at rotations, fine. Oh, I wanted thwack on there. I need other good words. Does anyone else have any comedic comic book words for hitting something? You understand my pain about not sleeping. Curious. Random array item. I'm gonna do this the smart way. Wait, you can't do a component. That's not what I'm trying to do. These are text. All these text messages. That's fair. I definitely find you can tell when I'm definitely going a lot slower. Sometimes I just get a second wind, especially if I'm really fascinated by something. You'll see me just keep going and going and going. And if I'm not fascinated by anything, it becomes really challenging. I mean, only later on. I mean, I love doing all this. I don't want to pretend like I don't love doing it, but there are definitely like a cap to how long I can go. It'd be awesome if I could actually if I didn't actually have to do a regular job. I would just stream all day. Like 12-hour streams. Probably 6 or 7 days a week, because on my days off, I just thought, oh, I just want to work on game stuff. But unfortunately, I have other things I gotta work on. Also, I should take at least 1 day a week where I don't do anything particularly useful. I kind of failed at that this week, but you know, it's fine. So that's random from there, and I just do this, right? I don't need a random int at all, just a random thing there, and then I just set it. And this is 1,000 times better than the other method I was using, which was dumb. This is only good if you plan on not worrying about percentages. Or you can add multiple times to an array. Technically, that's also an option. That's fair. Oh, cool thing every day. I mean, today I made my squeaky toy weapon. Does that count? I glammed up the, gave the tool the glow up. Tomorrow I'll probably give the magician the glow up or something. I'd have to give her like a wand or something. I'll have to think about how I'm going to do it. Because it doesn't have a lot of cool ideas with it, but could definitely make it pay out better than it does. This should be way better than the other method. I didn't think about it, but random item from array is like 1,000 times better than what I was doing. Animate your main character's face. Nice, nice. Having to tell it to actually which animation to use at any given thing is so time consuming though. Whack. It knows what I wanted. Whack. Whack. Wait, why is it bonk? Ow. Whack. Yeah. I just mean actually using the effect there, you know, to make it so they can actually, like, you know, talking cutscenes and things like that, moving all that around is very time consuming. Let's use AI. Did it run another ad break? It did run another ad break. Jeez. You gotta get some really cool emojis so people like use their Prime to get that or something. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Oh, there you go. I got lots of animation thingies on my stuff, but not gonna really probably bother to talking. Maybe. Too time consuming. All right, so what are some of the other options here? We have whack. Okay, the T thing there. Hang. Boom. Some further random things there. I don't need too many more. I just figure I can have a limitless supply of these like messages because it costs nothing because the 3D text is a thing. So I can just, you know, build 3D text whatever. So it costs no additional resources for the most part to just have different sayings every time you hit them with something. But only for the fool. But only funny if it's well, it's stupid if everything does it. What are we, a comic book? Let's slow them down a little. Not too much. Well, a little. Now, speaking of animations, I have to check the new game animation sample. because they added in a bunch of new stuff, and well, whenever 5.5 is available, I'm just in. But I think I'm still short at least one plugin. They just released the UI nav update. I think I'm down to just screen fade is the last one I need. I'm also waiting for one of the dialogue plugins to update to 5.5. I have let's see. I have a handful to choose from. I'm waiting for one of them to say 5.5 on here. Dialogue tree's never getting updated, so it's just these 3 remaining ones. But let's see, screen fade. Well, screen fade's got the update. Oh wow. Damn, that's the 3 main ones, I'm pretty certain, so. That doesn't do the right install. Like this one's pretend. Yeah. Yeah. The Megalights thing is like, so I tested it with the preview version, and it has like, I don't know, 10 to 15 FPS all by itself, and I didn't even move everything to being Megalights. I still had a whole bunch of missive stuff testing. It's very good, but it forces you to need ray tracing. Probably bad. Less people can use your game, but the ones that can will love what you got. I don't know why this won't install though. I remember them saying there's some bug with that. So once those 3 are involved, it'll just be are completely ready. I can switch to 5.5. So you'll see me messing with that soon. I have a 5.5 version, but it's a broken mess because I just ignored all the broken plugins and just said, yeah, boot it. It's fine. Just do it. It's all good. Just make it happen. It made it happen. Yes. Yeah, there's like nanite skeletons too, which are pretty good. There's just a lot of good stuff coming up. At the end of the day, I just care if the game is amazing. So, you know, there are only 5 people will probably be able to play it with how, you know, Epic sits there and constantly forces all these updates, but that's okay. I think I'm going to delay this thing by maybe like 1.4. This makes them 40% slower on their decision making, so that should be pretty good. I don't want it to be too aggressive, but a little aggressive. They can also wait randomly to attack too, which is not a bad idea as well. This is so hard to grab. They're pretty aggressive. I don't know. Find someone to raid soon. As much as I enjoy streaming 9 hours, and I'm just like, definitely not there, and definitely not doing things as fast as I could be. But there's someone out there waiting. I don't know who. They are waiting for it. First time ever for someone to send them viewers so they can become the chosen one. One day bring balance to the Twitch algorithm. Not that there's really a Twitch algorithm, it's mostly just are you on top? If so, stay there. Be some kind of ad. I don't want to watch an ad. I like to find someone with one viewer and give them a chance. I don't know what chance they're gonna have, but maybe it is. The skeleton? Find something interesting to watch. So many games are just I just look at the things and I just see a wall of code. And I'm just like, man, it's 17 hours. I ain't looking at your wall of code, buddy. I am not looking at your wall of code at all. Person has a bunch of things. You find someone who has like nothing. Get them, affiliate or something. All these are terrible because like they're just all code. Parkour adventure fantasy thing in Godot? Maybe. Maybe. Just showing his face. Doesn't he know that that's not how you do it? In a month? Yeah, this guy's doing some art. How come when I log off, there's no one using Unreal Engine? It's always like people who are using everything but Unreal Engine. Or there'll be someone with like, 100 people already watch them, and it's like, well, why, you know, we might as well raid someone who's, doesn't have it. All right, well, we'll be back on tomorrow night around the same time. Well, about 9 hours before now. Yes. And I'll probably give a glam up to the, or glow up to the mission or something. What am I gonna do? That'll work on more AI things, I think. I don't know. Yeah. Gotta make more enemies too. I guess I should actually make a bunch more enemies and start placing them. Thinking about it, that's probably what I should do. Start placing collectibles and enemies everywhere so that they're in the location I want them to be. Because I can just add them to the H load. If I add them to the H load, then they don't even need to load. Uh, if they work fine, they don't really count too much towards anything problematic for actually running the game. But oh, hey, I'm Randy. How's it going? Just in time for Twitch to run an ad. Nice. It's a little timer thing. Trying to convince myself to find someone to raid or something. I've been at it for a while, but I don't know. Could also just keep deciding to go for a while. Yeah, maybe I'll go a little longer, I suppose. First, I was like, maybe, and I'm like, maybe. Now I think I might have something I want to work on. I am getting pretty tired though. So I was like, running pre-roll ads, nice. Or running ads, nice. It pretty much is. I'm on like the second one. I suppose I should talk to you after the ad break thingy. Silly me. So let's figure this out here. Actually, this is just split right there. So it targets one, target the other. Okay. I guess I could some way to issue her commands. Maybe. There, wait. Option here. Well, technically, if I just have no option, that's also wait. True. Yeah, I'll do that. Thanks for the follow, Unreal Andy. Suppose I can give you the tour or something if you want to see the game stuff. I've been drinking a fair amount and it's kind of improving things as I go. I guess I can ever wait like a few seconds and then just do that. Get action on this thing. Yeah. Didn't you follow it all that time? Yeah, you stuff. Yes. Yes, indeed. You're in a blender Sunday? That's fair. I think I just drank some random alcohol and watched terrible shows most of Sunday. Anyway, I guess give it a tour. The game's called Poppet Quest. It's you're a woman who is killed and your soul is put into a doll. Basically, there's a guy killing lots of women and turning them all into toys. You wake up in this toy factory and you need to escape. Well, find a way to escape. You're a toy, so it's gonna be kind of annoying to just leave as a toy. So try to solve the mystery of why you're a toy, how to fix it if possible, and move on. The main mechanic of the game is if you're in the dark. I'll use up a bunch of the curse here. You gain curse power, which is what powers all the dolls. Unfortunately, it also slowly drives you insane, which, you know, causes your sanity to drop. Now, go back to the light, you don't gain curse back, but you gain your sanity back. Sanity ever hits 0, the game is over. So don't do that. Uses tarot cards as powers. This is the Fool. I was working on it today. It's my new favorite weapon. Yep. Fool's a lot of fun. Probably the closest weapon to game ready at this point. Well, there's other weapons there, but... The star is not very game ready here, but... Why don't you on? Star? Star? What? Okay. Straight sanity for health and health for sanity. When you run out of sanity, you can see you start to, you know, it gets dark and it's hard to deal with things, so... I was having a bit of a battle royale against these things. I just made them way harder. As you can see, they're just going nuts. They're probably too strong for what this many of them in any given area, but that's okay. Also, the Fool has another power where you can actually grow huge and start really bonking things. Their new leap attack is very good. I didn't realize how good their leap attack was until now. Because I just made it, so it's very good. Very good. Try not to get hit, so I'm less concerned about hitting them and more just not getting hit in the process. I gotta get sanity back. I'll show you some of the other mechanics. I was just murdering these things. They know what they did. Bonk. Oh yeah, it takes a picture of whatever you're currently doing. I like the photobomb. This is the Empress. The Empress has the power to grow and shrink plants. Particle is really bright though. This is the bouncy count. It's here because it bounces. This is why it's here. It's awesome. Boing. He saves by jumping into toy boxes. Boing. The Magician lets you manipulate objects in the environment, such as opening windows or turning on lights, picking stuff up. A bit laggy at the moment. The longer I stream, the laggier the game gets for some reason. I'm having a really hard time making simple jumps. Really? I just fall. I'm gonna grab this. This. Very laggy. Turn the light on. Oh wait, this one. I'm working on the mechanic for when it gets really dark. I don't know if I like it or not, but usually you can see lights that are on, but it's pretty hard to see lights that are off. So don't worry, the alcohol is only improving my platforming capabilities. If you have a key to a door, you can open it with a magician. So far, strength just causes you to double jump. I don't really like it. Also, I just like making the pumpkin grow. Very exciting. Hey, random boss. Looks like a mini boss. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot a nab mesh. You can't move. 1 second. Yeah, put your nab mesh down. 1 moment. Good enough. And more alcohol. What's the point in being sober? Nah, I'm not that. I'd like my second one over like 5 hours or something. More tired than drunk. Maybe a little, but mostly tired. Bad Patrick. I should give him some invincibility frames. Oh, he bit me. Mean. Turn the light on here because the magician lets you turn lights on. Why aren't you pulling your hat out, lady? It's a lag issue. You can pick up objects and throw them. Wow. You can also glitch and hit him like a million times too. Works for me. I mean, you know, I gotta fix it, but it still works for me. You stay over there, I'll stay over here. That works. Oh, bad. Also, can you get a picture there? Taking a lot of damage here. I went away from the light. Come towards the light. Step into the light, my child. Don't run from it. You need it. Hide over here. That hair is just going crazy. I love it. Got a photo bomb. Oh, thanks for dropping by. It probably won't be too much longer of a stream. I'm already at like 9 hours after an 8-hour workday, so that's like 17 hours. I'm feeling it. But, you know, showing off some stuff. Always fun. But I'll just have raid someone else at some point pretty soon anyway. I love my new weapon. Makes me happy. Oh, the stream gets so laggy after, you know, a few hours, actually like 6 or 7 hours anyway, like as far as the gameplay goes, that like it starts this thing at about 40 FPS, which is not optimized, but still, and then by this point it's probably like 15. I wonder if restarting Unreal Engine would help. I don't know. I think it's just a codec for streaming. Anyway, I'll probably get up and call it. You just say you somewhere. It's just you know, how much point doing the tour if you aren't actually around. We're gonna head to find someone with like a one viewer and be like, hey, now's your chance. Press them. Press them all. Oh, show me their game. The one I was looking at. Right back. Um, I did drawing. Alcohol is winning the fight. Random person. See if their stuff is cool. Oh. All right, well, I'll be back tomorrow. About starting 9 hours earlier than now. And I'm going to work on all the probably more enemies. I need a bunch. I'm going to place everything. I want to get this demo to where it's good to go. So I need to just really start putting things in the locations they're supposed to be. What I'm thinking. Do that, and I mean, at that point, it's just going to be more AI getting weapons together, creating animations for things. Probably get together the enemies I want for. I have a bunch of voodoo thingies I could use for this area here. I might as well use all of them for this section because I had like 8 of them that were from a pack. Probably just make all of them into things. I was going to use them for bosses later, but I'm going to make more of a Wonderland type of setup for the rest of the game, I think. Well, Alice in Wonderland and Through the Looking Glass for a lot of the areas. Very, like, not quite the same, but probably slightly themed in those directions versus right now where there's some areas that just kind of haphazard and don't fit that well. Why have a safari area when it can be more of a Wonderland mushroom weird area like I already have? A little bit tweaked more towards that. I already have a chess area, which through the looking glass is like chess themed, and I mean I could have a little steampunk city thing. I mean, it won't be entirely fitting for it, but it'll have some stuff that really I think jives with that pretty well. That's my theory. Yeah. I'm not sure what enemies I'm gonna do for those, but I have some ideas. I don't need them for the demo though. There's only one area that's like a Wonderland area in the demo. So um that's just this one map over here. God, the lag is so terrible at this point. I'll also turn this off because I that up. Um just this map. It plays another ad. Oh, Twitch. The adpocalypse does not seem like it's very adpocalypsy to me. Not at all. Yeah, let's find a new person. Yeah. Now that's over. Definitely thinking more of a Wonderland area, in which case I already have one Wonderland area. I'll probably just lean into it. I found some really good Wonderland music. I need to see if it's actually okay to play on streamer. Might not be. I don't want any music that's even, though I paid for the rights, sometimes they just try to copyright strike you, and then I don't want that because someone might play my game on YouTube or something. Had that happen before. Well, I paid for music and having copyright claimed for it, but I never put any in my game. I always test first. Not silly. Anyway, I'm just I'll raid some person with like one and yeah, see what happens. Yep. I will catch everyone later and see you later, YouTube, because I can't exactly send you on a raid.